This is the account of the earth, and it's called. It is an account of the beginning and how the celestial gods were created. In the beginning, when in the above, the gods in the heavens had not yet been called into being, and in the below key, the firm ground had not yet been named alone in the void, there existed up to the primordial beginner, and the waters of the below, the celestial gods had not yet appeared. In the heights of the above, the celestial gods had not yet been created. Above and below the gods had not yet been formed. Destinies were not yet decreed. No reed had yet been formed. No marshland had appeared alone, did obviously reign in the void. Then by his wind the primordial waters were mingled, a divine and artful spell upon the waters cast. Tiamat, the mother of all. As a spouse for himself, he fashioned a celestial mother, a watery beauty. Beside him, up to little man, who then brought forth as his messenger. Him appointed a gift for him, to present a gift resplendent to his spouse. Apsu granted, a shiny metal, the everlasting gold, for her alone to possess. Then it was at the two. Then waters mingled divine children between them to bring forth. Male and female, where the celestials created dominion and the hammer by name, so they were called. In the below, did Absolute and Tiamat make them an abode, before they had grown in age and in stature? In the waters of the above Anshar and Keshav were formed, surpassing their brothers in size. They were, as a celestial couple. The two were fashioned. His son on in the distant heavens was their heir. Then onto to be his spouse, as an equal was brought forth. As a boundary of the upper waters, their abode was made. Thus were three heavenly couples below and above, in the depths created by names. They were called the family of opposites. With Mumu and Tiamat they formed. At that time, Nibiru had not yet been seen. The earth was not yet called into being mingled with the heavenly waters by hammered bracelet. They were not yet separated at that time. Circuits were not yet fully fashioned. The destinies of the gods were not yet firmly decreed. The celestial kinfolk banded together. Erratic were their ways. Their ways to Apsley were barely, though some Tiamat getting no rest. A throng to march by her side. She formed a growling, raging host against the sons of Obsidian. She brought forth, with all 11 of this kind she brought forth. She made the firstborn king of chief among them. When the celestial gods are listed here for counsel, they rallied king, whom she has elevated to rank his on command to him she gave to each other. They said a tablet of destiny to his chest. She has attached his own circuit to acquire to battle against the gods her offspring. King, she instructed, who shall stand up to Tiamat? At that time, in the heart of the deep, a god was engendered. In a chamber of fate, a place of destinies. Was he born by an artful creator? He was fashioned the son of his own son. He was from the deep where he was engendered. The god from his family in a rushing departed, a gift of his creator, the seed of life. He was seeking the first glimpse, the wandering celestial. Was he ever watchful? Onto alluring was his figure irradiant. He was beaming, lordly was his gait. Exceedingly great was his course. Of all the gods he was loftiest, surpassing theirs. His second was the first glimpse, and was onto her breast by child. Never stopped. "Come be my son," she called to him. "Let me your mother become." She cast her net and made him welcome. Her words filled the newcomer's heart with pride. The one who had nursed him made him haughty. His head to double size grew larger for members at his sides. He sprouted. He moved his lips and acceptance. A godly fire from them blazed forth toward onto his course. He turned his face to On, soon to show. When On saw him, my son, my son. With exultation he shouted to leadership, "You shall be consigned. A host by your side will be your servants. Let Nibiru be your name as crossing forever. None." He bowed to the bow, turning his face an obvious passage. He spread his net for Nibiru, for servants. He brought forth his host by his side to be the south wind, the north wind, the east wind, the west wind. With joyful heart under answer his forebear. The arrival of Nibiru announced on SA. Upon hearing this, Gaga, who was by his side as an emissary, sent forth words of wisdom to deliver a task to the emperor to assign. He charged Gaga to give voice to what was in his heart to on thus say, Tiamat. She who bore us now detests us. She has set up a warring host. She is furious with rage against the gods. Her children, 11 warriors, marched by her side, king among them. She elevated destiny to his chest. Her venom can stand up, our host and all has fear established. Let Nibiru become our avenger. Let him vanquish Tiamat. Let him save our lives for him to create a fate. Let him go forth and face our mighty foe, who on guard departed. He bowed before him. The words of Anshar he repeated on to Nibiru. His forebear's words repeated Gaga's message to him. He revealed to the words and appear with one to listen of the mother who had her children devour with fascination. His heart without saying they set out against Tiamat, him already prompted. He heard his heart without saying they set out against Tiamat, him already prompted. He opened his mouth to UN and Gaga. He said, if indeed I am to vanquish Tempt, who lives to save, convene the gods to assembly my destiny, proclaim supreme that all the gods agree in council to make me. The leader bowed to my command. When Lano and Lahoma heard this, they cried out with anguish. Strange was man. Its meaning cannot be. Fathom the gods. You decree the fates with each other consulted to make Nibiru their avenger. They all agreed to him, and the exalted fate decreed. From this day on, unchallengeable shall be your commandment to him. They said, no one among us gods shall transgress your bounds. Go, Nibiru, be our avenger. They fashioned for him a princely circuit, taught him to proceed. They gave Nibiru blessings. They gave Nibiru awesome weapons on Shah. 3 more winds of Nibiru brought forth. The evil wind, the whirlwind, the matchless wind. Keshav with a blazing flame filled his body, and that twin fall, Tiamat therewith, thus ready for battle, and appeared toward to directly set its course. This is the account of the celestial battle, and how the earth had come to be an amphibious destiny. The Lord went forth its fate. Of course, he followed for the raging Tiamat. He set his face. He spat with his lips. He uttered as a cloak for protection. He, the pulsar and the emitter, put on with the fearsome radiance. His head was crowned on his right. He posted the scimitar. On the left, the repeller. He placed the 7 winds, his host of helpers, like a storm. He sent forth for the raging Tiamat. He was violent, clamoring for battle. The gods thronged about him. Then from his path they departed the skin, Tiamat and her helpers alone. He was advancing the scheme of kingdom. Her host commander, conceived when he saw the kingdom blurred, became his vision. As he gazed upon the monsters, His direction was distracted. His course became upset. His domains were confused. Tiamat scanned tightly, her encircled with terror. They trembled. TMA to her roots gave a shudder. A mighty roar, she admitted on the zero she cost. The spell engulfed him with her charms. The issue between them was joined. The battle was an uninvited face-to-face. They came to and appear against each other. They were advancing. They for battle approached. They pressed on for single combat. The Lord spread his net to encompass her. He cast it with fury. Come on, cried out. Like one, she lost the evil women which had been behind him. Nibiru drove forward in her face. He let it loose. She opened her mouth. The evil went to swallow. It could not close her lips. The evil wind charged her belly into her innards. It made its way, her innards, for healing. Her body was distended. Her mouth was wide open. Through the opening, Nibiru shot a brilliant arrow, a lightning most divine. It pierced her innards, her belly. It tore apart. It tore into her womb. It split apart, her heart having subdued her. Her life breath, he extinguished the lifeless body. The bill surveyed like a slaughtered carcass. TMA now was beside the lifeless mistress, her 11 helpers, troubled with their and the beer's net. They were captured. Unable they were to flee. Kingo, who by Tiamat was made the host chief, was among them. The Lord put him in fetters to his lifeless mistress. He bound him. He wrested from King, and the tablets of destinies unruly to him given, stamped it with his own seal, fastened the destiny to his own chest. The others of Tiamat spanned as captive. She bound in his circuit, heat them ensnared. He trampled them underfoot, cut them up to pieces. He found them all to a circuit to turn around. He made them backward to course.
From the place of the battle, Nibiru then departed to the gods, who had him appointed the victory to announce. He made a circuit about opposition to Kisha, and on Shah he journeyed. Gaga came out to greet him as a herald to the others. He then journeyed beyond, on and on to the beard, to the abode, and the deep preceded the fate of lifeless Tiamat and F-King, who he then considered to Tiamat, whom he had subdued.
Part her golden veins. He beheld with wonder charting upon her hinder part the Lord. Her upper part completely severed the north wind. His helper from his side he summoned to thrust away the severed head. The wind he commanded in the void to place it. The bears wind upon Tiamat, then hovered, sweeping upon her gushing waters. Nibiru shot a lightning to north wind. He gave a signal and a brilliance. Was Tiamat upper part to a region unknown, carried with her the bound king who was also exiled of the severed part, a companion to be, the hinder parts, fate. Nibiru, then considered as an everlasting trophy of the battle. He wished it to be a constant reminder in the heavens, a place of the battle to enshrine with his mace, the hinder part. He smashed the bits and pieces, then strung them together as a band to form a hammered bracelet, locking them together as watchmen. He stationed them a firmament to divide the waters from the waters, the upper waters above the firmament, from the waters below it. He separated our full works booth thus fashioned. The Lord then crossed the heavens, surveyed the regions from his quarter to the abode of Gaga. He measured the dimensions, the edge of the deep in the booth, and examined toward his birthplace, his gaze. He paused and hesitated, then to the firmament, the place of the battle. Slowly he returned, passing again in opposite region of the sun's missing spouse. He thought of with remorse. He gazed upon Tiamat, wounded half to her upper part. He gave attention to the waters of life. Her bounty from the wombs were still pouring. Her golden veins of rays were reflecting the seed of life, his creator's legacy. Nibiru then remembered when he trod on Tiamat, when he split her asunder to her. The seed he surely imparted, he addressed words to absolute to him. thus saying with their warming rays to the wounds give healing. Let the broken part new life be given, and your family is a daughter to be. Let the waters to one place be gathered. Let firm land up here by firm land. Let her be called K, henceforth her name to be absolute. To the words of Nibiru gave heed. Let the earth join my family firm land of the below. Let earth her name henceforth be by her turning. Let their day and night be. In the days my healing rays. To her I shall provide, like king of the fill, a creature of the night. To shine at night I shall appoint him, earth's companion, the moon forever, to be. Nibiru. The words of absolute. With satisfaction heard, he crossed the heavens and surveyed the regions to the gods who had him elevated. He granted permanent stations their circuits. He destined that none shall transgress nor fall short of each other. He strengthened the heavenly locks gates on both sides. He established an outermost abode. He chose for himself beyond Gaga, where its dimensions the great circuit to be his destiny. He beseech you for him to decree. All the gods spoke up from their stations. Let Nambiar's sovereignty, the surpassing most reigning of the gods. Is he by him? Truly the son of the sun? Be from his quarter offshoot, gave his blessing. Nibiru shall hold the crossing of heaven, and the earth crossing shall be his name. The gods shall cross over neither above nor below. He shall hold the central position, the shepherd of the gods. He shall be a star, shall be his circuit, that his destiny will forever be.
And I really hope that it gave you guys a really good visual understanding of what the Enuma Elish, at least some of it, is talking about. Have you ever seen anything like that, Paul?
No, I find it absolutely fascinating because when you hear some of the words of the Enuma Elish against those visuals, you realize it really is a huge and a cosmic story that's being told, and it sends you back to the text to ask, why was this written? What did the writers think they were telling? Because of course, today we can go back to these texts with lots of different paradigms to take to it. With our knowledge of cosmology, we might listen to those words one way. With our knowledge of history, we might listen another way. And you come away thinking, what did the writers think they were saying? Where did they get this information from? What was the meaning of it? And I think seeing it against visuals to do with the formation of the solar system really brings that aspect further forward. And it's an aspect that we might miss in the first instance. And as I say, this isn't the only place where in folkloric story, you've got what appear to be references to movements of planets, alterations in the configuration of the solar system. And the Andean stories is just one example of that. And so we go back to the stories of the wars in the heavens, which means wars in space, to reinterpret them. Something else I was thinking, watching it, was that Plato, of whom I'm a great fan, has a very interesting point. He's got some very developed cosmology in his writing. And he makes a note about the word the Greeks used for God. And he said it can refer to the personification of a star or a planet. Or it can also be used to refer to an advanced being.
Yes.
And those two frameworks, I think, are very, very relevant to the Enuma Elish and to the stories told by the ancient Babylonians and Sumerians, that you've got stories in there that appear to be stories of advanced beings, but then you've also got personification of stars and planets as well. And I love how that was dramatized in the video that you just showed.
Yeah, thank you. It's like these people were so advanced. They use a double entendre to explain the creation of the solar system and these advanced beings all within one story. It's really incredible.
Yes. Yes, that's right. And it's almost as if it's been left there for us to go back to a number of times when we're ready for the next layer, we'll find that.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's just like peeling away layers of an onion, you know?
It really is.
It's just so amazing. And I'm happy we were able to present this. Now, what I want to do a little bit now is talk about what is some of the modern science or modern astrophysics and astronomy backing up what we just saw. Let's take a look at this really, just only like a 1-minute clip now. Let's take a look at this astronomer talking to a reporter, a anchorman at Fox News. I believe it's Fox. Let's take a look at it.
12 VP 113, jokingly dubbed Biden. Get it? Corey Powers, editor-at-large for Discover Magazine in studio. How you doing, Corey?
VP Biden.
Right on.
There we go.
Correct on that. 2 images show you. This is the arrow obviously pointing to it. But there are 3 dots on here. One is red, one is green, one is blue.
Right.
What's significant?
So this is the actual discovery image. Basically, 2 astronomers were looking, one little patch of sky very, very far away, looking for exactly this kind of thing. Stars don't move. Planets or anything that's like a planet does. So this is color-coded. This is what they saw on different nights. They're looking for one thing moving. They color-coded it to show that all these stars are staying still. This thing is moving, and the way it's moving...
So this is just one...
It's one object, color-coded.
Is Pluto on this?
Pluto's in a whole different part of the sky.
So this is way out there.
This is way out there.
Well,
this is more than twice as far away as Pluto.
Unbelievable. Why does this matter, Corey?
Well, there are 2 ways you can look at it. I think I look at it first of all as an exploration question. That there, we know where we are on Earth. We've mapped our planet. Our solar system is still terra incognita. It's full of surprises. This object is something that astronomers said shouldn't even be there. There's a whole other solar system beyond the planets that we know that shouldn't even be there. There's a whole other solar system beyond the planets that we know that shouldn't even be there. There's a whole other solar system beyond the planets that we know that are full of these things that are sort of planets, sort of comets. Some of them they call dwarf planets. That's what they're calling this one. What we're seeing is we're seeing our neighborhood. We're seeing what's around us. And then the second part is we're seeing where we came from around us. And then the second part is we're seeing where we came from around us. And then the second part is we're seeing where we came from around us. And then the second part is we're seing where we came from.
Go back to the other image, guys, and we'll show, because we're over here on the left, right?
That's right. So we're over here.
Okay.
There's
Pluto's out here.
Yeah.
And this thing called Maki is way out here.
That's right. So that's another dwarf planet. If you want to find out where VP 113 or Biden is located, keep walking about another 30 feet that way.
Wow, we can see that far.
And this is the closest it gets this time. When it really gets cooking, it's 15 times as far away as Pluto.
That's incredible.
Takes 4,300 years to go around the sun.
That's incredible.
Takes 4,300 years to go around the sun.
That's incredible.
Takes 4,300 years to go around the sun.
I don't know how you know that, but I trust you. What is a dwarf planet?
So a dwarf planet, the fact that you hear weird terms like that is actually scientists saying there are things out there we don't really understand. It's a dwarf planet is kind of a catch-all term for something. It's round like a planet. It sort of looks like a planet, but it doesn't orbit in a regular way like all the planets that we knew growing up.
Would this be part of our solar system?
So it's part of our solar system.
Would it be outside?
It's a whole new zone. they're calling it the inner Oort Cloud. You don't really need to know that. All you need to know is there really are these 2 solar systems. There's the solar system with the classical planets, and then there's this whole other zone that we haven't explored. And now they're saying because of how this new dwarf planet moves, that there may actually be an even bigger planet, something bigger than the Earth.
I guess that's the point I was going to.
You don't really need to know that. All you need to know is there really are these 2 solar systems. There's the solar system with the classical planets, and then there's this whole other zone that we haven't explored. And now they're saying because of how this new dwarf planet moves, that there may actually be an even bigger planet, something bigger than the Earth.
I guess that's the point I was going to. Because you study this all the time. Is that why it's so significant? Because there's more beyond that?
There's more beyond that, and then there's more beyond that. I mean, I think what we're seeing is, if you watch the show Cosmos, I've been kind of glued to that. And in the last episode, they were talking about the discovery of comets and the discovery of our place in the solar system. We're still learning that. We're still learning this right now, and there's still.
All right.
Yeah.
Just like you're out of space, I'm out of time.
But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here.
Out of time.
But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here.
Out of time.
But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here.
Out of time.
But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. This is why we're here. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this, this is where we came from. This is why we're here. Out of time. But this oceans, continents, air,
Thank you,
us.
Corey.
It's all part of that.
You got it, man. Good to have you back.
All right. I repeated a few parts on that if you didn't notice. I wanted to emphasize what he was saying. I wanted everyone to get a clear understanding of what this astronomer was saying. He was telling us that there's a solar system within the inner Oort cloud. So we know we have an outer Oort cloud, and we have the inner Oort cloud, and then we have, of course, the Kuiper belt, and then we have the asteroid belt. Well, within the inner Oort cloud, there appears to be another solar system. And the video, there's more information you can look up about this astronomer. There's supposedly a brown dwarf that's orbiting our sun around every 4,200 years, with big planets orbiting it, one larger than Earth, as he began to say before he got cut off in there, along with many other rogue planets that exist within our solar system, okay? And somebody said they love the remix. I had to remix it a little bit because I really wanted to emphasize what he was saying. I want you to really hear it, you know, because if you're just listening casually, you might miss it. So I replayed it a few times just so you can hear certain aspects of the conversation. This is really, really important information because it really, to me, backs up not only the Enuma Elish, but the modern science is now backing up the Enuma Elish. And what I'm talking about there is they're discovering these rogue planets. I'm just going to put this image on the screen. It's just an image. You can still hear me. Rogue planets are being discovered all throughout the entire solar system, right? Here's Scientific American, wandering in the void. Billions of rogue planets without a home. That's just in our own Milky Way galaxy. Billions of rogue planets. And what's creating this problem? What's creating these rogue planets? This is what's creating it, okay? What you're looking at here right now is an image of the Milky Way galaxy. And if you look at the tiny little yellow dot at one of the outer bands of the Milky Way, that is our sun. Now, look at this red swath of stars that are whipped up and around and dropping down right where our sun is located. What you're looking at is something that has changed all astrophysics books at all universities worldwide. When you look up at the night sky, and we've been taught in a dark sky setting with no light pollution, when we look up at the sky and we see all that big band of stars, that's the Milky Way galaxy. Well, guess what? We've been wrong the entire time. We have not been looking at the Milky Way. We have been looking at something called the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy, not the constellation of Sagittarius. That's something totally different. We've been looking at the Sagittarius Dwarf Galaxy. It's a much smaller galaxy that is being absorbed and swallowed up by the Milky Way galaxy. And exactly at the point of insertion where this absorption is happening is right where our solar system is located, adding more astrophysics and scientific credence to the fact that there was a lot of chaos, and the cause of the chaos is the merger of two galaxies into one. And the merger is still happening till this very day. And in about 5 billion years or 4 billion years, we're going to collide with Andromeda. We're on a collision course. We're going to become Milkomeda. And there'll be more chaos within our galaxy and within our solar system, as there'll be more rogue planets that have lost their suns, have been added into the void, and more collisions of planets and so forth and so on. So all this modern science is adding credence to what actually has happened in the ancient past. So that might be a little tidbit that you guys didn't know about, but to me, I'm just working on connecting all of the dots. And right now, we're connecting them, aren't we, Paul?
We are. This can seem really overwhelming, but to scale it down and just give an entry point to this aspect of the story, the question really is, has our solar system always been like this? And the answer is no, it hasn't. So how has it evolved? And I know that in the Enuma Elish, the last piece of the puzzle to arrive is the moon. And that's actually quite a mainstream view within the current state of astrophysics, cosmology, that the moon was actually quite a late capture within the story of the solar system. And there are, in fact, classical writers, Greek and Roman historians and poets, who talk about Earth's capture of the moon and populations being on planet Earth when the moon was captured. Mm-hmm. And part of that story is that it caused absolute cataclysms on planet Earth, but that there's some memory of those cataclysms. So that's a tiny latter piece of that puzzle. But it's just fascinating to think that there are cultural memories of ours and previous civilizations who experienced cataclysms where they were living because of things happening in the solar system. Yeah. And if that's the case, it becomes less surprising that there are cultures around the planet that have this layer in their creation stories.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I mean, we're really talking about a deeper understanding of how we all came to be. And I think once we all have that deeper understanding, and this picture becomes more clear, then we'll be in a situation to really question the current narrative, and realize it's a much bigger picture. There's a much more grand system, of grand design, and we're all connected to that ancient history, that ancient knowledge and wisdom, and that what we've been giving is just a tiny sliver, an absolute sliver, and that's been even remixed. So I think that's why this workshop is so important, to give people a much bigger view of what's really potentially happened in the ancient past.
That's right, and what the texts are about. And it's interesting, in 1950, Immanuel Velikovsky talked about worlds in collision. Now we're talking about galaxies in collision.
Yes, exactly. And you brought that up earlier when you were talking today, and I was like, wow, he's going right where I'm going with this, which is incredible.
So here we are, we're in the Epic of Gilgamesh, which among all the cuneiform texts that have been discovered, has to be the most fascinating because, as we said before, you've got shopping lists, you've got legal disputes, banking arrangements that we've been translating, and then all of a sudden there's this epic, which is the oldest written story known to humanity. Already ancient are the stories included at the time of writing, 7,000 years ago. And so, again, it's a bringing together of narratives, and we just recognize some pieces of the puzzle as we go through. So I'm going to begin. This is really something that reflects on the creation of Homo sapiens sapiens. The goddess Aruru, she washed her hands, took a pinch of clay, threw it down in the wild. In the wild, she created Enkidu, the hero, offspring of silence, knit strong by Ninurta. Now I'll pause there because here is another motif in creation stories that repeats around the world. It's in the Hebrew stories, in the Bible. It's here in Mesopotamia, but we can travel around the world and hear how humanity was created by a fusion of something from the gods, the Anunnaki, the Elohim, and material from the earth. And here the material is clay. Clay is earth stuff, and then something is done to it to generate a new life form. It's there in the Hebrew story as well, where it's the dust of the earth, and it's breathed into, and it's got the breath of the Elohim in it. Elsewhere, we had the DNA information from the Anunnaki fused with earthling information to create Homo sapiens sapiens. So here we've got clay, knit strong by Ninurta. All his body is matted with hair. He bears long tresses like those of a woman. The locks of his hair grow thickly as barley. He knows nor a people, nor even a country. Coated in hair like the god of the animals, with the gazelles he grazes on grasses, joining the throng with the herd at the waterhole, his heart delighting with the beasts in the water. So here we've got two moments. We've got the beginning, this clay, whatever that was, and now we've got a creature. a human being, but covered in hair, with his head hair long, living as an animal among the animals. Does that sound familiar? If you watch the earliest Tarzan movies, which are more faithful to the descriptions in Edgar Rice Burroughs' literature, that is Tarzan, living like an animal on his own, in harmony with the animals, or knowing how to survive at least among the animals, his body covered in hair and with long hair. That's what Tarzan originally looked like. Of course, we got used to Johnny Weissmuller, absolutely clean shaven, not even a hint of a beard or a 5 o'clock shadow, because that was the body beautiful of the day, of course. But here is where that story comes from. And it's the same as the Mowgli story told by Rudyard Kipling, that the human begins as an animal living wild among the animals, able to survive among the animals. And this is what's described here. And it's not the only hairy man story that we can think of. The Bible itself has a story of hairy people. And it's told as the story of Isaac and Esau. Isaac is like us, smooth-skinned, wily, intelligent, smart, but not as strong as his slightly older brother, who is covered in hair so thick that it's indistinguishable from the hair of a goat, more physically strong, seemingly not quite as bright. And Isaac has to find a way of becoming dominant. And he does it by manipulating Esau with offerings of food. Now, in its current context in the Bible, it's told as the story of brothers. But come on, learn to control through manipulating, through offerings of food. That's how we tame animals. That's not a brotherly relationship. And I believe that layered into that story is the memory of a time when Homo sapiens had a lot of neighbors. I mean, we now know we were surrounded by Neanderthals, Denisovans, the dragon people, Homo floresiensis from Indonesia. And we had company. Some of our company was very tall, Gigantopithecus. Some was hairy, some was very small and hobbit-like. But we needed to become the alpha species. And I believe we have a cultural, a species memory of that time. And I think the telling of that story is layered into the Isaac Esau story, where the smooth-skinned one gets the upper hand by manipulating the other one who's stronger but not as smart, manipulating with offerings of food. And so we've got a hairy person story there. In the Mayan story of beginnings, the Popol Vuh, it talks about a long process of experimentation to produce us. And it says that we and the hairy ape-like creatures who live in the forest share a common ancestor, which I find very interesting, because this is a story hundreds, maybe thousands of years old, long before Charles Darwin. It's saying that we and apes have a common ancestor. Not that we're descended from apes, but we and apes are descended from a primate, and that the evolution of our ape neighbors and ourselves was not entirely natural, that this was all part of the work of the feathered serpents. So it's just very interesting. Here we've got a hairy man story as well.
Why?
Said Gilgamesh to him, the hunter, "Go, hunter, take with you Shamhat, the harlot." I'm going to pause there because, once again, this is a Babylonian text. The English word harlot isn't in it. What is the root meaning of that word? Because very often when females have a part to play in ancient mythology, if they're not a god, then they're a temple prostitute. The idea of the wise woman never quite seems to find a happy translation. And that's the case even when you get to the Gnostic literature that Billy's going to take us on to a little bit later, where in the Gnostic Gospels, you've got a very strong female teacher, Mary the Tower, Mary Magdalene. But of course, she gets morphed in the telling of the story of mainstream Christianity into Mary the harlot, Mary the prostitute. I just wonder if something similar is happening here, Shamhat the harlot, because the role she plays is critical in developing Homo sapiens. Does that sound like the work of a prostitute? No. Why is the word chosen? It could be to do with what she does in the story, but I'd be surprised if it's in the root meaning. Go, hunter, take with you Shamhat the harlot. When the herd comes down to the waterhole, she should strip off her raiment to reveal her charms. He will see her and will approach her. His herd will spare him, though he grew up among it. Off went the hunter, taking Shamhat the harlot. They set out on the road. They started the journey. On the third day, they came to their destination. Hunter and harlot sat down there to wait. One day and a second, they waited by the waterhole. Then the herd came down to drink the water. The game arrived, their hearts delighting in water. Enkidu also, born in the uplands. Born in the uplands, I should just note this is a recurring theme. The high country, the mountains of the powerful ones, that's where the enclosed zone of Eden is, according to the book of Ezekiel. The high country, the the Ararat country is where Noah's Ark comes to a stop and where humanity is rebooted. A lot happens in the uplands, and apparently that's where Enkidu has come from. That's the zone where he was engineered, and now he's living in the wild in this other area. With the gazelles, he grazes on grasses, joining the throng with the herd at the waterhole, his heart delighting with the beasts in the water. Then Shamhat saw him, the child of nature, the savage man, from the midst of the wild. This is he, Shamhat. Uncradle your bosom, bear your sex. I hope you're over 18, I should say, before I go any further with this story, because it is X-rated. Bear your sex, let him take in your charms. Do not recoil, but take in his scent. He will see you and will approach you. Spread your clothing so he may lie on you. Treat the man to the work of a woman. Let his passion caress and embrace you. His herd will spurn him, though he grew up among it. Shamhat unfastened the cloth of her loins. She bared her sex, and he took in her charms. She did not recoil, she took in his scent. She spread her clothing, and he lay upon her. She treated the man to the work of a woman. His passion caressed and embraced her. For 6 days and 7 nights, Enkidu was erect as he coupled with Shamhat. He came back and sat at the feet of the harlot, watching the harlot, observing her features. Then to the harlot's words his mind paid attention as she said to him, to Enkidu, "You are handsome, Enkidu. You are just like a god. Why with the beasts do you wander the wild? Come, I will lead you to Uruk the sheepfold, to the sacred temple, home of Anu and Ishtar." And so what she's going to do is take him from the wild to the city so that he can become civilized and live as a man, clothed, clean-shaven, in the city, knowing how to live in a society, in a civilization, instead of wild with the animals. Again, that's the story of Tarzan. Remember, he gets taken to New York by Jane and gets clean shaven. It's the story of Mowgli, who stops living among the animals and goes to live in the man village because he meets the girl and the girl takes him there. And it's a coming of age. It's a sexualization story as well. And so the story goes on. The two of them together begin making love. He forgot the wild where he was born. For 7 days and 7 nights, Enkidu was erect and coupled with Shamhat. The harlot opened her mouth. It's a little bit of repetition, but it goes into a little bit more detail, saying to Enkidu, As I look at you, Enkidu, you are like a god. Why with the beasts do you wander the wild? Come, I will lead you to Uruk, the city. Uruk is a real place, of course. To the sacred temple, the dwelling of Anu. Enkidu, arise, let me take you to the temple Eanna, to the dwelling of Anu, where men are engaged in labors of skill. You too, like a man, will find a place for yourself. Now, it says where men are engaged, as if there are other men, but men isn't in the text. So George Smith has inserted that because he's thinking, well, what else could be at work for the man to be introduced to? But Enkidu is the man. We'll keep going. Where certain others are engaged in labors of skill, and you too, like a man, will find a place for yourself. You are banished from the regions that have no shepherd. Okay, so he now needs shepherding. He now needs looking after and managing. So this is another aspect of the change. Her words he heard, her speech found favor. A woman's counsel struck home in his heart. She stripped and clad him in part of her garment. The other part she put on herself. Now here I should note is the theme of the woman upgrading the man. The woman taking the man from a wild state to a domesticated, civilized state. Now, I've said it's in Mowgli and it's in Tarzan. It's also in Nigerian story, in the story of the creation of humanity by the non-humans, Abasi and Atai. In that story, it's the female who teaches the man how to farm and how to build cities and become a civilization. In Zulu's story, it's a female entity, Mbabwana Warisa, who introduces mankind to farming, agriculture, and fermented drinks. It's just an interesting recurring theme. Asherah, as we saw before in the Hebrew story, Asheri in the Babylonian story. So now they're getting to work on him. She's managed to entice him. She's taken him to the enclosed zone, to the city. Bread they set before him.
What?
Ale they set before him. Enkidu ate not the bread, but looked askance. How to eat bread, Enkidu knew not. How to drink ale, he had never been shown. The harlot opened her mouth, saying to Enkidu, eat the bread, Enkidu, essential to life. Drink the ale, the lot of the land. Enkidu ate the bread until he was sated. He drank the ale a full 7 jugfuls. His mood became free. He started to sing. His heart grew merry. His face lit up. That's an interesting note. So he's being introduced to different foods and to fermented drinks. And all of a sudden, he's feeling things he's not felt before. It has actually become part of mainstream paleoanthropology to suggest that the development of our intelligence of Homo sapiens may have happened because of our accidental exposure to psychoactive foods and psychoactive drink. And the theory is we may have eaten a certain kind of mushroom, we may have eaten fruit that had fermented, and that psychoactive foods impacted our brains in ways we'd not experienced before. And suddenly we had access to imagination in a way that we didn't have before, that this gave us a kind of curiosity that we didn't have before and was a real kickstarter in human progress. Here it is in the oldest story known to humanity that developed foods, fermented drinks, were introduced to the primitive human to help civilize him. I find that very interesting. And then on the next page, the barber groomed his body, so hairy, anointed with oil, he turned into a man. He put on a garment, became like a warrior. He took up his weapon to do battle with lions. What's interesting about that is that he starts off a hairy man and then becomes a smooth man. And this echoes the Esau-Isaac comparison, where the smooth one is the intelligent one and the hairy one is the unintelligent one. But it also echoes the stories which say that the Elohim said, let's make the humans to look like us. And suddenly the hairy ape-like creature is smooth-skinned, presumably looking a little bit more like his smooth-skinned cosmic cousins who are doing the genetic work on him. It's all part of the story here. We go from living among the animals, knowing how to survive among them, to now living in a city, and we're set at odds with the animals. That's part of the biblical story as well, of course, after the flood. We start off hairy, we end up smooth, we start off not so bright, we end up intelligent. And of course, this upgrade story is there in Genesis as well, where it's the female who takes the lead in the process, introduces Adam to a food he's not eaten before. And then all of a sudden, they need clothing because they're naked. Previously, the God character, the Yahweh character, wanted the humans so unintelligent they didn't even know they were naked. But after they get this cognitive upgrade, they realize they are naked, they're smooth-skinned, and they need clothing. So these are some themes that overlap. Now, let me see what this next section holds. So this again is a repeat of taking him into the city and civilizing him so that he can live in a place with a shepherd, so he can be managed, so he can be controlled, so that he can do the work of a man. Now, this is just one aspect of the Epic of Gilgamesh. The story of Enkidu happens within an ascension story of another character, Gilgamesh, King Gilgamesh, who was interested in becoming immortal. And this just is sewn into the middle. It's an earlier story that the writer thought, I think I'll tell that here. And it has these elements that relate to creation of human being narratives in other places. So it's not the same as the Genesis 3 story. It's not the same as the Popol Vuh story, but there are these motifs that overlap. Now I'll move from there into the Atrahasis. And the Atrahasis is one of the places where the story of the flood is told. It's there in the Epic of Gilgamesh as well. It's there on a number of tablets, and the Atrahasis is one tablet. And there's an interesting story as to where the tablet came from. When I was a boy, I used to watch a TV series called The Double Deckers in England. And there was a character in it called Donut, if I remember correctly. And he was one of, I can't remember how many kids were in it, but it was all kid actors doing a show for kids. And this was really something revolutionary in England when I was growing up. We didn't have a lot of kids on TV. We didn't have Sesame Street, but we had the Double Deckers. Most of the young actors in it did nothing in the acting world after the Double Deckers. Maybe one of them went into a band. But what this guy did, what Donut did, was he turned up to the British Museum one day with a little artifact that had been his dad's. And he gave it to Irving Finkel and said, see what you make of that. And it was the Atrahasis tablet. Irving Finkel knew what he had was something extraordinary. And it's one of a number of Mesopotamian tellings of the flood, the great flood that becomes Noah's flood in the Bible. And what he found as he read what was on that text and then compared it with the other tellings and then compared it with the biblical telling is that across cultures, these separate cultures, separated by geography, separated by centuries, separated by culture. I mean, the Hebrew one is over here, and then we've got the Babylonian over here. When it came to describing the physical ark, not only was the shape something quite different to what we'd all thought, but the variance in volume between all those tellings was only 4%. And so that was an interesting point. And then the fact that it was a coracle-shaped ark, and that somehow artists through the ages have remembered this, even though the Bible reports a cuboid. There are lots of little points of interest. But what happens in the story of Atrahasis is where we're going right now.
People know me as the paleo contact guy.
Right.
Paleo contact, in case people don't know, is the theory that in the deep past, our ancestors had contact experiences with other civilizations. But my route into that has been through my studies of the Bible. 33 years in church-based ministry. I was a theological educator, training pastors in hermeneutics, which is the principles of interpreting ancient texts.
Right.
And it was really that work that got me into this field. And I was absolutely sold out on the traditional, mainstream, orthodox view of the Bible. I was an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia. That's one down from a bishop. And so my life was really wedded to a particular way of reading the Bible. But through now, 40 years of preaching from it and 15 years of training pastors to study it, it has forced me to engage with those texts at a deeper level and to see things in the text that actually don't fit with our conventional tellings.
Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. You know, I'm not an expert in biblical text, and I don't pretend to be. I make, statements or theories or ideas about what I've seen and what I perceive to understand in text and a lot of the religious texts, and comparing it to a lot of the ancient texts. One thing that I found, and you can tell me if I'm on the right or wrong path, is I found that there seems to be a lot of incredible parallels between ancient text and biblical text. I see stories kind of being extremely similar in certain areas where it seems as if, since these ancient texts were a little bit older than the biblical text, it seems as if some of it was somehow copied or rewritten or reinterpreted and put into some of the newer text.
Well, this is something that every pastor learns when they go to seminary or theological college. I did my theology degree at the University of Nottingham, and you were confronted with the fact that the Bible has sources, that the biblical writers have had other sources before them, which they have used in some fashion to shape the familiar stories of, well, we take them as stories of God, but I argue not all of them are. The stories of the Elohim and the stories of Yahweh, some of those are a retelling of Mesopotamian story. Now, Christians didn't know this until the 1800s. And it was only after we found the translation key, the Behistun inscription, that allowed us to read the ancient cuneiforms from out of ancient Sumeria, Babylonia, Arcadia, and Assyria, began recognizing stories that they already knew from the Bible. And so it was Assyriologists like George Smith writing in 1876 and Nathaniel Schmidt writing in 1896 who started pointing out these parallels and the very high probability that the Mesopotamian texts were the sources. And if you get hold of an academic Bible, an extended study edition of the New Jerusalem Bible, for instance, they're very open about this source dependence. So we learn about this at university. We learn about this when we study theology. But then the question comes, well, what does that mean? What's the significance of that? And there are scholars who said, oh, well, clearly the biblical writers were aware of the Enuna of Sumeria, the Anunnaki of Babylonia. They knew these stories. They have summarized them. But a scholar like Michael Heiser would say they've inverted the stories. They know the stories. They've given another version, but they've given a little twist because they're teaching something new. But there are problems with that. And one problem is, are you going to base a true story, something that's going to be claimed as divine revelation, on a false story? What is the logic of that? And I find, and I argue for this in my books, particularly the Eden Conspiracy and Escaping from Eden, that when we find the summary forms in Genesis 1, Genesis 3, Genesis 6, Genesis 11, Deuteronomy 32, Psalm 82, all those would be examples of where the biblical writers have summarized a Mesopotamian story. There's no inversion. There's no twist to it. Only the names of the characters have been changed, and you're given a shorter form. And some of the correlations are very detailed and very close. And the Noah story is probably a great example of that, where the Archahasis story talks about the releasing of a number of birds to confirm that the flood is receding, and Noah releases one bird.
Yeah.
In the story of the flood, across all the cultural tellings of that story in Mesopotamia and into the biblical story, there's only a 4% variance of the volume of that escape vessel given from all the measurements that are in those texts. So the dependence is very, very clear.
Yeah.
And the question I ask in my books is, what are the implications of acknowledging that the Bible's Elohim stories are a retelling of the Sumerian Anunnaki stories? And the Eden series really follows the logic of those questions.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going through the Enuma Elish and really combing through it up and down, inside and out. And then I saw just a lot of similarities between the Enuma Elish and the Genesis story. And I was just like blown away that these correlations or these similarities were so extreme. And if I don't know if you were going to go into that today, but I did have a little bit of a breakdown that I wanted to go over.
Sure. Yes, feel free. The one that struck me on my most recent reading is there are even names that correlate. Asherah in the Bible is Asheri in the Enuma Elish, and they are credited with exactly the same things. So I think you're on the money there, Billy.
Yeah. Even Marduk is, or depending on how you want to pronounce it, Marduk or Marduk, he's in the ancient Sumerian tablets, specifically even in the Enuma Elish, but he's also in the Torah and he's also in the Bible. So we see this name carried over from even much more ancient text that goes back thousands of years, which is pretty interesting.
Yes, it is interesting. And see, all those things were being spotted back in the 1800s. So it's known at an academic level. Pastors come across this information while they're being trained, doing their theological degrees and their higher degrees. But unfortunately, information doesn't filter down into the rank and file of the churches. So when you start speaking about this publicly, it comes as a huge shock to a lot of mainstream Christians, and you get a lot of pushback from it. And very often I say to people who are giving me pushback, well, go and talk to your theological faculty, get into a locked room with your pastor and ask about what he learned at theological college, and you may be surprised at how much of what I'm talking about is known at that level.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, you went through the full process. So if anybody would know, you would know, especially after being involved in the church for 33 years, which is incredible. Just a couple of similarities I wanted to break down that I was able to just find. And this is so easy to do. I think anyone can really now, you can buy the Enuma Elish on Amazon, or you can even download it online pretty much for free. And then, of course, most people already have a Bible. So I think they can kind of go through these. But just a few areas that I saw, for example, primordial chaos and the unformed earth. In the Enuma Elish, tablet 1, lines 1 through 5, when on high, the heaven had not been named. Firm ground below had not been called by name. Naught but primordial Apsu, their begetter, Mumu, Tiamat, she who bore them all, their waters commingling as a single body. And then if you really analyze that and look into Genesis 1, verses 1 through, chapter 1, verses 1 through 2, it says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. So if you look at the comparisons there, in the Enuma Elish, creation begins with a formless, watery chaos in the Apsu, fresh water, Tiamat, which was salt water, and commingled in the unstructured state. No heaven or earth yet existed by name. And in Genesis, the initial state is similarly undefined. The earth is without form and void, and there is a deep covered in darkness with divine presence hovering over the waters.
Yes.
And so it's incredible.
Yes, the parallels are extremely close. So both narratives begin with the need to separate the waters, so fresh water from salt water.
Yes.
And I argue this is actually a story of rehabilitation. It's not a creation narrative. It's the rehabilitation of a devastated planet. And the Hebrew phrase for chaos is tohu wa bohu, which implies that there was order, but something has happened and now it's in chaos. It's been devastated.
Yeah.
And then the idea that the heavens appear, again, I argue it's not that the heavens are created, it's that the heavens cannot be seen, that
Correct.
there's a pall of dust and ash and soot in the atmosphere which has to be cleared. And this picture of darkness and flooding and chaos that has to be returned to order, water separated, land separated from water, it's not just in these two narratives. You can hear it in the Iroquois story of beginnings.
Yeah.
You can hear it in the Filipino story of beginnings. You can hear it in the Popol Vuh, the Mayan story of beginnings. And so it always catches my interest when there is sort of external corroboration of details, and especially if they are mind-boggling, unlikely sounding details, but repeating from culture to culture. And it suggests there's this shared bed of cultural memory that's expressing itself through all these traditions. Yeah,
absolutely. You're so right with that. I mean, just the concept of a primordial watery abyss found in both texts, while in Hebrew, we know that Tehom is deep and linguistically is derived from Tiamat. So the conceptual resemblance is really striking, that both function as chaotic waters before creation. So it's just, like you said, the story has been repeated all around the world in several indigenous cultures, which is just uncanny. You almost have to say, well, it's not a coincidence anymore.
Exactly. Yes. And that was what first caught my attention. I'd like to go back to an even more basic question and ask how you first encountered the Bible and what your beliefs about the Bible were when you first encountered it and how that shifted. And then I'll share my own journey.
Sure, definitely. That's a great question. So I found the Bible as a young child. When I was very young, my father saw that I had an aptitude for reading. And, fortunately for me, he started making me do a lot of book reports at a very young age. And we didn't have a lot of money for books, so everyone had Bibles laying around. So I started doing book reports on the Bible. And the interesting thing about that is when you're doing a book report, it forces you to read the material, read the information. But then at the end of the book report, you have to do a summary. So you have to now show that you have reading comprehension, right? So over time, I started going through the Bible from the beginning to the end, literally. And I started seeing inconsistencies. Now, my family themselves, they were part religious, part spiritual. They were kind of a little mingling in both, okay, both areas, where they were kind of both spiritual and into biblical texts as well, or into religion, but not overbearingly, which was good for me because it gave me the freedom to explore and not be afraid to ask questions and dig deeper. And as I began to go through the biblical text and, going from the Old Testament and swinging into the New Testament, I just saw a lot of things that just didn't add up. I began to understand that there was references to multiple entities, not just one entity, and that it was being proclaimed by everyone mostly that there was only one. But I can clearly see from doing these book reports, there was more than one. And I'm scratching my head like, how come nobody can really see this, And so that led me down the path of realizing that there's a lot of great information in the biblical text. There's a lot of stuff that's really good in there that I even apply to my life still to this current day that give me a positive result, give me a great result in my life, all right? But I also realized that there's also some information in there that for at least me, based on my research and understanding, I can discard that information because some of it I don't think is going to give me a good result. Some of it will promote me to do things that may be dark or evil, or accept darkness or evil. And I didn't want to go down that path. And when I say darkness or evil, I'm talking about I saw a lot of killing and murdering in the Bible. I saw a lot of slavery in the Bible. I just saw a lot of unfair things and unfair treatment between the Old Testament and even into the New Testament that to me just didn't make sense. And so when I became to come to my own understanding that my God, the God that I believe that actually exists, because I believe that there's a God. I've always said I believe that there's a God because I think the mathematics of the universe, the quantum physics and everything else proves that we're living in a creation and everything is created. But I don't believe that my God, with as much power and wisdom and understanding and everything else, would create a people and then, torture them or allow them to be tortured, allow them to be enslaved and things like that. So I just saw it as maybe men. My opinion that I got at an early age was that this seems like men trying to fulfill their own agenda within this text and proclaiming it to be from God so that they can fulfill their agenda. And that's where I ended up. And that really led me down the road of more spirituality and believing that I have a direct connection to God, that I don't need a middleman to get to God.
Yes. Now, what you just said about human agendas behind the writing of different portions of scripture, that is totally uncontroversial in academic circles. As soon as you're studying source criticism or source analysis, you understand that there's a body of literature here that was written to endorse the monarchy, to endorse the priesthood, that there's a political agenda. The Bible itself talks about a narrative shift to shift Judaism into monotheism. So you're quite right. There are human agendas. I didn't realize this when I first came across the Bible as a young boy. Like you, Billy, my story is somewhat similar to yours, actually, because like you, I began with a love of reading. And I think it was my mum and dad who really instilled that in me. We had a house full of deeply interesting books, and they introduced me to A.A. Milne and the Winnie the Pooh books. And they are written so beautifully that I was just fascinated by the joy of reading and writing. I love to read those stories out loud because they're sort of written that way. And what that meant was when I was in primary school, which I think you call grade school in the USA, this is for little kids, I would often be picked to do readings. But they didn't want me reading Winnie the Pooh. They wanted me to read from the Bible for the school assemblies. And so we dusted off my mum's King James Bible, and I would do readings from that. And that was my introduction. And I found it very fascinating. The language was very evocative. This was about something that was not sort of the everyday world. So I was intrigued by it. And then the next point in the story really was when I joined the school choir by accident when I went to high school. I thought I was joining the orchestra, but I'd ticked the wrong box and I joined the choir. And we started singing medieval church music by people like Thomas Tallis and William Byrd. And what was interesting about them was a lot of their songs were biblical texts set to music. And they were absolutely beautiful. And even as a young boy of 12, 13, 14, and an atheist, I should say, I nevertheless found these texts beautiful. And the idea of this longing after something transcendent, and the idea that the Spirit of God, the Spirit of the creative force of the universe could somehow indwell us, I thought, if that is true, then that's the most incredible and beautiful thing in the world. And that sort of hooked me. Then I befriended some Christians who challenged me to start reading the Gospels. And so I read the Gospel of Mark and quickly realized that the identity of Jesus was quite an important question for the writers of the Gospels and New Testament. That led me into the world of faith. And having been an atheist, I became a Christian, and I had a powerful spiritual experience when I made a decision to follow Jesus. And what happened to me happens with a lot of people. You have a powerful spiritual experience, and then you say, oh, okay, these guys are obviously on the right track. What do you all believe?
Mm-hmm.
And so my start point was simply to listen to what they believed about the Bible and think, well, they must be right, because, you know, there are genuine spiritual experiences happening in their church community, except it didn't all add up. And I had questions. Why do we treat the Bible as if it sort of came down in a bubble when clearly there's a story to it? It's evolved. It was written by different people. Why do we approach it that way? Why do we approach this part this way and this part in a totally different way? Why do you seem to take this bit literally and this bit you don't take literally? And the questions I was asking were not getting very good answers. Even a basic one like, so where did the New Testament come from? And I couldn't get my answers. And it wasn't really, it was, I think that was what gave me the urge to go further, to start studying theology, to go to the University of Nottingham. I went to the University of Bath first to study. I did 4 terms of languages and linguistics. That stood me in really good stead to go and do theology, which I did at the University of Nottingham, and also at the Instituto Pastoral Regional de Pernambuco in Brazil. Also studied at the Instituto Machiavelli in Florence. And I went with all these questions that I still needed settling.
Yeah.
And of course, I found out, of course, the Bible evolved. Of course, there was a process in which it came to be, an order in which things arrived, moments in history when it was canonized and the canon was changed and all this. Of course, the Bible has a story. And as soon as you start studying the history of the Bible, and again, I'm not saying anything controversial, anyone who's a trained theologian knows about this history, it really makes impossible a fundamentalist reading of the Bible. You can no longer regard it as if every word was dictated, you know, by God. You begin seeing it as a document within history with questions that you might want to take to it. And if you're not going to read it fundamentally, in a fundamentalist way, then how do you read it? What are the questions you take to the text? And so at that point, my faith in the Bible didn't diminish. I became more interested in it. But my questions were different. What is the history of this? Where has it come from? What is the information in it? What is the information that is reliable? What's the information that's going to help me if I'm looking to evolve as a person and a spiritual being?
Yeah. Incredible. That's an incredible story, man. It is kind of a parallel story to mine, except, of course, you went all the way into the academic aspect of it and followed it through all the way to an incredible, level. I mean, that's just so powerful that this is why when I talk to you, every time I talk to you and we talk about these topics, even others, I always feel like I'm talking to a great teacher. And I'm not just patting you on the back. I really do. I tell Elizabeth this all the time because your method, your understanding, your knowledge is so embedded in you, and that you have it just flows out naturally. And your academic prowess is so evident. And the work that you put in, man, over the years to get to this level, hats off to you, because it's amazing.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. My position is really not so different to most pastors in the world who have got a theological degree, who've done that further study. Most pastors find themselves in a position of wanting to develop the thought life of their congregations. So they will probably not read the Bible in a fundamentalist way. They will be aware of questions of contradictions, for instance, between gospels, and it doesn't worry them because they don't read the Bible that way. But their calculation is always how far can I carry my congregation? How much can I share with them before they say, sorry, Pastor, you've departed from the script we're all used to. We prefer the old way of looking at things.
Yeah.
And so though people might think, wow, Paul's way out to the left field of the Orthodox mainstream, if you get a lot of pastors behind closed doors, you'll find, oh, Actually, no, he isn't. He's just followed the logic a bit further, and he's being more open about his conclusions. And I'm in contact with pastors all around the world who fully understand my work, understand the credibility behind it, and are asking themselves, how much of this can I share with my congregations before the teaching relationship breaks?
Gotcha.
And it's not an easy calculation, because even though academic theologians have known what we were saying before about the dependency of the Bible on the Mesopotamian corpus, most people in our churches haven't even heard of the Enuma Elish or the myth of Adapa or the Archaeology tablet or the Epic of Gilgamesh. My books, the Eden series, are really, I'm hoping I can help people run to catch up with all of that, because ultimately it's empowering information. There is important information in the Bible which we miss if we read it all as God's story and disregard that we're getting a reiteration of even older stories.
Absolutely. I
with,
agree.
with other points to make.
Yes, absolutely. I agree 100%. And just like there's great information in the biblical text, there's great information, like you just said, in the ancient text, that if you apply to your life, you can actually get a positive and incredible result. And it's just a matter of knowing what do you keep and what do you discard, right? So it works both ways. It works both ways.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. What else do we have on today's teaching, on today's Bible study? What else do we have? What other information can we bring forward to enlighten people today?
I think for me, one of the interesting questions is how we approach Scripture, what questions we take to it. And certainly I know that in my evangelical days, my questions were all about historicity. What happened? What really happened? What can we prove? Because then we can build our argument for Christianity on that. And so the historicity of Christianity is something that's always discussed if you go on an alpha course or if an evangelist is preaching to you. But one of the challenges of that is we do not have any contemporaneous report. If we're going to the stories of Jesus, we have no contemporaneous report on Jesus other than what is in the Christian documents. So the canonical Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the extra canonical Gospels. So how can we confirm that information? We might look for internal consistency. Do they validate each other? And to an extent they do, and to an extent there are some very surprising contradictions. So that internal consistency is a question mark. But then when you look for external corroboration, there's nothing.
Yeah.
We are 1 degree removed from it. We can get back to writers like Tacitus, Suetonius, Pliny, Josephus, and they were all writing in the sort of 100s sort of period, and they're talking about the practice and beliefs of the primitive Christians. So we can get back to there, but what we don't have is local reportage from the time. I saw Jesus down the street today, did an amazing rally, some people got healed. There's nothing like that, no Roman records relating to him. And so there's this big question mark over the historicity of Christianity. So that's why there's a bit of debate around that. People often ask me, do I believe in an historical Jesus with the lack of that evidence? And I do personally, because I think it's easy to track how the Roman Empire hijacked and then distorted the Christian story.
Yes.
And I don't think it would have needed to do that if there wasn't an authentic Jesus story prior that was inconvenient to the empire.
Yeah.
So that makes me very confident that there really was a Jesus and an original Jesus tradition. But historicity was not the be-all and end-all to the early Christians. So if you go to someone like Justin Martyr, who was martyred for his faith, his big argument was not our stories are history and yours are rubbish. His argument was, you talk about figures in your stories, you Romans, you Greeks, you talk about resurrection, you talk about ascension, you talk about sons and daughters of Zeus. You need to let us make the same claims for our Jesus. Thank you very much. We're not saying anything new. Yeah. We just want to say about our Jesus what you're saying about your figures. Mm-hmm. That's very different from the argument for historicity that a lot of apologists are interested in today. Yeah. So I think if you're looking for historicity, then you tend to focus all your interest on the earliest gospels and the canonical gospels, the one that cohere with orthodoxy, whereas my interest is a little bit different to that. I like to go even earlier than that, to the very earliest sources. And so a lot of scholars believe the Gospel of Thomas is probably the earliest gospel. And I think there are form analytical clues in the text that that's what you're looking at. It's not finessed. It's not accommodated to other gospels. It's not accommodated to orthodoxy. It's primitive document. We have Thomas. We have Q, which is the common written source used by Matthew and Luke. And we have the original version of the Gospel of Mark. And you can find the original version in the Codex Sinaiticus. Yeah. The Gospel of Mark is there, but there's no resurrection narrative.
Correct.
So in Thomas, Q, and Mark, you've got sayings, and in Mark, deeds as well, but no resurrection narrative. And that tells us that there were communities of faith producing literature for whom that was not a central part of the story, which I find very intriguing. So I love going back to the beginnings, looking at what primitive Christianity was before the orthodoxization began. But then I'm interested in how it developed as well. So I'm interested in the other Gospels, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Philip, Pistis Sophia, texts like that, because they tell me what other Christian communities were thinking, what their beliefs were about Jesus. And some of these are pretty early. I mean, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the earliest fragment of that is earlier than the earliest fragment we have for the Gospel of Matthew.
That's a fact.
So it's not that they're much, much later. They're very, very close in time, written in the 200s. And they tell us what Christians believed at that point, what their wisdom teachings were. And if I'm going to those texts, I'm going with different questions. I might be going with wisdom questions as well. If I'm looking for teachings about ascension, how to evolve, how to become more than I am, those texts really major on questions like that. Yeah. And so I think sometimes it's easy to talk at cross purposes because people's interest in the Bible is different. Some want to prove history. Some want to prove orthodoxy. I'm interested in what the early Christians believed and what wisdom they have for me to take away. So I think that it's worth acknowledging that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are different perspectives and different perceptions and even different agendas based on the person that's trying to interpret the text. And so people will look at different versions and claim that, some cases people will claim they always have the right version of the story, or that their telling of it is accurate. But as I'm now talking to you, I'm realizing that there's many different versions and many different interpretations, and even different eras of time where the stories have been written. And you can get sometimes, like you say, a more clearer view when you go deeper into the past, which is why I love studying ancient texts and tablets, because you're going far beyond what anyone else has taken and utilized for a base. And sometimes I think that gets you as closer to the truth as possible.
Yes, I mean, I'm interested in the kaleidoscope of theology that was Christianity in the beginning. I'm very, very familiar with orthodoxy. That was my world for a very, very long time. But I've always been curious to know, well, what did the Christians believe before the canonization of the New Testament? What did they believe in the 200s? What did they believe in the 300s? And for many years, I taught courses in the history of Christian thought. And I think it's helpful for people to know Christianity hasn't always looked like it looks to us today. It too has evolved.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is really great confirmation for me, because this was the research that I had looked into. This was the research I had come up with, this information I had come up with, and the same concept of looking further back in time to get an account that I can see seemed to be untouched, unaltered, lack of agenda. And it's just incredible to get the confirmation from you. So thank you.
Well, I've always found this fascinating. I find you can go back to the Bible for a lifetime and keep finding new layers in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do have a quick question in between all of this. A lot of people's perceptions are that the Bible may have been written in real time. In other words, somebody was following around Jesus and writing everything down, following Moses around and writing everything down in real time. What is your understanding through teaching that how this information was actually recorded for the parts that weren't remixed from ancient tablets and texts? How is it possible that people can be there to gather this information in real time?
Well, we do have some clues that we're not always looking at real-time reportage. So if we go back to the Old Testament, for instance, to the Hebrew scriptures, you'll find the name Yahweh, which became the Jewish name for God, although in my books I argue that's not what Yahweh meant in the beginning, that Yahweh was a particular individual, was an entity. And the name Yahweh appears very early in the Bible. It's there in Genesis 3 with the story of the fall, for instance, what Christians call the fall. And you might want to pause and say, wait a minute, this name wasn't revealed until the time of Moses. So that's ages after the action that's being described here. So how's the name in here? And what I love is that the Hebrew scriptures are very open. We are being shown that a writer after the time of Moses is retelling an older story, and so has imported the later name into the older text. We can see what the older word was that it's replacing because the writer has left it there. And it's Elohim, which means the powerful ones. So the Bible is very honest, saying originally this was a story about the powerful ones, but we who believe in Yahweh are retelling the story. So that's one example. It tells you straight away, okay, this is not real time. And another example would be you get into Genesis 6 with the story of the flood. And I would encourage anybody to read Genesis 6 alongside the various Mesopotamian flood stories, and you'll find so many correlations, it'll blow your hat off. But in the biblical telling of Noah's preparation, it becomes clear that there are two flood stories that have been woven together to make the one. Just follow the maths, you'll be able to see that. And that one of those tellings has been written after the giving of the Yahwist laws, again, from an age far into the future. So when you start reading about clean and unclean animals in Genesis 6, again, we're being told openly, all right, somebody after the time of Moses is retelling an earlier story. That's why we're talking about clean and unclean animals.
Right.
So from the get-go, the Bible is very honest that there has been redaction and retelling that has gone on. And there are points when the Bible itself points to other sources. And it says, well, you can read the longer version of this story in such and such a book. And it's a book that you and I would have never heard of. So the Bible has evolved, has been redacted. Some of the story of that is there. If you get later into the book of Jeremiah and the books of 1 or 2 Kings, the book of Ezra, a little bit of the reworking and recrafting of the Bible is referenced in those texts. And so that's just one example that takes you beyond this fundamentalist reading of the Bible, as if you're reading science or as if you're reading a history book. You're not. You're reading another kind of literature. If you get into 1 or 2 Kings, for instance, or 1 or 2 Chronicles, again, you realize there's another reason this is being written, because you're getting action and then you're getting evaluation of that action. King such and such was a bad king because he did such and such. Oh, okay, so we now we've got an evaluation layered on top of history. Or in the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah talks about the cult of Asherah, that on every high hill and under every green tree, the Jewish people would honor Asherah for having come in the past and taught their people agriculture, raising them from a life of subsistence, becoming civilization builders. He's given us all that information, and you might think, oh, wow, isn't that amazing? I wonder who she is. But then he sort of adds the sentence, isn't that awful? Isn't that idolatrous? Yeah. Oh, okay, maybe I shouldn't be interested. And there's the message, there's the agenda of that text. So you've got a blend of all sorts of things going on. You've got some history in there, but you've got some theology, you've got some moralizing, and you've got a lot of, so toe the line, this is the line.
Gotcha. So you said something interesting too. You said Elohim, right? The powerful ones. So that sounds plural to me. So this Elohim seems to be plural, multiple beings.
Yes, that's right. So Elohim is a masculine plural form word. It is a word that many Bibles translate as God, but in my books, Escaping from Eden and the Eden Conspiracy, I argue that that is not the right way to translate that word, and that if you read it in the plural, you will begin to recognize that you're reading the summary forms of the Enuna stories, the Anunnaki stories. It boils down to the fact that the Elohim word in Hebrew is the Hebrew word for Anunnaki. So it confuses people because it gets translated as God, but in other places, Elohim can be false gods. What are they, you might ask? Can be angels, can be landlords. It has this great elasticity to it. Sometimes it takes singular verbs, sometimes it takes plural verbs. So in Genesis 20, for instance, Abraham is making reference to the fact that the Elohim, plural, told me, plural verb, to move. And so that's why he moved from the high place of Haldi, because the Elohim, plural, told him, plural, to do so. There are other moments, though, where it is used in the singular. So there's a story where Yahweh, who is one of the Elohim, this is clear in a number of places. Joshua 24, for instance, Joshua says, consider who you're going to serve, the Elohim of the Egyptians, the Elohim of Mesopotamia, or our Elohim Yahweh. They're all the same kind of being. They're all referred to in the plural, even as singular entities. So it's a very odd kind of word. But the plurality is there in the verbs, it's in the behavior, because the Elohim go to war against one another, and thousands of human beings are slaughtered in the conflict between them. They're referred to collectively as the Tseva Hashemayim, which recalls how they arrived. They're the airborne armies, and they're referred to as the governing force, the El Ba'adat, the power council. But there's a moment where Yahweh refers to himself as an Elohim. There's a moment where his king, Ahaziah, has fallen off a ladder and broken his back, and he wants to know if he's going to live. And he's heard that the Elohim in Ekron down the road is very good at medical prognostics. So he sends some people to inquire of the Elohim of Ekron, does he think I can get better? And according to the prophet Elijah, when Yahweh hears about this, he's absolutely furious. And he says, is there no Elohim here, pointing to himself? that Ahaziah has to dance off to the Elohim of Ekron, and then he makes a pun out of his name to try and put the other Elohim down. But there you can see, oh, okay, they're rivals. Yahweh is the Elohim here, and this other one, the Lord of the Flies, as he calls him, his real name is the Lord and Prince, if you say it properly, he's the Elohim in Ekron. And so Yahweh has these peers among the Elohim, which is why when you get to the Ten Commandments, he says, I don't want you working for any other Elohim. You're not to bow down to them, and you're not to serve them. And of course, in that moment, we're not supposed to ask, sorry, who? Who are you talking about?
Right.
But clearly the Bible is, as you rightly say, Billy, full of a plurality of beings, these Elohim, of whom Yahweh is one. And you go to Psalm 82, Deuteronomy 32, you find out he is a junior Elohim, because when the lands are carved up and each Elohim, or Elohe is the singular, which does crop up from time to time, each one of them is given land. That means they own the resources under the land. They own the people on the land. Yahweh gets a people group with no land. No land, no resources. So he's going to have to go to war with other Elohim in order to get land and resources. And until you realize that, all the battles of the Old Testament make no sense at all. And they make no sense if you think Yahweh means the creative source of the cosmos. Why on earth would God need to go to war with these other little beings, whoever they are, and involve human foot? It doesn't make sense until you realize plural Elohim, of whom Yahweh is one.
Absolute facts. And right behind me are the Elohim of ancient Kemet, now known as Egypt. On the walls of this temple, you see some of what the ancient Commission people called the Nibiru. And the Nibiru came at the time of Zep Tepi, when the gods came from heaven to earth and turned mud into a kingdom. And at some point, they all went to war, just like you stated in the book of Deuteronomy.
I want to mention, and we would talk about external corroboration, but this is really interesting. I mentioned how Jeremiah, 1 and 2 Kings, Ezra talk about this narrative shift where Judaism becomes monotheism, and we have to forget all the other Elohim. So all the temples to Milcom, Dagon, Asherah, they have to be demolished. The altars have to be broken. The figurines of Asherah have to be broken so they can't be used in harvest festivals. Those priesthoods, which were Jewish priesthoods set up by Jewish kings, had to be disbanded or slaughtered. And now we've just got this much simpler world where there is one God, Yahweh, and one king and one high priest and one temple in Jerusalem. All your tithes are going to go to that. So this narrative shift happens, this reform happens. It begins with a ritual reform, and then the scriptures themselves are put together and redacted into what we would know today. Just this year in Jerusalem, we found an object from a moment just before all those reforms started taking place. And this was a seal that belonged to a senior Jewish figure called Yehoezer. So this is a seal that he's going to use to certify documents, to seal letters, to put his imprimatur on things. Very, very important item to him that really stands for his authority and his integrity. Senior Jewish figure. What's the picture on that seal? It's an Assyrian Dingir, or genie, or Anunnaki. The classic winged Anunnaki. He saw no conflict between his worldview and having an Anunnaki on his ring for his seal. Because at that time, Judaism still spoke about the Elohim, still remembered the Tseva Hashemayim, still remembered what they looked like, because the Jerusalem temple hadn't been defaced so you could no longer see images of them. The Nehushtan hadn't been confiscated so you could no longer see what Yahweh looked like. And in their minds, the Elohim of Judaism were all part of this wider family of stories of Elohim, Tingir, Anunnaki, Anuna. There was no conflict.
Right.
And that is a real object discovered just this year to tell you that Judaism was something different before these ritual and narrative changes were brought in.
Right. Absolutely. That's just incredible.
And
yeah,
then you see that object, you're going to go back and you're going to read the Bible differently.
Yeah, I want to see this thing. We're going to superimpose it over this video. It's just incredible. I remember reading in the Old Testament, it said they came across the Anak, and we were grasshoppers in their eyesight. So a reference there to some really big people, and they call them the Anak, which I thought was interesting, since the ancient texts talk about the Anunnaki and the Anuna. It seems like there's references of these beings as many different names all around the world.
That's right. I mean, in the plural, they're referred to as the Anakim, which sounds strangely like Anunnaki. And you've got Anak and the Anactorians in another part of the world. You've got Anak with a Q in the Muslim tradition. And the idea of there being much bigger people living in the world does repeat all around the world. It seems to be a bit of a taboo these days to talk about giants or people who are much, much bigger in the past. I don't know why it's become a taboo. It wasn't in the 19th century when we were digging up giant finds, and it wasn't. If you go to Josephus, he's completely unembarrassed by these stories, and he says in his writing, the Greek legends of the Titans, that's really their version of our memories of people like the Anakim and the men of renown produced through hybridization in Genesis 6. So Josephus saw these stories as referring to real cultural memory of sharing the planet with much bigger people. And I wonder also if there are memories of the time when we did share the planet with the Gigantopithecus and with the Denisovans and with the Chinese dragon people and with Homo floresiensis and the Neanderthals. There was a time when the human type was much, much more diverse.
Yes.
And we shouldn't be surprised to have cultural stories that seem to carry that memory. So I don't know why there's such a taboo around it today.
Yeah, absolutely. I know. It's just why the taboo, I don't even know. But I think a lot of it has to do with a lot of fear. I think a lot of people have been put in a fear state when it comes to their religion. And this fear prevents them from asking, looking deeper, researching deeper, trying to get a better understanding, because I think in some ways they think that they're offending their God, or that's at least what I think they believe.
Yes, I think some people construct their faith like a Jenga tower. These, I don't know if you've ever played Jenga, where you've got these little wooden blocks, you build a tower, and then you have to pull little pieces out and see if the towers still stand up.
Yeah.
And I think some people carry their faith in that way. And if you start pulling out a piece down here, like, oh, do we have to read the Bible in a fundamentalist way? Were there giants? Was Asherah a real entity? Is Elohim really plural? They think if you pull that piece out, the whole tower is going to collapse and they won't have anything left. Whereas I think it's more helpful to have all your Jenga pieces on the table so you can pick them up one at a time and look at it and talk about it and consider what's going on there. And when you go to theological college to train for the ministry, or if you go to university and study theology as I did, they force you to put all the Jenga pieces on the table. We're going to look at them, one at a time. We're going to do different courses over 3 or 4 years so we can look at these things individually. And it can be scary for people because they think, am I going to be able to put that tower back together again? Because I get a lot of comfort from my faith, and it seems to explain my life and experiences that I have. I don't want to be in a position where I can't put it back together again. And I think it's that kind of fear that comes in.
Whereas as someone who's sort of been through that process a couple of times, because it happened when I did my honors degree in theology, and then it happened again when I started studying the Mesopotamian sources and had to go back to the Bible to re-understand what was there. There is a little bit of reframing that has to go on. It can be unsettling, but for me, it is incredibly enriching. For me, truth can only be enriching, can only be empowering, even if there's a little bit of uncertainty en route.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, this is an incredible discussion, man. This is really, really good. I'm glad we decided to do this because I'm getting a lot of incredible confirmation from you. And I'm also learning so much as well, because you're giving me a lot of key points that I know myself now. I want to go back and dig into and research and look at it and gain some of my own perspectives as well, which is important. I think everyone should be able to do that. Everyone should have the right to ask questions, to dig deeper, to not be afraid to research, and to look into what they believe in without feeling any type of punishment or anything that's going to come to harm them. I believe it's my God-given right to be able to look deeper into anything I come across.
Yes, I think so. I think there are forms of Christianity that have discouraged curiosity, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there's this verse that often gets repeated, trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your own understanding. And you don't want to do that. There's this doctrine of the fall that says, well, your own understanding is impaired. So, better not get too far into the world of logic and reason because you're going to make a mistake. And Christians can be made very anxious rather than curious.
Yeah.
Whereas I find, especially when I read the Gospels and I try to get to the root meaning of the key words in Jesus' teaching, he's actually trying to stoke our curiosity. And there's plenty in the Old Testament as well from some of the later prophets and in the devotional writings that would want us to be seekers, truth seekers, explorers, want us to be curious. And I think it's a shame that very often, both in Catholic and Reformed Christianity, curiosity has been discouraged, even to the point of the church pushing back on new science and new discoveries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. And so, there's a verse, because some people seem to get extremely agitated when they hear me talk about the fact that I believe that we are gods, that God is in us and we're inside of God. In other words, I believe that we're a fractal of God, not that we're a God that we can create a universe, but I believe in the fractal mathematics of the universe, and which is a mathematical formula that has been discovered and well documented called the Mandelbrot set. And that Mandelbrot set shows that we're living in this created reality. So yes, the Bible is right, the Quran is right, all these indigenous cultures around the world, I believe they're accurate. We're living in a creation. It just describes the mathematics behind the creation. And so if everything is a fractal throughout the entire known universe, I believe that a fractal of the God consciousness, the divine energy itself, is in every atom in my body. So thereby, I am a fractal of God walking in the flesh, so that God can know what is it like to experience life through the eyes of Billy Carson. What is it like to experience life through the eyes of Paul Anthony Wallis?
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. It's a very Platonic way of seeing things, and I see it that way too. There's a moment in the gospel where people were accusing Jesus of equating himself with God, and he says, but doesn't the scripture say ye are all gods? And then there's a wonderful definition of God, the New Testament God, given by the Apostle Paul in the book of Acts, chapter 17. He's talking to a non-religious audience. So they're not Jewish believers, they're not Christian believers. So he needs to clarify what he means by God. He's using the Greek word theos. And he gives a nice description of the Greek understanding of theos, their word for God, the word that Jesus used. And he said, by theos, I mean the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being, of which we are all offspring.
Yes.
And I love that because
I think that's a definition of God that people way beyond the world of faith could accept, could do business with.
Yeah.
It's saying my intelligence is a participation in one of the properties of the cosmos, intelligence. My consciousness is a participation in the consciousness that's endemic to the cosmos. And it comes back to what you were saying, the cosmos experiencing itself through what I see, through what I hear, through what I feel, through what I experience. And I find that a very empowering description of God because there's no separation in it. You and I couldn't be closer to the source by Paul's definition there. There's nothing we have to do to scramble back into the presence of God because we are all emanations of God.
Exactly.
I find it empowering. Religion trades on separation anxiety. Religion trades on the idea that you and I are separated from God and you need to do A, B, and C to get into his good books because you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him. And we, the priests or we, the teachers, will tell you how to do that. It is a recipe for all kinds of psychological abuse and manipulations, which I've seen plenty of in the world of church ministry in my time as a minister and just as a church attender. I see plenty of it. And at the beginning of the gospel, there are some wonderful sayings from Jesus, which you can find not only in the canonical gospels, but in the extra canonical gospels as well. So in the Gospel of Matthew, we're told the message Jesus toured with the beginning of his public ministry. And by the conventional translation, it sounds like typical revivalist preacher, grave warning, trying to threaten you into being a good believer. The conventional translation is repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. And it sounds like he's saying, you better clean your life up because God's about to show up. You don't want to get on the wrong side of him and offend him. And we hear that through the lens of later doctrines of heaven and hell and all that sort of thing. Sounds like a grave warning. You go to the Greek, go to the root meanings of those words. And metanoiete means go beyond the mind. That means go beyond what you think with more than this, go beyond the mind, re-understand, transcend your current understanding, repent for the basileon uranon. Basileon can be a kingdom, but if I say kingdom, you think, oh, that's a place where I serve the king. I have to do everything the king says. And we get into that religious paradigm of obedience versus sin and punishment, obedience and reward, all that sort of thing. You don't have to translate it kingdom. You could equally translate it with the word realm. Now, a realm has a very different connotation to it. A realm is something amazing to be explored. And uranon, well, that's the word for sky. That's the word for space. It could be used as a word for the cosmos. And the word has come close, can be reached out and taken hold of. You put that together and he's saying, go beyond the mind, transcend your mind, because the realm of the cosmos is available to you, is impossibly close. And then later when he says the realm of the cosmos is within you, there couldn't be a more profound invitation to explore inner space, outer space, to explore the principles of the cosmos. And that can mean explorations in the way of spirituality, in the way of science, in the way of cosmology. It is a huge exploration we've been invited on by Jesus, but that is not how it has been taught, translated, and preached for 2,000 years. And that habitual thinking, that religious entrainment is so strong that people find it very difficult to get beyond their English translations back to the Greek, back to the Aramaic, back to the Hebrew, and begin asking, what was this really about in the beginning?
Yeah. That's so incredible because I went back to the Aramaic. I had a podcast where I talked about this about a year and a half ago or so. And I told them, break this down. Let's go back to the root word. Let's go back to the Hebrew. And I had my Hebrew book and I had my Aramaic book on my desk at my previous location. And I was showing people that these words are not exactly what we think they are. When you go back to the root and the original translations of these words, the original language of these words, you find out that it means something totally different, something more empowering, something even more incredible, something so much deeper than this surface thing that just tries to make you seem like, if you don't do this, this is going to happen, or you're going to be in trouble, or something like that.
And I want to just tell people, if they think, well, how on earth do I do that? There are resources that I am so thankful that they're in my possession and have been for decades, that it opened this world up to people. So the first thing you need to do is get hold of an interlinear Bible. So a New Testament where it's showing you the Greek words, and it'll usually have a couple of translations either side, so you can see how different Bible translators have dealt with what's in the text. Mm-hmm. And then you can do that with the Hebrew as well. And then you need a really authoritative lexicon. So for the New Testament, you'd go to the Bauer, Arndt, Gingrich, and Danker lexicon. For Hebrew, you'd go into Brown, Driver, Briggs. And what's wonderful about those books is that they show you how those words are used in all different places. So you can get the full scope of the word, and then it'll break it down so you can see the most primitive aspects of that word. Mm-hmm. And sometimes if you go back to the text and use the more primitive reading, that's the best way of unpeeling 2,000 years of habitual thinking. That's how you get beyond the religious entrainment to see what did this mean in the beginning. Sometimes, and this is especially true of some key words in the Old Testament, if you leave the words untranslated and just watch how they behave in the stories, all of a sudden you'll see things about stories that you didn't notice before, particularly if you want to morally evaluate what's happening in texts, or to evaluate it for whether you're looking at something spiritual or something sort of flesh and bone or something technological. Sometimes just leave the word untranslated for a while and see what happens. There are online resources for people. You can go to Bible Hub and you'll find interlinear resources there. And there's a built-in lexicon you can use there, which is very, very helpful. It gets you quite a long way. Yeah. But if you can get hold of those books, that really breaks you out of the narrow fundamentalist, you can only read it this way kind of world that a lot of church people, unfortunately, find themselves trapped in.
Right. Absolutely. And when you begin to see the broader, bigger picture, for me at least, it's so empowering. And it really brings me back to one of the verses in the Bible where it said, you should do greater things than I, right? So we're supposed to do greater things. I believe that's referencing Jesus, than Jesus himself.
Well, yeah, that's right. What you're saying was right, Billy, because, and it's interesting, I have, through all my years of faith, always seen Jesus as a model, that he's showing us what is possible.
Yes.
And in the book of Hebrews, in the New Testament, the writer there is at pains to say that Jesus was human in exactly the same way as you and me. And he really spells that out. And then Jesus says, as you rightly say, what you've seen me do, these and even greater things shall you do. And even when I get back to the prologue to the gospel in the Gospel of John, the story arc of Jesus's life of pre-existing this material life, incarnating and having these experiences and struggles and this journey, and then outlasting this life to a new experience, what the Gnostics call going to the great repose, or what Jesus talked about returning to source, returning to the Father. I think that's given as a template for all our lives. And that was sort of the general worldview at that time. That was how Plato understood who we really are at a deeper level. Yeah. And many of the first Christians went to these texts from Plato. That was their worldview, and they recognized it when they read the Gospel of John. And so they were far more inclined, I believe, to see Jesus as this model of what is possible for us, as this picture of human development and ascension. And it's only later religion that has put Jesus up here
and us all the way down here, and all we can do is pay, pray, and obey. That is, I think, a real distortion of the empowering message that I think all the gospel writers, including the canonical writers, intended for their readers.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you say, I see Jesus as an archetype for us to model ourselves after, you know? That's interesting, because I've been in podcasts before where I mentioned, well, they bring it up. People ask me, you know, what about Jesus? And what do you think about Jesus? And after I give them my opinion of Jesus as an incredible archetype for mankind to follow, and in a couple of podcasts, I mentioned that, you know, they discovered the gospel of Jesus, his wife, and a young professor at the University of Harvard, you know, brought it to their attention and it's in the Harvard Seminary. I never said that Jesus was married as a hard statement, but I did say that it could have been that maybe he got married, maybe he had kids, maybe the Merovingian bloodline is still on this planet till this very day. People kind of took that out of context and warped it a little bit. But as I dug into the story about this text of this gospel of Jesus's wife, it was just pretty interesting to see that there was a lot of pushback on that, and it was for years.
Yes,
a lot of years.
I don't fully understand why there is so much pushback on that question. Bart Ehrman, who's a biblical scholar, said just the other day, what does it matter?
Yeah.
If Jesus, but it does seem to matter to people. And I think that's really illustrated by the pushback that it was Karen King, wasn't it?
Karen King, correct.
Who did the study on the gospel of Jesus's wife and published on it. So she's a Harvard Divinity School professor, so she knows her stuff. And it didn't go much for that document, which appears to have been a Coptic translation of a Greek text from the 200s, although the papyrus, I think, dates from a little later, doesn't go much further than you can find in the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene. I think Pistis Sophia is the other one, where it's very clear that in those documents, bearing in mind, my question is not what really happened. My question is, what did the early Christians believe? There were clearly early Christians who believed that Jesus and Mary Magdalene had a very close relationship. The Gospel of Philip said he used to kiss her frequently on the mouth. All those documents said there was a bit of conflict between Mary Magdalene and Peter, because Peter reckoned he was the senior disciple, and yet Mary Magdalene was getting teachings from Jesus that they weren't getting. Yeah. And she was a teaching figure as well. So they all sort of corroborate each other on those points, or maybe they borrow from each other. But then the gospel of Jesus, his wife, goes that one step forward and uses the word wife. Jesus refers to a woman as his wife, and she will be able to be my disciple. What is the problem with that? Now, clearly there is a problem. It clearly upsets people because the Vatican almost immediately says, oh, this is clearly false. And then you've got a professor from the University of Durham, Francis Watson, I think it was, he said, oh, that can't be right. And he hadn't even handled the document, if I understand correctly. I'm sorry, Francis Watson, if I'm doing you an injustice, but I don't think he had handled the document before saying, oh, that's clearly rubbish. But then, thankfully, Roger Bagnall, professor of history at Yale, comes forward and endorses what Karen King is saying. And then the Harvard Review does serious study on the fragment itself. And they said there's absolutely no evidence that this is a forgery or fake.
Correct.
But because of the pushback, and here we are in the 21st century, where you'll often hear people say, oh, that's been debunked. And all that means is they've heard someone with a different opinion speak strongly about it. Facts. It's not been debunked. It has not been falsified. Very senior, credible authorities people who have had possession of the fragment have studied it, have said there's no evidence of fakery or forgery. So the Vatican really can't have an opinion because it hadn't done that work, and it responded so quickly with that opinion. Karen King had taken her time over it. Harvard backed her up. A professor from Yale backed her up. But still the story circulates, oh, that's been debunked.
Yeah.
It
got a lot of pushback.
But why is it important? And it mystifies me a little bit, but, the church forcing people to recant has a pretty ugly history throughout church history.
Thank you. Tell me, preach, brother.
Whether
Preach.
we're talking about Galileo or Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, why is it necessary to force people to recant? I remember there was he was a huge figure in the world of evangelical Christianity, John Stott. He was a senior pastor at a major Anglican church in the UK, but he had a global ministry as a teacher and a writer. And he wrote, actually it's in a book behind me here, this book here, Essentials. He wrote, as an evangelical, so almost a fundamentalist, he wrote about the doctrine of hell. And he said, this is a church doctrine. But when you get to the root meanings of the key words in the New Testament, it is insupportable. The Gospels and New Testament talk about something else.
Yeah.
But the church has distorted it into a doctrine of hell with which people have been terrified and manipulated for century after century. And he said, I stand in the Reformed tradition that says that we should change our beliefs if they're contradicted by the sources we claim. And we should go back to the Bible, he said, back to the Gospels, back to the New Testament, and just test that doctrine because I believe it's incorrect. Never mind that John Stott had been on an absolute pedestal. He was like the Pope of the evangelical world internationally. But when he said that, the pushback was appalling.
Yeah.
And he was forced to recant in the end. Now, in my book, The Eden Conspiracy, I make the case that John Stott was right, that the church doctrine of hell is a distortion. And there are people teaching it who are teaching it on an entirely false footing, still distorting texts to this day.
Yeah.
And so pushback, what does that mean? It's been debunked. What does that mean? What that really is a story of bullying. It's not a story of falsification. The gospel of Jesus' wife has not been falsified, but Karen King has been bullied. That's the story. And I think any seeker of truth, any curious person, any person who's interested in sort of academic objectivity should be horrified by that. And just go to the people who have the fragment, who have done the study, and find out what they're saying. Now, this is not something to go to the stake over. I agree with Bart Ehrman. What does it matter if Jesus had a girlfriend?
It doesn't matter.
What does it matter if Jesus had a wife? What is that threatening? But I think early on what it was threatening is that there's always been a consistent agenda to push women out of the picture. A woman in a lot of religious traditions can be a virgin or a mother of somebody great, but they can't be a teacher. They can't be an authority. And even to this day, I think women have a hard go in the church, Karen King included. And I think the church still needs to clean up its act on that front, all the while trying to take credit for emancipation, being progressive, so on and so forth. But it has not been. It's been a terrible force for conservatism, and all kinds of misogyny has been done in the name of religion throughout the ages. I think we need to move beyond that. Personally, I think it makes Jesus more interesting.
Yeah.
If he had a girlfriend or if he had a wife.
Why not? The angels were having sex with human beings.
That doesn't damage
Well, that's right. If you're talking about Genesis 6, that's right. Beings thought of as angels. I wouldn't
Right.
use that word myself.
Yeah. Right.
Because angel doesn't tell you. Angel doesn't tell you what kind of being it is. It just says it's somebody on assignment, someone with a message. But if Jesus had a wife or had a girlfriend, it does not make me respect his teachings any the less than before. So I think it's all the kerfuffle around that is very strange.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And you're right about women being oppressed over eons, really. I mean, it's so obvious. You know, I had a conversation with somebody recently where they were trying to argue with me that wherever Christianity popped up, women were like given a certain level of freedom, and they rose up, and they were like, I was like, really? I mean, when I look at history books, I'm not getting that information. You know, I'm not seeing that anywhere.
I'm not sure I believe that. The one place you could go to for that would be the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army was a really interesting movement right at the beginning. I don't know how strong they are in the States, but I grew up very aware of William Booth and the Salvation Army in the UK. And they were a great force in terms of social welfare, but they were also very powerful evangelists back in the day. And they had women evangelists and leaders from the get-go.
Yeah.
But they only had it because they broke free from the religious mainstream, and they suffered a lot of persecution because of it.
A lot of women have been killed. A lot of women have suffered greatly in the earliest communities. You know, there was a lot of oppression, and it was, you know, pretty bad. And you know, you just, as you go through time, you discover even in the 3rd through 5th centuries, you know, there women were still being oppressed in Christianity and in you know, Greco-Roman era. I mean, you just keep going and going. You had the burning of the female witches. We had you know, we had the heresy movement. There was just so many things going on that were just mind-boggling. And I'm going, I don't know if that's 100% accurate. There may be times and maybe areas where women were giving a little bit of opportunity, but I mean, women were just able to vote, you know, not too long ago. So, and it was, of course, you know, as you know, in a lot of the biblical texts, they weren't even allowed inside the church at some time, you know, in ancient times. But it's just a gradual process where you can see.
Yeah, I think women, you can see women being pushed out through the Bible in a number of different ways. I think when the female powerful being, the female Elohim Asherah, was sort of demonized and pushed out, that was not just defaming her. I think it really was defaming female wisdom. Traditionally, there's a lot of formation and initiation of young people in traditional cultures by women, and all of a sudden that gets demonized. The wise woman is now a problem. So, I mean, think of King Saul. Who do kings consult when they need higher wisdom? Saul wanted to consult a female who was known for having far sight and future sight. And we're allowed to know that, but we have to call her a witch. The Witch of Endor. You get into English church history, you get to the period of the Tudors. They were consulting wise women. They were consulting people way outside of the mainstream of Christian religion. But if a member of the public did that, that's when the call of witchcraft would get made. And this even happened to Princess Elizabeth before she became Queen Elizabeth I. She consulted with John Dee to find out how the succession would go. John Dee nearly lost his life because he did an astrological reading for Princess Elizabeth. Tudors are followed by King James, and I love telling people this who are sort of, the King James is the only Bible. I like telling them about King James because he was the most appalling person, and there were things about that translation that were done in order to favor monarchy so as not to offend King James.
And then King James decides he's going to become the witch master general, and he is going to personally run this campaign of rounding up witches and then burning them. Bearing in mind, we're still in a period where kings and queens will consult astrologers and diviners and this, that, and the other. But if a member of the public does it, that's a crime. And if that person has done a consultation for someone I don't like, now they're a witch. Now we're going to burn them alive. And, you know, we talk about witch burnings. We need to remember what we're talking about is the burning of women. We really need to throw the word witch away. These were wise women who were consulted because they were wise, because they had understanding of sciences, anthropology, because they had an understanding of natural medicine. They were women. And this was done in the name of the church, in the name of Christianity, by the defender of the faith, King James himself. And there are so many injustices that have been done in the name of God because of the confusion, Billy, that we mentioned earlier. If you were going to read stories about violent, brutal, unforgiving, psychopathic Elohim and call them God's stories, you've got a problem. Because if you worship a God who is a xenophobe, you have to justify xenophobia, you have to become xenophobic. If you worship a God who hates women so much that he considers menstruation to be disgusting and evil and they shouldn't be anywhere near the community when that's happening, well, you have to take on that misogynistic view as well. What a stupid view that is. We all depend on, we all come from women. We all depend on the natural cycles of women. But because the being Yahweh hated adult human females to that extent, so those who worshipped him had to take that value on as well. And you really can draw a straight line from equating God with some of these Elohim and Yahweh stories, a straight line from that to all kinds of misogyny, colonialism, enslavement of other people groups, all kinds of cruelty, justified because this is what God does, and we're only doing God's work.
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It really is unfortunate. This is a great talk, man. This is going to be a very powerful podcast because I can see now how it's going to really educate a lot of people. And I want people out there to make no mistake about it. We're not here bashing Christians. We're not attacking anybody. We're laying out actual factual information that you can then go back and research for yourself. And like I say, and Paul says, I think there's a lot of great information in the Bible. I think there's a lot of great information in other religious texts as well. It's just we're talking about today, we're talking about discernment. We're talking about understanding from different perspectives so you can gain a much broader view of everything. And it doesn't mean that your God doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that you've been, you wasted your life. It doesn't mean any of that. But what it does mean is, there's deeper, broader, more intriguing and incredible stories that we haven't really been able to see because we've been given a forced, closed view of what actually happened. And without that other deeper level of understanding, we might not get the better and bigger perspective of everything.
I think that's right. I think one of the things that distorted our view is that for the best part of 2,000 years, Christianity has presented the New Testament as if it's a continuation of the Old Testament. You find them glued together with a hardcover either side of them that suggests it's all one book, all talking about the same thing, all talking about the same God. And as a follower of Jesus, one thing I have had to do that's not really easy is to reframe that and understand, no, it's actually a story of discontinuity. All the gospel writers, and I think I'd say this is especially the canonical gospel writers, are at pains to present Jesus as the successor to and replacement of Moses. Bringing teachings that will delete and replace the law and laws of Yahweh. That's a story of discontinuity. That's why Christianity has never been built on Yahweh's laws. That's why in Acts 15, the early church came to the agreement that to be a follower of Jesus, you don't have to be a Yahwist. That's why in Colossians, Paul said that the written code was cancelled and wiped out through the life and death of Jesus. And yet, Christians around the world still feel somehow they have to justify Yahweh, the figure of Yahweh, and the stories around him and the laws he brought. But it is a story of discontinuity. And I think that has been a real light bulb for me. It's been really liberating. I think for me, it allowed me to switch my conscience back on when I read the Old Testament, because as you rightly say, Billy, it is full of violence, full of gratuitous violence done by these Elohim, including Yahweh. And as soon as you realize, oh, okay, Jesus wasn't teaching us to follow Yahweh, you can begin to evaluate those stories. And if you evaluate those stories by Jesus's morality, then you can fully see that you're reading something appalling. There are many reasons we would want to get rid of the laws in the Old Testament. I mean, here's the death penalty. I just made some notes. Striking one's parents, death penalty. Pronouncing a curse over one's parents, death penalty. Going to an astrologer or doing divination, like we're just talking about, death penalty. Having a different religion, death penalty. Adultery, death penalty. Gay sex, death penalty. Well, I, for one, am very pleased that Jesus came along with teachings to delete and replace all of that, because I think that's terrible. What the Bible has to say about slavery or rape is absolutely terrible. There's a law in Deuteronomy 22 that says if a man rapes a virgin, he can offer the father 50 shekels and keep her. Well, what a fabulous law that is. Or Leviticus 25, when it comes to slavery, only foreigners can be slaves, it says. And you can leave slaves to your kids as property. Really? Oh, that's a great law, isn't it? And then that sort of overlaps with the behavior of the character of Yahweh himself, who was deep into sex slavery. If you go to Numbers 31, a place I'd encourage anyone to go and read, and you'll find the spoils of war being divided up, and the virgins are being divided up among this group and that group. The soldiers can keep some for their use, and Yahweh's going to have some for his use. And the priests are going to have some for their use. So don't think when Yahweh wants cattle and gold and virgin girls that it's talking about the priests having those things. That's a separate allotment in that list. Yahweh has his own list. So you should be asking a lot of questions there. I mean, this is not the creator of the universe. This is an entity. What does the entity want with those things? As you begin to read it this way, understand Yahweh is one of the Elohim, other things begin to make sense. You realize why in 1 Samuel 8, the leaders of the tribes of Israel did their level best to get rid of him and sack him and replace him with a human leader. It makes no sense. If Yahweh is the transcendent God, creator of the cosmos, it makes no sense at all. Soon as you bring it down to earth, realize that you're reading about Elohim / Anunnaki governing over human beings unjustly, brutally. Everything clicks into place, and you will begin to understand what all the drama of the Old Testament is about. I actually think Christians should have a head start in this. I am not out there to debunk Christianity. I'm there to say, Christians, wake up, go back and read these stories in the light of Jesus' teaching, see the discontinuity between the old and the new. And if you're really not sure about it, I've got some verses from John 8 I'd love to read, because I think for me, this was a real wake-up moment. I'd always wondered about this passage, but because of the one Bible thing, Old and New Testament, because I thought it's the same God from cover to cover, I'd always puzzled around this. As soon as I realized its discontinuity, it makes sense. So here we are in John's Gospel, chapter 8, verse 27. It says, they did not know that what Jesus was speaking about was the Father. So this is a reminder that Jesus never once spoke the word Yahweh. He spoke about theos, that Greek word for God that Paul used and gave that wonderful definition for. He spoke about Father, the one in the heavens, he says. And he addresses that God as Abba, which means sir or daddy. So that's him in the canonical Gospels. And then Jesus is speaking in John 8, and he says, I speak of what I have seen of the Father. You do what you have heard from your father. So he's talking to Jewish leaders, and he's saying, my father's not the same as your father. So for a start, 8:41, you do the works of your father. Well, who's he talking about? Who's their father? Who can that possibly be if it isn't Yahweh? And then he says, verse 42, if theos, Greek word for God, if theos were your father, you would have loved me because I came forth and have come from theos. There we are, an emanation of the source. Verse 44, you are of your father, the devil, and you are intent on doing the desires of your father. Now, when he says the devil, that doesn't necessarily mean there's only one devil and that their father is it. But the devil is certainly not a compliment.
No.
You are of your father, the devil, and you are intent on doing the desires of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning. Well, we've just been talking about that. All the killings that Yahweh does and orders people to do, not just soldiers, but civilians, not just men, but women and children and babies. We're talking about war crimes, to use the modern language for it. He was a murderer from the beginning. He didn't stand in or hold to or deal with truth because there is no truth in him. When he lies, that is his thing because he is a liar and the father of lies, or it can mean a false father. You claim that my father is your God, i.e. Yahweh, but you do not know my father. I do. So he's proclaiming something completely new, very different to the father of the Jewish leaders, and it's new to his disciples as well. So later in John's Gospel, Philip says, Lord, show us the Father, and that will be enough for us. And Jesus says, wow, I've been with you so long, Philip, and yet you do not know me. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. And we're back to that emanation of the source. And I'll just finish with another reference because, again, it was a light bulb moment for me when I saw it. Once I understood there's this discontinuity going on, there's this cessation of the laws of Yahweh, and Jesus is bringing something totally new and liberating. He says, and this comes up in Matthew's Gospel and Luke's Gospel, he says, which of you fathers, if your children were hungry and thirsty, would give them a stone or give them a snake? And many readers today would read that and say, well, that's ridiculous. Of course, what kind of father would do that? But not realize that the Jewish hearers would know straight away, oh, I can think of someone who did that. That was in fact Yahweh, who gave a stone when people were thirsty, who gave serpents to people who were hungry and anxious in the desert. Serpents can mean dragons, fiery serpents, which went and attacked the people. Again, men, women, children, babies, attacked by snakes because they were desperate and fed up of emergency rations in the desert. Here's a stone. I'll show you how to get water. here's snakes. So that would have been the bells ringing when Jesus said, what kind of father does that to hungry children?
Yeah.
And then in that original story where they've all been bitten by snakes, a brass dragon is created and lifted up. And the order from Moses is kowtow. Kowtow to the dragon. Bow down to the dragon or you'll die. And I have a Bible behind me where the heading over that story is Yahweh's mercy. Well, if that's Yahweh's mercy, what does his wrath look like?
Wow.
And that's why Jesus came, to cancel the law and laws of Yahweh and replace it with something else. That's why it was canceled, wiped out, according to Colossians 2:14. That's why we shouldn't regard those stories as having any purpose other than bringing people to Jesus. That's what Paul says in the book of Galatians. And that's why so many teachings are framed in the Gospels when Jesus says, you've heard it said, Moses said, but I say this. And there is the story of discontinuity. So Christians, I think, ought to have a head start and go back to the stories and say, well, if these are not stories about God, what are they about? And my book, The Eden Conspiracy, asks that question and says there is a rich education waiting for us. The Bible is full of truth. I'm not here to debunk the Bible. The Bible is full of truth, but we've misunderstood it. We've mistranslated it. And once we get beyond our habitual religious, habitual translations, there's a rich education waiting for us to empower us in our lives today.
Absolutely.
So the seven great Anunnaki made the Igigi to take the load. Then the heavenly Anunnaki made the Igigi take the load. They caused the gods to carve out the many water canals. They had to open up conduits, the sustenance of the land. We must create a creature who can carry the burden of the gods. So we're back to that. Now, this is in fact just the first of a number of assaults on the human population to get it down to what Enlil is comfortable with. And so you've got this conflict about over how many human beings should be on planet Earth. Even the gods will be alarmed by the full force of their flood. Every man and woman will have been reduced to clay. I have seen them there. I have wept over their corpses. So we'll start on tablet 1. When gods, not men, performed the work, bore the burdens, the weight was too great. So this is, here we're back to the doing canalization, which we recognize as the beginning of the Sumerian miracle, the emergence of ancient Sumer. The weight was too great, the work too taxing, a sore plight. So the seven great Anunnaki made the Igigi to take the load. Then the heavenly Anunnaki made the Igigi take the load. They caused the gods to carve out the many water canals. They had to open up conduits, the sustenance of the land. They caused the Igigi to carve out the many water canals. They had to open up conduits, the sustenance of the land. That's a repetition. So the immortals carved out the channel of the river Tigris. And they kept track of every long year that they work. It was 3,600 years. An interesting figure. That's part of the 60-based counting system, 60 degrees in a circle, 60 seconds in a minute. 60 minutes in an hour, 60 years of 60 years. This is the Sumerian counting system. Just a part of the miracle of ancient Sumer that they had, that they enumerated those things. They created mathematics. They had a form of calculus, seemingly from out of nowhere. It was 3,600 years in which they carried the heavy loads. The work was burdensome. They were busy night and day, so they grumbled and blamed one another often. Let us go there and collect Enlil. As the counselor of war, let us bring him forth out of his house. So they've had enough of this. They really need workers to do this. Every one of the gods is ready to come to blows over this. And we have thus stopped partaking in our endless digging. The burden is far too heavy for us, and it was diminishing us. The weight is very great, the work too taxing, a sore plight. and so each god sought to bring his discontent before Enlil. Anu raised his voice to be heard, speaking to his fellow gods. There is only one course open to us and a single thing to do. We must create a creature who can carry the burden of the gods. So we're back to that. We must create a creature who can carry the burden of the gods. And then Belet Ili, the womb goddess, is here. Have her bear offspring, that man will be the one who performs the labor of gods. So again, there's this aspect of hybridization happening to produce a being intelligent enough to be able to do the work, but not so intelligent that he doesn't want to. And in the Mayan story, that was the difficulty, getting that balance. And there are some cul-de-sacs they run down, creating beings that are very intelligent but have no interest in working. Something at the level of engineering a gorilla, very capable, very physically able, but has no interest in bringing you your slippers and newspaper. So here is the balance, so that man is the one who performs the labor of the gods. They called the goddess the midwife, shrewd Mami, saying, you are the womb goddess. Give rise to the species of man. So here's hybridization again. Give rise to a primitive human to perform the labor of gods. Let him be the one to bear the yoke, who does Enlil's work, so that man will be the one who performs the labor of gods. Ninti raised her voice to be heard, speaking to the high gods. It is not best that I fashion him. This is better done by Enki, for it is by his efforts that things are made free from error. But if he provides me with clay, I will certainly carry it out. So there's that, clay plus Anunnaki again. Then Nintu will combine the clay with flesh and blood, so that a being divine and mortal will come from the clay. The wise god Ilawala was chosen to be slain at the Congress, and Nintu combined together the clay with his flesh and blood. And they counted every one of the months as they went by. Now, I think I'm going to fast forward to the beginning of the flood narrative. Enlil is training the humans up to be more useful, so that they can do better digging. And then the people grow plentiful. Here we go. 600 years, not even 600 years went by, the inhabited land sprawled and the people grew plentiful. Now, this is the problem. This is the problem in the Nigerian story of Abasi and Atai as well, that the gods feel threatened by the human beings as they begin to grow and become a civilization. And the inhabited lands raised a howl like a bellowing bull. But the god was annoyed by all the noise that they made. Enlil had to put up with all of their loud clamor and clatter. Enlil raised his voice to be heard, speaking to the high gods. The noise which is made by man has become too great. All of this clamor and clatter has kept me from my sleep. So there's that theme being repeated from the Enuma Elish. The noise is the problem. All of this clamor has become too great. It's keeping me from my sleep. Now, some people have suggested that the problem was that human beings speak and that the Anunnaki communicate telepathically, and this is why it was so noisy. Personally, I haven't found a case for that in the texts in the Mesopotamian corpus. When I read these texts, I find that the Tingir, the Anunnaki, the Gigi are speaking to each other and the conversations are reported. The problem is that the human beings are becoming too numerous, and Enlil, who is responsible for this region of space, doesn't like them. He's on Earth and he's finding it very annoying. Those Anunnaki who are more closely involved with the human experiment, so that's Nintu, Ninhursag, Enki, like the humans. And there's the conflict of agendas because of that difference. So here's Enlil's solution to this too much noise. Therefore command an outbreak of the shivering disease. And all of the people were beset by the plague outbreak. There was one man among them who was named Artrahasis, and he heeded diligently the words spoken by his god Enki. Artrahasis raised his voice to be heard, speaking to his lord, "How long are we going to be beset by this terrible disease?" Now, this is in fact just the first of a number of assaults on the human population to get it down to what Enlil is comfortable with. And so you've got this conflict about over how many human beings should be on planet Earth. And it's got nothing to do with sufficient resources. And some bells should be ringing as I say that. So that plan doesn't work. So on to tablet 2. Now let us make it so the humans will be denied their food. Well, that's a live issue in the 21st century. Access to safe, clean, healthy food. The planet can produce enough food to support the human population many times over. But what access do you and I, what access do all the 8 billion human beings have to that food, and how safe is it and how clean is it? Now let us make it so the humans will be denied their food so that growth will not be great enough to cure their hunger. Cause the winds to be unleashed and rage, denuding the soil. My goodness, this is so topical. Let there be clouds aloft in the sky, but which bring no rain. So the farmers' fields will hardly yield any crop to speak of. So their lives will be wretched and filled with misery. Let's starve them off the planet, Enlil is saying. Artrahasis raised his voice to be heard, speaking to his lord, and obviously he's objecting. So there are a number of these assaults on humanity, number of different diseases sent upon them. And then in tablet 2, constrict the birth canal so as to deny a prosperous birth. Anyone who reads Genesis 3 knows that part of the argument and the aftermath of upgrading human beings and sexualizing them, making them fertile so they could reproduce, was birth had to become really painful for the humans. So unlike all the other animals who are able to reproduce perfectly happily, for human beings, it's going to be awful. And that is what the God character does in Genesis to punish them for becoming conscious, intelligent, sexualized. And here it is as part of a plot to destroy humanity in the source narratives. Let birth be a real problem for them. Enlil then convened a congress, speaking to his children, the gods. And this is a new plan. On the first day, a tempest will arise, blowing in an awful fury, unleashing the dreaded flood weapon. This is how he's going to get rid of them. And rage like a war, the explosive annihilation weapon will descend over the people, who will lose sight of one another in the sheets of pouring rain. Even the gods will be alarmed by the full force of their flood, and every man and woman will have been reduced to clay. The words you heard Enki speak, because Enki doesn't think this is a good idea at all, the words you heard Enki speak are of no significance to us. You know the land is full and how much they've multiplied, and how we've been so annoyed by all the noise they make, so we cannot get any sleep from their incessant clamor. And the Congress decided in favor of the flood Enlil desired. Enki raised his voice to be heard, speaking to the high gods. The divine assembly has agreed to do something unfounded. You should not have listened to the justifications put forward, but you have made your command strict and irrevocable, and Enlil has achieved something horrendous for the people. So here you've got this conflict over what to do about the human population. Enlil says, we've got too many of them. Enki says, no, we don't. We've got plenty of resources. Well, we'll make it so there aren't enough. We'll create artificial scarcity. We'll send diseases. We'll generate diseases. We will limit the food supply. We'll limit their access to safe food and clean water because we want fewer human beings on the planet. And there's this tussle on the Sky Council, or the Heavenly Council, as it's called here. In the Bible, all this toing and froing and argument happens within the mind of the God character. Well, what kind of person would that God be for that to be going on inside his own mind? Enlil wins the day, pushes the vote through, and there's going to be a flood. Tablet 3, Archahasis raises his voice to be heard, speaking to his master. When he was at the reed hut, where he spoke to his lord Enki, I have experienced a portentous dream, which was terrible. Enki raised his voice to be heard, speaking to his servant. I sent the dream to relate to you what you need to know. So now he's talking to Archahasis, giving him instructions. Pay heed to the substance that I'll pass along to you. Wall, hear every utterance. Read, hut, attend to every word. Take apart your house, and with the timbers construct a boat. Put aside your property for the sake of saving living things. The boat you construct must be sized with proper proportion. Then comes that 4% variance that I mentioned across all the tellings of this story. Cover it so that even the sun might not peek inside. Construct within it both upper decks and lower decks. The ropes must be made durable enough to endure strain. The bitumen must be made strong to lend its sturdiness, for I will make the rains fall upon you where you stand. Archahasis heard every word that Enki had spoken to him. He brought together the elders who assembled at his door. Archahasis raised his voice to them that he might be heard. My lord Enki is not popular right now with your lord Enlil. The two gods are in the midst of a feud with one another. Thus they have caused me to be driven from my house. The flood weapon was unleashed upon the people like a war. They lost sight of one another within the cascading rain. The storm surge roared like a charging, bellowing bull. The wind sounded like a howling ass in the wilderness. Thick dark enveloped the entire earth. The sun was not seen. The people became like a white sheep offering to the gods. Every one of them was consumed by the turbulent purge. Even the gods were alarmed by the full force of the flood. They retreated to the safety of the highest heaven of Anu, where they cowered like dogs from the crash of the deluge. The flood surge wreaked havoc, raging out of control. Nintu, remember, she was involved in the genetic engineering of Homo sapiens, not at all happy with this plan. Here again, she enters the story. Nintu was screaming and wailing like a woman in travail. Would a genuine father have unleashed the wild waters to meet their end, clogging up the river like dragonflies? I have seen them there. I have wept over their corpses. Will there be an end to the tears that I shed for them? That's an interesting line, isn't it? Would a genuine father have unleashed the wild waters? So in the source narrative, we've got this conflict over how many humans there should be. Enlil, who's not particularly close to the humans, says, get rid of them. We're going to genocide them. Those involved in engineering them say, no, this is terrible what you're doing. Enki rescues one of them and the families associated with him and seeds and animals so that they can reboot after the event. And yet all this is the activity of God in the biblical story. The biblical writers took the Archahasis story, took the Utnapishtim and Yesudra stories of the flood, and said, oh no, it was God who did all of this. It was God who hated human beings so much he wanted to genocide them. It was God who was sorry that it had been made. It was God who unleashed the flood weapon against them, which is a summary, of course, of all these assaults on humanity. And then the writer turns around and says, and it's this God that you must love and worship. Why would we love and worship a God who wanted us so unintelligent we didn't know we were naked? Why would we worship a God who didn't want us fertile? Why would we worship a God who wanted to genocide us? Why would we worship a God who said, don't let them live any longer than 120 years? And in the beginning, it wasn't God's story anyway. It was the story of Enlil and all these other entities conflicting with each other. For the duration of 7 entire days and 7 nights, whirling water, the storm wind, and the flood prevailed. When the next day arrived the tempest, flood, and fury, which had been thrashing like a mother straining in birth, all suddenly expired, and the swirling sea became still. The storm wind lessened, the raging torrent refrained. Archahasis peeped out a gap to see what things were like. All quiet, nowhere distinguishable a man from the mud. There was just endless flood water, like a flat roof. He opened the window and light beamed onto his face. He knelt down and sat, then cried with tears cascading. He looked for the hills and for the banks of the ocean. Then he saw areas of land breaking the surface of water. The boat settled itself on the mountain of Nimush. Then upon the 7th day, Archahasis released a dove. It flew out and came back, finding no place to perch. Then he reached his hand forth and released a swallow. The swallow flew here and there, then came back home, but there was no promising place it might light upon. Then he reached his hand forth and released a raven. The raven flew, and seeing that the waters were receding, it settled to eat, preen, and fluff itself, and did not return. Now that's very interesting because the Bible has a summary form of that 3-bird story. This is how Noah determined there was land out there, by releasing a bird. So you know the writer of Noah has read this. Then Enlil, the warrior, caught his first sight of the cargo boat. He was stomping mad from his elevated ire at the Agigi. Every one of us of the great Anuna swore to carry this out. We agreed there was to be not one thing left alive on earth. So how is it that any man was able to survive this disaster? Anu raised his voice to be heard, speaking to the warrior Enlil. There are none among the gods but Enki who would do so. Correct. Enki raised his voice. Yes, it was I who did it, and thus did it against your wishes, since I worked to guarantee life was saved and not extinguished. This is Enki who takes the part of the serpent in upgrading the human beings and then protects them in the flood from the actions of Enlil, or Yahweh as he is in Genesis 3. Enki raised his voice to be heard to the womb goddess Nintu. Nintu, as womb goddess, you are the one who chooses fates. You are the one who determines destinies for all the people. Have it be that 1/3 of all people are able to have children, which will assure the continuance of the population of man. Have 1/3 of them unable to do so due to youth or age? Have there be 1/3 of the people who have among them women who are capable of giving birth, but not properly? May the Pasitu demon lift the baby from its mother's arms and further make the Ubatu, Entu, and Egistu women who are off limits to men to further reduce the birth rate. So he's now saying, look, as long as there's not 100% fertility among human females, we can manage the population. Some won't be able to have children. Some will miscarry. If we make it a point where once you're over that age, you can't have kids, we can manage this without these assaults, without diseases, without floods. Sometimes mankind will be reduced from facing warfare. And through these means, his numbers will not burgeon. Through these means, man will not become too powerful. Let it be that humankind not be allowed to live eternally, but only for a duration of time, a fixed number of years. So they're coming to a compromise here, all, again, within the minds of an individual in the Genesis version. And thus there will be not so many humans upon earth. There must only be enough to perform the work of the gods. So that's where the flood story ends, with enough human beings so we can be a working class for superiors, which is how we've been hardwired. It's why we're so easily manipulated by elites and employers and kings and queens and their successors. But I share that story because I think when you read the flood legends of Atrahasis or Utnapishtim or Zisudra, you realize there's far more detail, which has then been boiled down and summarized in the biblical story. When you read the Babylonian and Sumerian versions of the story, of course, you morally evaluate every character that you're hearing about. You'll think, well, I like Enki. Well, I don't like Enlil. Oh, I like Nintu. I like Ninhursag. And poor Kingu. Of course, we're moral beings. We morally evaluate this behavior. We say that was an appalling thing to do, or that was a helpful thing to do. As soon as it gets turned into God's story, we're no longer allowed to do that. We have to shut our conscience down, put our mind to one side, because everything God does is holy and cannot be questioned. And so we begin to justify assaults on humanity. We begin to justify the idea of managing food supplies, water supplies, medical supplies, so there won't be too many human beings. All kinds of inhuman thinking comes when we take the boiled down version of this in the Bible and read it as God's story. Go back to the originals and you see the morality of everything, so that when you return to the Bible, you can't see it the old way again, because your conscience is too alive, your mind is too alive, and you recognize the stories and say, all right, clearly this isn't a God story. It's a recollection of something else. And of course, I have feelings about what was done. My feelings are pro-human. And clearly some of these Elohim were not that. And it's kind of like taking a red pill, where you cannot go back and see it the old way once you've read the sources. So I'll pause there, and I'll let Billy come back in and he'll add some more detail to that picture.
Yeah, I mean, you really hit it on the head, Paul. This is just great and phenomenal teaching. Like you said, when these gods with a lowercase g begin to decide how long we can live, when they can kill us, we obviously are looking at mortal beings. Maybe they can live an extended period of time based on their advanced knowledge and technology, so they can live a lot longer than us. But at the end of the day, there are accounts of these beings dying in some of these tablets.
Yes, there are. And that's part of the global picture as well, because Greek gods could die.
Yes.
They lived a very long time, but they could die. Norse gods could be killed. Mm-hmm. And even in the Bible, there's an Elohim that belongs to the Babylonians who gets killed in the extended book of Daniel in the story of Bel and the dragon. So though they're very, very long-lived, they're not immortal. Exactly. And though we see the word gods in the translation, they're not transcendent beings at all. They're very flawed, flesh and bone people who can do wonderful things, who can do very advanced things, but can do terrible things as well.
Exactly. And the evidence is in the tablets when we see the evidence of the first evidence of chemtrails, where in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enlil says to go spray something on their crops and dry the crops out. I mean, that's the first evidence of chemtrails.
That's right. There's chemtrails in that narrative, and there's chemtrails in the Mayan story of the Popol Vuh as well.
That's right.
If I can say, because when the senior genetic engineer, so we're talking about Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, when he engineers Homo sapiens, he makes us too clever in the first instance, and they find they can't manage us. We've become a nuisance. There's that theme again. So they hold an emergency meeting, and Quetzalcoatl comes up with a solution to the problem. And he says, there's a vapor, which if we release over human populations will dumb them down. So, I mean, there's that same story again.
Yes.
And I was very interested when I read that, because I'm old enough to remember journalists in the 1970s catching on to some research that had been published indicating that leaded fuel in vehicles was brain damaging our children, that all the exhaust fumes from leaded vehicles was making children in urban areas surrounded by idling traffic more aggressive and less intelligent.
Yes.
This was regarded as a conspiracy theory. And of course, the oil companies came out and said, oh, no, there's no basis to this at all. But more research was done and it was published, and the journalists pursued it until the laws had to be changed and regulations were brought. It is why we're now all driving unleaded fueled vehicles, because we didn't want to brain damage our children. I think if people had known the Enuma Elish and the Popol Vuh, they would have been quicker to say, we need to be very careful what we're pumping into the atmosphere, because this has happened before.
Exactly. The past is prologue. So what's happened in the past is destined to happen in the future, unless we have the knowledge of what happened so we can prevent committing the same mistakes.
Exactly.
One of the reasons why we worship these beings is because they masqueraded as gods. They had advanced technology. They had, in my opinion, probably even the ability to manipulate not only the elements, but also spirituality, combining spirituality with some type of spiritual technologies. And it gave them the illusion of being gods. Right now, today, there's well, he's graduated now. There was a gentleman that graduated from MIT, but while he was at MIT, he developed this technology that just sits on your head and touches the back of the bone on your ear. It connects to the internet. And by thinking a question, not speaking it, by thinking a question, any question you want, it transmits that information straight to the Google search. Google search then comes back with the answer and speaks it by vibrating the bone in the back of your ear so you can hear it inside your head. And by that method, a person can appear to be all-knowing, right? And if you have a phone in your hand or a tablet in your hand that's connected directly to a satellite that's in a polar orbit around the Earth, you now have an all-seeing eye. So now you can be everywhere at once. You can be omnipresent. So you have this omnipotence and this omnipresence through what? Through technology.
As I went down in the river to pray, studying about that good old way, and who shall wear the starry crown, good Lord, show me the way. Oh, mothers, let's go down, come on down. Oh, mothers, let's go down in the river to pray. As I went down in the river to pray, studying about that good old way, and who shall wear the Roman crown, good Lord, show me the way. Oh, fathers, let's go down, come on down. Oh, fathers, let's go down in the river to pray.
Particularly in what was called Lower Mesopotamia. So in the countries of what today is Iraq and Iran and Syria and in that part of the world. And we started digging up the ruins of abandoned cities. The East India Company was moving around in Iran. Now, the East India Company was a corporation, a private corporation, that was really driving forwards Britain's conquest and acquisition of foreign lands. They would go in, they would do trade deals. They had an army with them to help them with those deals. The archaeology that Henry Rawlinson was interested in was an inscription on a cliff face at a place called Behistun. And when he got there, he quickly understood the importance of it. So I'll start off by letting you know where I'm going to go today, the kind of material I'm going to be sharing. Billy and I will dovetail and weave in and out of each other a little bit. But just to let you know where I'm headed, I want to start by giving a bit of a background to the cuneiform texts that were discovered that carried the cultural information of the ancient cultures of Sumeria, Babylonia, Arcadia, Assyria, and talk through how that began reframing religious belief from the get-go. This is from the 1800s on, because it relates to the process that you or I are in when we discover these texts for ourselves. They reframe our Western worldview. If we come from a faith background, they begin reframing our faith. How does that work? How do we process the information? How do we find it? So I'm going to talk a little bit about the history and then how what was found related to what was already known and what had formed the faith background and the worldview background for so many of us in Western civilization. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about the process of reframing, the process of changing your mind, the process of taking on board new information and finding its implications and working all that through. Because for me, it really has been a process. It's been several years of finding this information and then considering what the implications might be. And it's not been for me a matter of snapping from worldview number one to worldview number two. And it really isn't that for anybody. It takes a while. And so I want to spell out what that process is. So many people who contact me for personal coaching contact me because they are going through this process of absorbing the information, taking it on board, seeing the implications, modifying their worldview, struggling with questions from time to time. And so it's really what I would do in coaching that I want to share today, to not necessarily to fast track, but to set you up for an easier transition than perhaps I had absorbing this information. So I will give to you what I wish someone had given to me many years ago when I first stumbled across the Mesopotamian texts. So we'll talk about embracing the process, and then I'm going to set us up for how we read the cuneiforms, because this is one of the biggest questions I'm asked. How do I get to the texts? And since I don't speak Sumerian or Babylonian, how do I then read what's in them? So I'm going to frame how we today are going to approach those texts. And then in the second chunk, I'm going to talk about some preliminaries that you have to do before you go through the process of reading the text and taking the information on board, because we've all had a certain programming that we have to be able to park if we're able to learn new things. You have to go through a phase of not knowing, and you need to give yourself permission for that. So I just want to tackle a couple of roadblocks that people hit in that process, and then we're going to read some actual texts. We're going to read from the Enuma Elish, one of the most important Babylonian sources. I'm going to read about the creation of earth and humanity in the Babylonian Epic of Gilgamesh. And then I'm going to read from the story of the flood from the Atrahasis tablet. And then we're going to look at the myth of Adapa. And when we've looked at all those texts, you'll begin to see how the process might look, how they might relate to existing paradigms, worldview questions, faith paradigms, secular paradigms. But I'm going to start and dive straight into the history of the cuneiforms. Well, cuneiform, just to introduce that word in case it's new to you, is a form of script that was used by the ancient cultures of Mesopotamia that I mentioned before: Sumeria, Babylonia, Arcadia, and Assyria. They didn't all speak the same language, but they had the same writing system. It was a pictographic, ideographic way of writing, and they wrote everything in that script, from their highest literature to the shopping lists. But we didn't know that until the 1800s, because these cultures disappeared long before we came along and formed our modern alphabets and modern languages. But around the 1500s, this was the time when empires were growing around the world, and we were moving around the planet into other people's countries, invading them, setting up trade agreements, setting up monopolies, so that the top nations could become the top nations and start dominating the planet. And as we did that, we started digging things up in other people's countries, particularly in what was called Lower Mesopotamia. So in the countries of what today is Iraq and Iran and Syria and in that part of the world. And we started digging up the ruins of abandoned cities that were being discovered in the desert. And as we dug them up, we discovered these tablets of clay that had been baked and etched with stuff. And at first, this is from the 1500s on, we had no idea what these etchings were. And we approached these tablets, these little blocks, with this cultural assumption that we, the empires, were superior to the old nations. That was the worldview we moved forward with, that those in the past were stupid and we today were clever. We, the empires, were superior. Those we were conquering were inferior. And so that paradigm was applied to these items. Oh, look at these primitive, don't know what they are, but they're certainly primitive. And these markings, don't know what they are, but they're certainly primitive. And so for a long time, the assumption was these markings were just primitive decorations. Bit by bit, as scholars got their hands on them, they started thinking, no, a lot of effort has been gone to produce these markings. They have some kind of meaning. And so for a while, they sat in museums and libraries, being understood by academics to have some kind of language on them, but we had no way of deciphering what that language was. And that is until 1835, when the East India Company was moving around in Iran. Now, the East India Company was a corporation, a private corporation that was really driving forwards Britain's conquest and acquisition of foreign lands. They would go in, they would do trade deals. They had an army with them to help them with those deals. And then the empire would support them with troops and then come in afterwards. And hey, presto, Britain had a new bit of the world under its belt. It was a powerful company. And a fellow who worked for the East India Company was Sir Henry Rawlinson, a very keen Assyriologist. He went into Iran as part of a deal to give military training to the troops of the Shah of Iran in exchange for access for archaeological work in his country. And the archaeology that Henry Rawlinson was interested in was an inscription on a cliff face at a place called Behistun. And when he got there, he quickly understood the importance of it, because there was an inscription, a cultural celebration expressed in 4 languages, and I think 3 of them were known languages, all written in cuneiform. All of a sudden, there was the translation key, known languages in ancient cuneiform. This was like the Rosetta Stone. This was the translation key that could then be taken back to all these tablets that were piled up in museums around the world, and academics could begin translating those tablets. So this is what happened. They got to work on the tablets. And as scholars like George Smith, a British Assyriologist who worked at the British Museum, as George Smith set to work on the tablets, he started recognizing bits of story. Now, some of these tablets were, as I say, shopping lists. They were inventories. They were legal agreements. But some of them contained literature, telling ancient story. And George Smith started noticing I know this story. That sounds like Genesis 1, the flooded planet. That sounds like the creation and fall of man in Genesis 3. Wait a minute, there's a flood narrative, like in Genesis 6. And this sounds like the Tower of Babel in Genesis 11. And now there's a war in heaven, like the war in heaven that the Bible talks about. And very quickly, George Smith began to see the implications. And he wrote a book in 1876, The Chaldean Account of Genesis, which was a very bold title, essentially putting forward the idea that the stories we're all familiar with in Genesis that have formed so many of our God stories might have had a Babylonian source. I'm going to read from George Smith's book to show you what was happening as they began thinking through what they were finding. Now, George Smith was not the only Assyriologist working on these things, but he was probably the most prominent, most publicly known, and he wrote the most important book, The Chaldean Account of Genesis. So let me read you what he wrote in the 1870s, as this is the very beginning of the reframing of religious belief that happened then at an academic level, but has not yet filtered through to the rank and file of the Christian churches. And it will amaze you as you hear how clear it was in the beginning. So this is George Smith speaking. On the discovery and decipherment of the cuneiform inscriptions, Oriental scholars hoped that copies of the Babylonian histories and traditions would one day be discovered, and we should thus gain earlier and more satisfactory evidence as to these primitive stories. So what he's saying there is that for a long time, the Bible could only be studied in a bubble. There was nothing to compare it to. So when it told the stories of these various kings and these various conflicts, take it or leave it, because there's no other account, and we don't know anything about these figures. So it's take it or leave it, and people tended to read it in a very basic fundamentalist way. And he's saying here, historians are always hoping they could find something that would give an external reference to those stories. He goes on. In the mound of Kuyunjik, opposite the town of Mosul, Mr. Layard discovered part of the Royal Assyrian Library. The Royal Assyrian Library. Now again, these were cultures we only knew about through the Bible, and suddenly to be finding them in the real world was tremendously exciting. And he's really understating just how thrilling all this was. But you listen and realize it's in a British voice, you'll pick it up. Mr. Layard discovered part of the Royal Assyrian Library, and further collections also forming part of this library have been subsequently found by Mr. H. Rassam, Mr. Loftus, and myself. Sir Henry Rawlinson, there he is, the fellow from the East India Company, who made the preliminary examination of Mr. Layard's treasures, and who was the first to recognize their value, credit where credit's due, estimated the number of these fragments of inscriptions at over 20,000. Well, it's well over 300,000. It's actually, I believe now, up to the minute, moving towards 500,000 tablets have been examined. They have not all been translated, so there's a great deal of work still to be done. The attention of decipherers was in the first instance drawn to the later historical inscriptions, particularly to those of the Assyrian kings contemporary with the Hebrew monarchy. So that's the kings talked about in the Bible. And in this section of inscriptions, a very large number of texts of great importance rewarded the toil of Assyrian scholars. Inscriptions of Tiglath-Pileser, Shalmaneser, Sargon, Sennacherib, Esarhaddon, Nebuchadnezzar, Nabonidus, and numerous other ancient sovereigns bearing directly on the Bible. So here, instantly, the Bible is taken out of its bubble. Now we can read other cultures' accounts of these figures, and the biblical stories can be seen in that context. Suddenly, the Hebrew narratives
are one of a family of narratives with overlapping information to share. Now, that instantly reframes how you see the Bible. People who'd only ever seen it in a bubble, read it as if it was dictated from heaven, read it on a take it or leave basis, suddenly realize now it's part of a family of narratives referring to cultures in the real world. It's been brought into history. And so people begin thinking of those texts in a different way. And he goes on, although it was known that Assyria borrowed its civilization and written characters from Babylonia, yet as the Assyrian nation was mostly hostile to the southern part of the older kingdom, it could not be guessed beforehand that the peculiar national traditions of Babylonia would be transported to Assyria. Now, what he's saying there is, we knew a little bit about these cultures. We knew about ancient Sumeria, Babylonia, Assyria, and Akkadian, and we knew that they were all sort of daughter cultures of the ancient Sumerians. They were the first ones to emerge in Lower Mesopotamia with all the accoutrements of civilization at their fingertips, seemingly very, very quickly and from out of nowhere. But we understood them to be rival cultures, which they were. I mean, they went to war against each other, and yet they're all telling the same story. And this surprised us. That's what George Smith is saying. It shouldn't have surprised them, because these texts that we're going to be reading today were not religious texts. They're not hortatory texts calling on you to do something or to believe something or to worship something. These are simply texts talking about the past, saying, this is what happened. This is how it is. This is the story of Enki. This is the story of Marduk. This is the story of Enlil. This is the story of Enkidu. And they're stories of beginnings, the beginnings of our world as we know it, the beginnings of humanity as we know it, the beginnings of civilization. And he's saying they're all telling the same story, and we didn't expect that. Now it could be seen that they may have been rival cultures, but they all had basically the same worldview, and they told very similar stories about where we all came from and how we all got here. And now the Hebrew stories are seen alongside these. So the Old Testament stories of beginnings are now looked at, and George Smith and others are beginning to say, hang on, one is based on the other. And as we read the text together today, you'll see how easy it was to observe that the Hebrew texts were based on the Babylonian and Sumerian stories. And so again, this alters how we read the Bible. Up until then, it was the Bible against the world. The idea was the Bible held true information, God's information, and anything else was wrong. And now all of a sudden, scholars could see, no, these stories overlap. They're telling very, very similar stories. They're using different names, but it's the same basic stories that are emerging. All those areas of overlap I mentioned before, it wasn't the Bible contradicting Babylonia. The Bible was repeating and summarizing Babylonia. And so what George Smith said there about, Assyria tells the stories of Babylonia, he could say about the Hebrew scriptures as well. And in fact, he ventures now onto that territory. He says, attention was early drawn to these points by Sir Henry Rawlinson, credit where it's due, who pointed out several coincidences between the geography of Babylonia and the account of Eden in Genesis, and suggested the great probability that the accounts in Genesis had a Babylonian origin. Now, George Smith could say that and keep his job, because he was an Assyriologist at the British Museum, simply dealing in data and coming to conclusions based on the data of ancient narratives. I love that approach, and in my Eden series, I try to make that
my approach, that my data is ancient narratives. And then I think through the implications, and I notice the coincidences, or correlations is the word I would use, and then ask, what do these correlations mean? George Smith, 1876, was already saying that. He could say it. Sir Henry Rawlinson could say it as an Assyriologist employed by the East India Company. But a full 20 years later, when Nathaniel Schmidt said exactly the same thing as an Assyriologist at Colgate University, he was fired for saying it. And he was fired because Colgate University had a faith-based board that found it unacceptable that he should say these things, because it was undermining the students' faith in the Bible. To start saying the Bible has got its stories from here shoots in the foot the idea that it's been dictated by God from on high. To say that the Bible's God stories are based on Babylonian stories of sky people, because that's what the texts are about, as we will see, well, that's unacceptable, because it's obvious from the get-go you can't have a true story based on a false story. And this was, again, that cultural assumption. We've got the true stories. If those are different, they must be false stories. So how can the truth be based on a falsehood? How can a God story be based on the story of sky people? How can a true story be based on a fiction? There's a joke in Star Trek of Spock referring to an ancestor and quoting him, and he quotes Sherlock Holmes. And it's a little in-joke saying, of course, Spock is a fictional character, because you can't have a real-life character descended from a fictional character. And that was essentially the problem being thrown up by these correlations. So when Nathaniel Schmidt said, oh, isn't it interesting, these coincidences, these correlations, he got sacked. And then thankfully got rehired by Cornell University and continued as their senior Assyriologist and linguist for 36 years. But that's how sharp the implications were of finding these Mesopotamian stories. But it's a great place for us to begin, because you and I, when we start reading these texts, have to go through the process for ourselves that these scholars went through in the 1870s. And because of the way church life works, these implications have not filtered through into the sermons of most churches. So whereas at an academic level, Christian scholars have known for 150 years that Genesis is based on Babylonian stories, most people in the churches don't know that and would find it very offensive if you tell them that's the case. But what I love about the Mesopotamian texts, the cuneiform texts, is they're not trying to sell you anything. They're not trying to keep you invested in an organization or an institution. They are just telling ancient stories. And because they've got no axe to grind, they've got no organization to prop up, there is that kind of freedom and objectivity to them. And again, it's interesting to think that we've produced stories that are full of obligations and thou shalts and you must, and this is what you have to believe, this is what you have to do. We've produced all that from texts that don't have any of that in them. So essentially, we reached a taboo situation where the academics know these things, the rest of us are not told. I rediscovered these things through Bible study. My background, as many of you will know, is in church-based ministry. I was for 33 years in church-based ministry as an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia. That's one down from a bishop. As a theological educator, training pastors in hermeneutics, that's the principles of handling ancient texts, and in the history of Christian thought, both very relevant to what we're doing today. I worked as a church doctor, doing healing processes for communities of faith. So that's where I came from, and Bible translation was a big part of my work through all those 33 years. And there came a moment a few years ago where I wanted to sit down with the Bible and look through some of the anomalies in the stories that we tell and approach them as translation questions. And I quickly worked out, as I did this work, that the word most widely translated as God in the Bible has a root meaning that's really quite different. It means the powerful ones. It's a masculine plural word. Now, I did know this. We had mentioned this at theological college, but I'd never really thought through the implications of that before. It is the Bible's oldest word for God. And it's easy to see that a later writer has introduced the name Yahweh, the Jewish name for God, into earlier Elohim texts. And you can see that if you just read through the book of Genesis. By the time you are reading Genesis 3, you're seeing the name Yahweh or Jehovah, the Tetragrammaton, in the texts. A name not revealed in the storyline until the time of Moses. And yet there it is in texts far earlier than the stories of Moses. So that tells you straight away that a writer after the time of Moses is retelling older stories because he's using this later name. And you can see that there were originally stories of the Elohim, and the name Yahweh has been introduced into them. So none of this is controversial. So this is something every pastor and priest knows. But I asked the question, why is it a masculine plural form word? Why does it take plural form verbs? Why do the Elohim, the powerful ones, have conversations with each other and wars with each other and conflicting agendas if they are one entity? And it became a case of, if it moves like a duck and swims like a duck and quacks like a duck, could it be a duck? And that's the question I ask in my book, Escaping from Eden. And I started rereading the Hebrew stories, the stories of the Old Testament, with Elohim in the plural to see what would happen. And it's a great principle. If there's a controversy or question over translation, leave the word untranslated and then see how it behaves in the text. And when I did that, I realized that the Elohim of the Hebrew scriptures, the powerful ones of the Hebrew scriptures, are the Anunnaki of the Babylonian stories. They are the Anuna of the Sumerian stories. That Elohim is the Hebrew way of saying Anunnaki, and that these stories of overlap, the arrival on a flooded world, the rehabilitation of a devastated planet, the creation of human beings, the setting human beings to work, the limiting of human life, the flood narrative, the war in heaven narrative, the Tower of Babel narrative, the conflicts among these powerful others. These overlaps are there because the Hebrew stories are summarizing the earlier stories. And it became crystal clear the moment I reread the texts and put Elohim into the plural. So once again, I had to think through, I've been reading these as God's stories, but they're based on stories of sky people. What does that mean? I've been reading these as texts that are leading me to obedience, leading me to worship, and the original texts have nothing to do with that. What are the implications of that? And it becomes very clear very quickly that the Bible is the derivative. The Bible is the summary form. And then as I read further, I really realized that the Bible itself tells the story of Judaism changing from a recollection of all the sky people, from a recollection of this diversity of Elohim into a story of monotheism. The story changes from a remembrance of the Tseva Hashemayim, the airborne armies, the flying armies, the sky armies, to a story about God and God only, and there's no other God. The Council of Power, the El Ba'adat, originally understood as a diversity of beings, now becomes God on his own with some voices off that we can't quite explain. But as I went through the process of rereading the Bible, I realized the Bible itself talks about the narrative shift from a recollection of paleocontact to monotheism, and it names the figures responsible for that shift. So if you read the books of Ezekiel and Jeremiah, 1 and 2 Kings, and the book of Ezra, the process is told whereby Hezekiah is a monotheist. He believes only in Yahweh, and he believes none of his people should worship any other of the Elohim, and the others should all be demonized and forgotten. And so there were of the other Jewish priesthoods, because they were Jewish priesthoods who serviced people like Asherah and Milcom and Dagon. Get rid of those priesthoods, demolish their temples, retell their stories so that it'll be regarded as idolatry, and we will do a ritual reform where only my God, the war god, Yahweh, is worshipped. And hey presto, we'll have a neat and tidy kingdom with one God, one king, one high priest, all the tithes and taxes coming to HQ in Jerusalem. And now we've got a manageable monotheistic kingdom, all assisted by the high priest Hilkiah. And then a rewriting of the ancient stories by the royal scribe Shaphan under the supervision of Hezekiah's grandson Josiah, and then finished off with a process by Ezra. And now there's a new belief system enforced, taught by the one high priestly family under the one monarchy, so that by the time the monarchy ends, you've got a religion that can be run by the high priests, no kings needed, and things move on from there. And that's where the taboo around paleocontact comes from. The reason that people of faith struggle so much with the Mesopotamian stories today and get very offended when I, a church person, talk about paleocontact is because of this taboo that was created by King Hezekiah and King Josiah, where you demonize everyone else's stories. You demonize the indigenous stories. Now only one narrative is accepted, and it's Yahwist monotheism. And so the physical images of these other entities are now, oh, I don't want to look at that. That looks foreign. That doesn't look godly. Many of us have an instinctual reaction like that when we see Assyrian carvings, because these were the ones we're not allowed to portray. Don't bow down to them. It says in the 10 Commandments, don't even draw pictures of them. We're not to know about them. And this idea of only one God, Yahweh, and everything else is a lie, leads us to xenophobia regarding other cultures and a totally fearful, patronizing attitude towards other narratives that makes it very difficult for people of faith to come across other narratives and read them with an open mind and ask with an open mind, how does this inform my beliefs? But that's the process we're on. And there was a discovery made just this year, which speaks directly to this, because it comes before this reframing process. It becomes before the great reforms of Judaism. And it shows us that before Hezekiah and Josiah and Ezra, Shaphan, Hilkiah, the stories of the Hebrews were part of a family of stories belonging to the Middle East, that they sat alongside the Assyrian, Babylonian, Akkadian, Sumerian stories as part of a family of story explaining where we all came from and talking about interventions in the deep past by powerful, non-human other civilizations. And the thing that was found was a seal which was the property of a man called Jehoezer. And he lived in Bronze Age Jerusalem around 2,700 years ago, we think, roughly around then. And this was the seal that he used to seal letters or to seal official documents, which he did because he was a senior figure, a senior Jewish figure. And when this senior, devout Jewish figure wished to seal a document and make it binding, or seal a letter, the image on his seal was of an Assyrian Anunnaki. He saw absolutely no conflict between his seal showing what an Anunnaki looks like and his faith in the Elohim of the Bible. This is before Hezekiah brought in all these reforms, and that gives us a little snapshot of this world where the Hebrew stories were understood as part of a family of stories, where it was understood that the stories of the Elohim was one bandwidth in the wider story of the Tunjir and the Anunnaki, Enlil, Enki, Marduk, Shamhat, Ninhursag, and all these other fascinating entities from the deep past. This little seal shows us how things were in the beginning and how we might reframe how we read these ancient texts. So we need to move away from a worldview that sees God as the enemy of all foreign cultures and start reading the wider family of narratives. We need to move away from a binary picture of worship versus idolatry, obedience versus sin, reward versus punishment, heaven versus hell, because all that is built on a misunderstanding when we equate Elohim with God. If you've got entities who are going to war with each other, who have conflicting agendas, some who love humanity, some who hate humanity, if all that is happening within the mind of God, you've got a very confused and mentally unwell God. Of course, we know that's not the case. We now can realize this is the story of a diversity of entities conflicting over how to manage Project Earth. And it makes sense that way. When there's war in heaven, it makes sense that way. But if it's all happening in one mind, you end up with this very distorted figure, a very violent God who must be obeyed or you'll be punished eternally, who must be worshipped, otherwise you're an idolater, who has to be tiptoed around lest you offend him. And if you offend him, well, it couldn't possibly be worse for you. All that is built on the distortion that comes when we equate the Elohim with God. Go back to the source narratives, that confusion isn't there at all. We're reading about colonization by a non-human force. And if you move forward with that confused, violent idea of God, it is very diminishing as an individual, because you're not allowed to think for yourself. You just take orders. You just believe what you're told. And if you worship a God who thinks that way, you have to begin thinking that way. If you worship a God who is a xenophobe, you have to justify that xenophobia. And so you become a xenophobe. If you worship a God who is deeply anti-women, you have to justify that, and you become anti-women. And so you can draw a straight line from all kinds of errors and abuses to this confusion about God. If you have a violent, colonizing God, you will become a colonizer. And isn't that exactly what happened? Imperialism, colonization, ethnic cleansing, executions, misogyny, slavery, all done by Christian nations believing they're doing the work of God. Because if you've got a God who does all those things, then you can do those things in his name. So that's why it's very, very important we have to unravel it. Some people present today have grown up with that as their own lived experience because they've had parents who've held this very strict Christian faith with a violent God at the helm of it. And that is like living in a household with a mentally ill parent. I don't want to be rude about it, but I'm talking about the effect of this distorted God figure. If you have to tiptoe around for fear of offending this impossibly violent entity, that is like living in a household or with a mentally ill or an addictive parent. And so there are people here today who are recovering from that, who weren't allowed to think, weren't allowed to question, who anything they did that was different was disobedient. And it takes a long, long time to deprogram from that. And so I have clients who come to me for coaching who are in their 70s, who are still recovering from that kind of upbringing. So it's not just at a cultural level that things go very wrong when we make these equations. Things go wrong for us at a personal level. We're not allowed our own thoughts. And so we have to unravel all of that. One of the things that I want to mention before we get onto the texts, and we'll start reading them soon, is the impact of that kind of faith on our freedom to think. Now, even if you're not from a faith background, you have probably grown up in a culture that's been very impacted by one of the major faiths, whether it's Judaism, Islam, or Christianity. And it creates a certain cultural pressure to always know what you're talking about, to be able to dot every I and cross every T and justify every belief you come forward with. And there's a discomfort in being an agnostic. There's a discomfort in saying, I'm not sure about that. I haven't decided. I'm looking into that. I don't know what I believe about that. If we say things like that, it makes it sound like we are the inferior of the person who's very definite on anything. And there's no way you can compete in an argument if you're an agnostic. Where does that idea come from, that it's weak to be thinking about things? It comes from the faith basis of many of our cultures. Let me read a quote from the Athanasian Creed. This is one of the three universal creeds of the Christian church. All churches all around the world hold to these creeds, including this one. And the Athanasian Creed begins with the words, "Whosoever will be saved, before all things, it is necessary that he hold the Catholic faith, which faith, except everyone do keep whole and undefiled, without doubt, he shall perish everlastingly." So that creed is saying, unless you believe the whole of this creed, unadulterated, you're going to go to hell. And there then follows 42 lines of complex Trinitarian theology that you have to hold to avoid going to hell. And so that's the worldview of, and that's mainstream Christian, all the churches hold to that creed. That's mainstream Christianity. So that puts you in a position where you have to be able to justify 42 lines of complex theology in order to avoid going to hell. And again, a lot of people contact me in coaching who are very anxious as they think through, well, what does this mean about Yahweh? What does this mean then about this Christian belief that I've held for 30 years? What does this mean about Jesus? And it's all done very, very anxiously because, oh my goodness, if I get this wrong, if I believe the wrong thing, my salvation is at stake. That's the whole feeling. I have to get this right. I have to think this through. And if you approach the text we're going to read today in the spirit of anxiety, and I need to get this all pinned down, it's going to be very, very difficult. That anxiety comes from this false teaching to do with hell being related to precise points of doctrine. And the church has been happy to run with this and with the psychological damage that does to people. There's an often quoted proverb from the Hebrew scriptures. I'll quote it here from the New International Version. "Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways submit to him, and he will make your path straight." That's often quoted as, well, this is how to be devout. Don't think for yourself. Just do what God tells you. He'll tell you what to do. And so there is this anti-mind, anti-thinking ethic to a lot of Christianity as well. It comes from some classic doctrines as well. The story of original sin and total depravity of humanity, which belongs to the Calvinist churches. These people thinking, I can't trust my own mind. I can only trust the revealed truths of Christianity. And if I start thinking for myself, things could go terribly wrong. Like, can you see where that's leading? In the New Testament, 1 Peter says, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, walks around like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. So there's this anxiety basis to everything. I've got to get everything right. I mustn't think for myself. I must accept the saving truths. And if I depart from them, I'm going to go to hell. Nobody who thinks like that can explore new ideas. De facto. Nobody who thinks like that can read George Smith because they're in danger of going to hell. Nobody who thinks like that can read the Enuma Elish for fear it's going to change their mind and send them to hell. You have to park all that kind of thinking, this abnegation of the mind. There's a doctrine in the Roman Catholic Church called implicit faith, which is where you have to agree to believe anything the church might say in the future, which again is a way of saying, I refuse to think for myself. I promise I'll never do that. And so you've got to park all that way of thinking. You've got to give yourself permission and freedom to think and explore, to become a learner. People struggle with this because it is a process letting go of old beliefs and taking hold of new beliefs. And it's a little bit like the process of grief. And I know things are run in different orders for different people, but people often talk about these stages, beginning with denial, and then there's anger, and then bargaining, and then depression, and then acceptance. And for me, I can tell you that my process of taking on board the Anunnaki narratives and thinking through the implications and reframing my faith actually went through all those stages. Denial, this can't be right. This can't be true. My God stories can't be based on someone else's stories of sky people. That surely not. And then anger. Oh my goodness, I've been lied to. How can this not have filtered through from the theological colleges to the churches? How can believers be being taught to believe stuff that's palpably ridiculous and they have to park their brains in order to engage with God? That's appalling. Often people come to me in that angry stage, but they're angry with me because what I'm saying is challenging their beliefs that are sending them to heaven. So they think. So there's denial, there's anger, and then there's bargaining. And a lot of people get stuck here. And bargaining can mean, how much of my old beliefs can I keep? How much of my old faith can I keep? And about 75% of the letters I get from morning to morning are from people in the bargaining stage. Well, what does this mean about my belief in Mary? What does this mean about my belief in Jesus? What does this mean about my belief in prayer? What should I then think about God? And they're trying to hold on to as much as they can and wanting to know the end of my process before they read the text and think them through. And it's difficult to say in reply, it's taken me years and 6 books to think through this for myself. It's difficult to summarize it in a couple of sentences in an email because it really is a process. And that bargaining is something you just have to be willing to put to one side, to be able to say, well, I know what I believed before. Let me read these texts. Let me park all that. I'm going to read these texts, see what these stories say, think through the implications, and then come back to my faith questions and see if they inform them or criticize them or challenge them. You have to give yourself the space to understand these stories on their own terms and not continually cross-refer. And you'll see why as we do some of that a little bit later. After the bargaining comes depression. Oh my goodness. I can't keep whole and undefiled all the beliefs I held before. And my cozy idea of God was not right. I've been living with falsehoods instead of truths. And you can go into a bit of a funk. But then finally you come to an acceptance and you realize, no, the whole of life is a learning journey. And I'm a truth seeker. Of course I want to know what the reality is. Of course I'm going to pursue this and continue with the process. And I know that many are here today because they've been through all of that. They're at the acceptance level and are saying, okay, I want to learn. I want to reframe. But I know some of you here today will be in the bargaining, and I want to help nudge you out of that process to get you beyond, oh, how much of my old belief can I keep, and get onto the, let's just read the stories. See what they say. Take them on their own terms. Realize this is coming from foreign cultures you don't know. And then we'll find out what the information is and how it relates to the old information. Having said all that, we have to do that with the freedom not to have everything pinned down by the end of today. I want to give you the beginning of a learning journey and some tools with which you can go to the cuneiform texts, read, understand, compare, consider the implications of, and to do that, you need to be in a place of not knowing, in a place of finding out, in a place of curiosity. So we're not going from one pinned down idea to another. And you'll see that this culture's stories are not exactly the same as this culture's. So you can't make easy equations and say, I see. Enlil is Yahweh. Enki is the serpent. I've got it. I've got it all. Now I can go and tell everybody. Doing the math is more complicated than that. And you've got to embrace a little bit of unknowing in order to do that. Just in case there's anyone listening who really struggles to enter that space as an agnostic, let me encourage you to have a look at my book, The Eden Conspiracy, at some point, because here is where I really unravel that old doctrine of don't think for yourself or you'll go to hell. I take a long time in The Eden Conspiracy to spell out why that's wrong, why that isn't even what the Bible teaches, why it's what we've taken from the church. And you have to dispense with the whole doctrine of hell, because it's not in the Gospels. It's not in the New Testament. It's been taught for 2,000 years, and it's something we read into the texts. But when you get to the most famous texts on hell, you realize they don't teach that at all. They're not telling you not to think. They're not warning you about eternal conscious torment. There's a very famous passage in Matthew 5:29-30, where Jesus says, if your eye causes you to sin, pluck it out. Better to enter the kingdom of heaven blind than be thrown into Gehenna. And people take that as a hellfire teaching. The problem with it is they read the first part of it metaphorically. They don't believe Jesus is telling people to pull their eyes out, but then they'll take the second half literally. Oh my goodness, I'm going to be thrown into Gehenna. And then they don't go to the root meaning of the key words. What is Gehenna? It's not hell. It's the rubbish tip outside of Jerusalem. Go back to those teachings in Matthew 5 and you realize that Jesus is saying, avoid self-destructive behaviors, otherwise they'll end you up on the trash heap of life, full of regret and remorse and unable to undo the things you've done. That's what he's saying there. And that's just one of many, many examples where the church has taken a text and then distorted it and turned it into something else. So if that's really a struggle for you, that you're anxious, you're going to believe the wrong thing and go to the wrong place, read the Eden Conspiracy, where I walk you through those texts and how they've been misunderstood and mispreached. You have to give yourself permission to be an agnostic, to be a learner, and the texts we're going to find things out and get information that it may take us a couple of years to process, and that is fine, because it is not weak to say, I don't know, I'm thinking about it. It is not weak to say, I'm rethinking that, I'm reading these ancient texts for myself. That is a wonderful place to be, and as one who's been on that journey for the last few years, I can tell you it's exciting. And there are wonderful take-home implications that will impact not just your beliefs, but your way of life. So I'm going to pause there with that encouragement to get into this. In a little while, I'm going to read from the Enuma Elish, from the Epic of Gilgamesh, and show you how these things relate to our familiar narratives and how they reframe our familiar narratives. But I'll pause there and let Billy come in with some comments.
Amazing. Okay. I mean, you got an A+ on that. That was just absolutely phenomenal. The knowledge that you're imparting is so good that I can hear someone else speak on the same frequency, understanding, and discernment that I have. I don't have all of the answers to the puzzle. I don't have all the pieces to the puzzle, but you bring so many pieces, it helps us paint a much bigger picture. I see the people in the live chat are really vibing with this information and really loving this knowledge. Your cadence and your tone is so calm and relaxing as usual. And it just really gives a person time to digest the information that you're saying, the information that you're teaching them. And I really feel like everyone here in this live chat is really, really getting it. And the correlations and the connections that you're making are all aha moments, all epiphany moments that are waking people up to the realization that we actually have been duped into believing something that isn't actually totally the way we believe it to be. And that, for a person looking for a divine connection, you can have it. But unfortunately, a lot of this text has been remixed by human beings, men with hands that have touched this and tainted it and twisted it all around, copied it from several different places, and really, unfortunately, I believe, held us back from taking control of our birthright, which I believe is a golden age. A golden age that mankind is supposed to strive for.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And we're going to come to that right at the end when we touch on the myth of Adapa.
Yes.
Because
absolutely.
there is a different view of humanity presented in that story.
Absolutely. And so everyone, this is going to be a lot of information today. You're getting a lot of data points. And that's what this workshop is really about. It's about providing you with a lot of data and insight and a breakdown and understanding so that you can begin to wrap your mind around this information so that you yourself can become an expert speaker on the topic. That you can go out and say to somebody, like Paul said earlier, I have read, first person, I have read the text, I have read these tablets, I have researched these scriptures and papyruses and Cylinder scrolls, I have read, so that you get that firsthand account. But then also you have the perspective to where you can now intelligently disperse this information to somebody without anger, without angst, without frustration, without being domineering, without being dogmatic, just matter-of-factly, and giving a person, giving people a place where they themselves can go learn how to research the topic and get information, so that you're disarming them. You have to learn how to disarm people. Because that natural aggression is going to want to come out because you're now ripping away their belief system, and that hurts. It spiritually hurts a person when you snatch their belief system away.
I came before his throne. He touched my lips and made me whole. Exchanged my heart of stone for one of flesh and put life in my bones. And all I can say is, holy is he. Yeah, holy is he. He opened up my eyes and gave me spiritual sight. All I can say is, holy is he.
Be a good person and be a great person and contribute and do greater things and help change the world to actually manifest heaven on earth, which I believe is the real test. Not to wait to die so that you can live. The test is, can you get this right here? And let's see if y'all could come together and fix this and make it a heaven right now. And if you can't, then maybe you guys get another chance. But I think that's what it's really all about. And this notion that, you know, if you don't repent and call on the name of Jesus, then you can't make it into heaven, and you're going to be damned into hell for the rest of your life or all eternity. To me, just is illogical, because if I'm a person that's a great human being that has never seen or heard anything about this.
Jesus said there was a rich man who was dressed in purple and fine linen and lived in luxury every day. At his gate was laid a beggar named Lazarus, covered with sores and longing to eat what fell from the rich man's table. Even the dogs came and licked his sores. The time came when the beggar died, and the angels carried him to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried. What do you believe, Billy, about the human condition? Do you believe in life before life? Were we something else before we became this? And what do you think happens when this mortal coil gets shuffled off?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's such a deep question. A lot of people ask that question to themselves and even to the universe or to God or to their pastors or their friends and family. Everyone wants to know that answer. It's a deep, deep answer. And it's really, I think, going to be based a lot on a person's belief system, their perspective, things that they've researched. In my particular case, it's based on my research into ancient civilizations, ancient texts, tablets, scriptures, papyruses, things that I've come across over time. I've sat with bushmen, I've sat with chiefs and sages. I've sat with pyramid priests. And so I'm always inquiring to gain knowledge and wisdom from them, as well as what's in these texts. And then my study in science has also taken me to another level where I can now paint a picture for myself, at least. And so what I believe is that there is life before life, and that this universe is a creation, that the Bible is right, that we are living in a creation, that the indigenous ancient peoples were all right. We are living in a creation. I believe that we're living inside of something called a fractal holographic universe, which is a matrix made of light. And that this creation is running on a specific type of divine code. And this code can be found in something called the Adinkra codes, which were discovered by Professor James Gates Jr. at the University of Maryland. Him and a team of mathematicians cracked a code on the universe and discovered these Adinkra codes. And these codes are similar to the Adinkra symbols of the Dogon tribe in Mali, Africa. Except when you take these symbols and turn them into three-dimensional structures, there's hidden codes inside called error-correcting codes. And when they analyzed these codes, they discovered that these were the same exact codes that run search engines and web browsers. So they discovered that the fabric of space-time itself is running on a code that is similar to the same code we use to make websites and search engines. And then you go a step further with the Mandelbrot set equation by Benoit Mandelbrot, which was first used by Pixar Studios in their animation software to create every scene on the fly. See, Benoit Mandelbrot realized that the universe was also fractal. You can see in the smallest piece. And he realized that this fractal matrix was being created on the fly, that the mountains and the ranges and the hurricanes and the tornadoes and the universe and the galaxy, everything within is all fractalized, as above, so below. And this very simple small code can be implemented and create entire universes, entire planets, entire civilizations from one small code. And then you add then the other part of it in with the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, the golden triangle, and pi and phi. All of a sudden, we're putting together a crime scene of the creation. We're putting together a scene that's saying these things together are giving us clues and tips on the programmer itself. Now, who that exact program is, we call it God. Most people say God. That's the typical name that we give the creator, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. I feel there is a God. I feel that there is a creator because of this circumstantial evidence that's been laid around. And because of the circumstantial evidence that proves that this is a creation, that means there was something before the creation because somebody had to create this. This is a realm that we're inhabiting, but could be one of many, many, many realms. And when you begin to understand and look at base reality and our potential to be in base reality, or the first reality, or the first plane of reality, it seems as if it's not for us. It seems as if we're very, very far away from base reality, and that we could be one of Google's of potential universes that actually exist in a sea of universes, in a multiverse. And that there is a life before life. There's a life even before the multiverse. And that in that realm, which is above these dimensions, there is a creator or creators that have gone about the business of creating these simulations, kind of like the Matrix movie. And what is our purpose here? Our purpose, from my personal opinion, again, on my research, is that we're here to collect data and information. We're here to transmit that back to the source, so that the source can say, oh, this is what it's like to be Billy Carson in this situation. This is what it's like to be Paul Anthony Wallis in Australia walking along a shoreline, or whatever it is. This is what it's like to be a rock or a blade of grass, or even what it's like to be an atom inside of a cell phone. So it's this experiential mode that's here in the third dimension, that's transmitting, in my opinion, information back to the source through quantum entanglement. And the source, which is God, is now understanding every aspect of every dimension within this universe, and maybe even the multiverse. So there is a life before life, and I believe that we are a part of that original life, because I believe there's only one consciousness, and we are part of it. That we are just been given the illusion of individuality, the illusion of separation, so that we can live our lives, but we're just a point dot frequency number off from the main source frequency, to give us this slight bit of an illusion of separation and individuality. But it really is just all of us. We're all one. So the universe has made itself subjective to us, so we can go out and collect information and data and bring it back to it, just like our brain does inside of our skull. It doesn't know what's going on. It collects information. It sends to its sensory perception, go out there and collect the data. The hands go out, the smelling, the eyes, the taste, the touch, the hearing go out, collect information, bring it back to the brain. And then the brain sorts everything out and projects a hologram, and we navigate this universe based on that holographic projection from sensory perception collected data. For the universe, we are the sensory perception friends. We go out and collect information, and we transmit it back to the source. So in terms of what happens after, I do believe that these corporeal bodies are temporal, that they only, of course, they're made to last for a small amount of time, and that the spirit that's inhabiting these bodies is going to be released back into the universe, back into a higher dimension, back into our higher selves, wherever that location is outside of these planes of existence. I believe that, like the ancients say, when you die, you wake up. And you reconnect to your true self, that this whole world, as the Australian Aboriginals call it, is dream time. And in the Americas, the indigenous natives call it, they call it sleepy time in Australia and dream time in America, and the indigenous Americas. And I do believe that we are somehow, they're true, that we somehow wake up to our true selves and our true connection to source. And then we realize that we are all just part of one thing, one grand design. And to me, it's incredible, because it's incredible to feel like you can be a part of everything, but also have the illusion of some individuality at the same time.
Yes. Wow. Billy, we've gone right into the deep end with your answer there. And if anyone is listening who's never met you before, they would know straight away now that you are deeply into Hermeticism, because so much of what you said there was Hermetic wisdom. Yeah. Anyone familiar with Buddhism would have heard notes of that in your answer as well. I find it fascinating that you've reached these conclusions through your interest in ancient wisdom like Hermeticism, but also through contemporary science, fractal science, for instance. The idea that we are living in a reality that's been generated as a holographic reality, a fractalization of light, that's actually a very ancient idea. So in the 1200s, Robert Grosseteste, he was a Christian bishop, and he came to that conclusion that we would never understand this reality until we understood the properties of light, because he believed everything was built on light and constructed with light. And what's so interesting about that is that he came to that conclusion from his start point as a Bible translator, and yet he reached that way of thinking. And of course, it's there in Buddhism as well, the idea that this familiar life of the senses is actually an illusion, and that physical reality is an illusion, and that we are primarily beings of consciousness having a temporary material experience that may be one of a number. Well, that's deeply embedded in Buddhism. I didn't know any of this for a long, long time because I was deep in the world of evangelical Christianity, and I thought those ideas were really contrary to Christianity, so I didn't give them much attention. And it was only much later when I started reading people like Giordano Bruno, who was a great intellect of the 16th century, who toured the world giving lectures about how we can extend our cognitive powers. He also gave lectures about the nature of the cosmos. He was an early adopter in the Copernican revolution, and he understood, just as you said earlier, that we are in a universe that is full of life, and that the life on this planet is similar to life elsewhere in the cosmos. There may, he said, be beings even more advanced than ourselves in other parts of the cosmos. And for his contribution, of course, the Roman Catholic Church burned him to death because they just weren't ready for that message, unfortunately. I have come to very similar conclusions by a different path because, as I say, I spent a long time in the world of evangelical Christianity. I began my life as an atheist, and then I became a Christian through a combination of reading Jesus in the Gospels and deciding he was a figure I should take seriously. And then I had a powerful spiritual experience just before I turned 17 in a Christian church. And so that was the path I followed into the world of ministry for 33 years. But only latterly have I realized the breadth of the Christian tradition in the beginning. I was always very appreciative of the fact that there were evangelicals and Protestants and Catholics and Eastern Orthodox. I've always been interested in exploring that full breadth. But when we go back to the beginning of Christianity, that's when I discovered that everything you've just said would have been seen as a very welcome part of the Christian conversation. And there were significant church fathers right at the beginning who said, as you did, Billy, I think we had a life before this material one. And then we will go on to something else, could be another time around here, or onto something unimaginably different. And that doesn't sound like modern Christianity. But if you go to Origen, the pioneer of Christian hermeneutics, that's what he believed. And if you go to Clement of Alexandria, the father of the Alexandrian school of hermeneutics, that's what he believed. And they got it from Plato. And as I've rediscovered Plato through the church fathers, I have become persuaded of the same things that you've just described, that we are primarily beings of consciousness, that we had an existence before incarnating as material beings, that we are here, as you said, to have experiences, to learn things, and contribute to the great experiment of the cosmos, to contribute to the learning of the cosmos. So this was Plato's point of view, that the material cosmos is, in essence, a fractalization of consciousness, that before the material universe existed, there was, to use our language, a unified field of consciousness. And that to experience itself, it expressed itself in materiality. And we are all aspects of that story. And so we begin as aspects of the source, and then we individuate, then we have this material experience, we learn things, and then we go on to something else. And I've discovered that is not in any way hostile to the beliefs of the first Christians. So if I ask, how does that relate to the Bible? There was a verse years ago I would always quote sort of against the Buddhist view and against the Platonic view. But as I've got deeper into Bible translation, into the root meanings of the key words,
I found another message hidden in plain sight, and it is that Platonic Greek view. Oh, and just to mention on the fractalization point, there's a lovely definition of God that the Apostle Paul gives in Acts 17. And he's speaking to a non-Christian audience, a non-Jewish audience, so he has to unpack his terms. And he uses the Greek word theos. And he says, by theos, I mean the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being, of which we are all offspring, as one of your own poets has said. And what I love about that is there's no separation in that vision. We couldn't be more intimately connected with the source and with each other. We're all emanations of the source. We're all expressions of the source. And I think it's a very beautiful way to look at the world, to look at other people, and to understand ourselves, that we should fully expect to be thinking divine thoughts, having divine experiences, because we're all emanations of that source. But this verse, I'm going to mention this verse because Christians often use this to preach against the view that we've just outlined. And it comes in Hebrews 9:27. But I'm just going to go at it word by word, really look at the basic meanings of these words. And it says this, Hebrews 9:27, it's usually translated, and just as it is appointed to man to die once and afterwards face judgment. So that sounds like the classic Orthodox Christian view. You get one chance, one life, and then you're going to be judged. And of course, when we hear the word judgment, we think, oh no, that means consigned to heaven or hell, doesn't it? But let's go to the actual words. Something else emerges. So here they are. And in as much as it is appointed to the man, once having died, then after this, evaluation. That's what the words actually mean. Judgment doesn't necessarily mean consigned to heaven or hell. The word just means here's the moment when you get evaluated. And if I read those words again, it's actually the same view that Plato taught. And in as much as it is apportioned to the man, once having died, then after this evaluation, that's exactly what he said would happen. He believed that we live this life, we have these learning opportunities, and that when we die, guides come alongside us and say, Paul, you're done. How do you feel that went? And we do our debriefing. We have our evaluation. And Plato says if we haven't learned to shake off the heavier emotions, by which he meant things like rage, resentment, trauma, anxiety, fear, unfulfilled ambition, unforgiveness. Those things, he said, can hold us too tightly to this life. And we might feel at that point, oh, I didn't get it. I didn't nail it. I didn't learn it this time round. And then we have the option, well, do you want to go again? Do you want to have another go? And Plato offered this sort of tentatively, and it was also tentatively believed by Origen and Clement of Alexandria. And it's that kind of life review is the word we would use today, that verse says we have to look forward to. And yet, for 2,000 years, we've read something else into that verse. You only get this opportunity, and then you'll be judged, and it'll be heaven or hell for eternity. So my view has really evolved to take on the Platonic view, which was foundational to the original Christianity, and to realize actually not only is it there in the Church Fathers, it's there in the New Testament when you peel back the layers of interpretation that we've all got used to. And there's another, I want to do that with another text, which again,
it's incredible.
As a Christian, I often used to say, no, this is the thing. And what Christianity says is totally different to Greek thought or pagan thought or Muslim thought or Baptist thought. And my understanding was we have this physical body, we live this life, and then when we die, our bodies will be sort of reanimated and transformed in a way that they're now indestructible. And then we go on forever like that. And often I would go to 1 Corinthians 15 to prove that that's what the New Testament was on about. But once again, as I've got deeper into Bible translation, I've realized that's actually not what the text says. And the text is much, much closer to that Greek view, that Platonic view, than I thought. And we shouldn't be surprised, because the New Testament and Gospels were written by Greek writers for Greek readers in a world dominated by Greek thought, which had been enriched by Eastern thought. It was all enmeshed with what became Hermetic thought. So we shouldn't be surprised to see these connections. So the text I'll go to now, 1 Corinthians 15, and a section that talks about the resurrection body. Bear in mind, he's talking about Jesus's resurrection and yours and mine. And this is how the Apostle Paul describes it. This is what he thinks he's going on. So Paul says, but someone will ask, how are the dead raised? With what kind of body will they come? What a foolish question, he says. What you sow does not come to life unless it dies. When you sow, you do not plant the body that will be, but just a seed, perhaps of wheat or of something else. But God gives it a body as he has determined, and to each kind of seed, he gives its own body. Not all flesh is the same. People have one kind of flesh, animals have another, birds another, and fish another. There are also heavenly beings, and there are earthly beings. But the splendor of the heavenly is one kind, and the splendor of the earthly is another. Can you see where he's going? He's separating the idea of a material existence from a heavenly existence. Here's where he goes. He says, the sun has one kind of splendor, the moon another, and the stars another. And star differs from star in splendor. So it will be with the resurrection of the dead. It's going to be completely different. The body that is sown is perishable. So he's talking about our material bodies. He's saying they're going to die. They're going to decompose. It is raised imperishable. It is raised eternal. It is sown in dishonor. It is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness. It is raised in power. It is sown a natural body. What is raised is a spiritual body. So he's contrasting material life with spiritual life, material existence, spiritual existence. And they are completely different kinds of existence, he's saying. And the body, just like the seed, is sown into the ground, and it dies and perishes and decomposes. We go on as something spiritual. Now, what he's saying there is just the same as Plato would say, that we are primarily beings of consciousness. We have a material episode, and then we continue as beings of consciousness. Paul doesn't get into the life before life, although Origen questions that and suggests that might be a possibility too. But he does have this idea that we are essentially what he would call spiritual entities or beings of consciousness, and that we go on after in that way. And I find that echoed also in the Gospel of John. When John introduces Jesus to us, he says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Then the Word became flesh, became material, and dwelt among us. And then later in the Gospel, we hear Jesus praying, and he says to God, he says, Father, I'm now about to return to you, back to the glory we enjoyed before the foundation of the world. And that story arc, existing before as an aspect of God, having this material life, and then going back to source, what the Gnostics called the great repose. In Greek thought, that's the story of all of us. And that's the story mapped out for Jesus in the Gospel of John. So that's the view I've come to, that Jesus in that prologue of John is modeling what's true of all of us. A pre-existence as an aspect of cosmic consciousness, and then a material individual. And then I'm going to go on to something unimaginably different, unless I say, I didn't nail it. I think I'm going to go around again.
Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing. To me, it's amazing. It's inspiring. It takes away the fear. I recently had a near-death experience back in September of 2024. And it was a life-changing experience to be able to go through that and to see that the transition from this reality to the next was instantaneous. There wasn't like this gradual progression into it. It was, I was here and then I was there, and there was no pain. My eyes were clear. I can breathe. I had pneumonia, but I can breathe all of a sudden. I was perfectly fine. I had the illusion that I was breathing. And it was just beautiful and glorious. And that experience took away all my fear, because I realized that, yes, there is a life after life and that you're going to be just fine.
Yes, I agree. I think Plato's view does take away a lot of fear, because if our purpose here is to learn things, essentially to learn love, to learn how to vibrate at a higher frequency, to learn love, joy, compassion, harmony. If our purpose is to learn that and to have experiences, then let's do that. You can go at life with curiosity and with courage. But if you're tiptoeing around thinking this is my only chance to get it right, and after that, the judgment, well, you just extracted all the joy from the process that you possibly could. And I think this has come through a mistranslation of other texts, through manipulations by religion, which want people frightened of separation from God. They want people frightened of hell. And in my book, The Eden Conspiracy, I show that the doctrine of hell is not rooted in the Gospels and New Testament at all. It has to be read in. Once you've dismantled that, you're in a place where you can go at life with so much more courage.
Yeah.
If life is a sequence of experiences, then let's have them. And so I find it really empowering, getting back to, well, what did Christians believe in the beginning, and realize this was all part of the conversation.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's phenomenal, really. I think a lot of people have been living this life of fear. It's one of the things I hear the most when people come up to me and tell me that, my entire life I've been living in this fear of this damnation and this hell, this burning fire, and and that they wouldn't be worthy enough to avoid that situation. And I just tell them, like, if you're focused only on that fear and you're doing this out of that fear, then it's not really love. You're just trying to protect yourself. You're looking out for your best interest.
Yeah, naturally. Yeah.
So
that's exactly right. And it takes people a lot of work to break out of that thinking if they've spent a long time in it, or if they've grown up in it. And so I have people contacting me who have read my books, the Eden series, and it's expanded their universe. Now they think, okay, we live in a populated universe, so God is something bigger than I'd imagined. And then they go to the Bible and they realize, okay, so some of these stories are not about God. They're actually about contact with ancient visitors. But then they'll come back and say, so what does that mean about my salvation? So what must I do to be saved? And how do I avoid hell? And all of a sudden, you've got a bargaining process going on between old belief systems and new information. And people are very anxious about going back to these questions because they don't want to lose their salvation or risk condemnation. And it can take quite a lot of time to deconstruct these doctrines that have been put on people before people are really free to start exploring and saying, so what is the go then? And I'm very grateful to have had the time to do that and to have reached a point where exploration for me is something exciting, where I feel I don't have to get everything absolutely right in order to avoid a terrible eternity. How can you learn freely if getting the answer wrong on any point is going to have those kind of consequences? It's like I was in a school choir years ago, and I joined it by accident. I thought I was joining the orchestra, and I signed the wrong form, found myself in a school choir. And we had a great choir master who
would always pick up if you were sort of lip syncing because you didn't know the part. And he'd say, no, 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 no. I want you to make your mistakes with confidence, because then I'll hear it and then we can correct it.
Yeah.
But I can't teach a boy to sing who won't sing. And it's a bit like that with life. You have to live courageously. You have to be willing to make mistakes. You have to explore and be in a space of saying, well, I'm not quite sure about this, that, and the other. But there's no way you can occupy that space until you've gotten rid of these terrible doctrines of judgment and heaven and hell, and go to the root meanings of the key words. And those doctrines are just not there in the Bible.
Yeah, that's so true. Yeah. Getting past the fear is the hardest part. Getting past that fear. When I looked into fear and how it operates, it actually travels down through epigenetic memories, 15 to 20 generations. Yeah. So a lot of people are already pre-wired to have that fear before they're even given, or taught any of the doctrines or taught any of this fear-based stuff. It's already internally, I guess, brewing inside of them. And just waiting to be triggered. And so we have to realize also that, there's epigenetics. And when the fear now is being raised up in them from the teachings, the RNA is storing that negative information and being passed down again to the next generation through the RNA. So there's this trend of passing on this low frequency, low vibration thinking when it comes to this. And instead of having the vision or the version of it that we have, which is very freeing and relieving and relaxing and calming, versus a lot of people are out there really struggling with a lot of fear. And fear can actually reduce your lifespan. It can actually put you in dis-ease, which will give you a disease, and then you'll be pushing up daisies.
Well, yes, that's right. Epigenetics is fascinating, and there's some really solid science around it, showing that an animal will respond to a trigger on the basis of its ancestors' experience of that trigger. And so there's plenty of objective data proving that that is the case, that we do. And very often what transfers the most easily, it's those triggers that go to the most primitive part of our brain, to the fear response, the flight, fight, fright engine right in the middle of our brains. So it's a powerful force, epigenetics. So I'll tell you the story of how I first discovered epigenetics. And it was through a pharmacist. And I had gone to see the pharmacist for some medication or other, probably antihistamine. And while he was getting something together, it was not my usual pharmacist. And I noticed that he was very, very slim. And so I said, if you don't mind my asking, what is your secret to staying so slim? Because in midlife, it's an interest of mine, if you know what I mean. And so he said, it's a very interesting story, I'll tell you. And I thought, oh, gosh, there's more of an answer than I was expecting. He said, my family were traditionally not slim people. Our family, traditionally, going back through the generations, were very heavy set people. And then my great-grandfather was in a concentration camp in the Second World War. And when he emerged from that camp, he was rake thin. And then he got married and he had a family, and his kids were rake thin.
Wow.
And their kids were rake thin. And now I am rake thin.
Wow. Because
my great-grandfather's body had to learn how to live rake thin and how even to thrive rake thin. And that lesson has been passed on through the genes. So even without that that trigger mechanism that we were talking about, where we instinctively know what to be frightened of because of what our ancestors experienced, there's something even deeper that's happened here that's actually programming what shape you're going to be and what health is going to look like for you. And so that was my introduction. That was my object lesson in epigenetics, that things can happen in our lives that we would consider to be experiences,
but the learning from the experience will go from our generation to the next, to the next, to the next. So I find epigenetics absolutely fascinating and well worth a good read.
Yeah, definitely. So shout out to Dr. Bruce Lipton, who pioneered epigenetics about 25 years ago. And the scientific community almost ostracized him and scoffed at him. But he stuck to his ground, and he stood his ground, and he's been proven right. So he's been completely venerated because now it's taught in mainstream universities all over the world. Yeah,
that's right, and even in pharmacies.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Even in pharmacies,
Sure.
that was an incredible story. I know we had talked a little bit, about doing this this Bible study and to come up with an idea or to speak on what our perception of Jesus actually is, right? What does Jesus mean to us, and who is Jesus to us, and who do we think Jesus was, and so forth. So let's go into that. Let's move into that topic now.
Yeah. And I think it's good to talk about this because very often you and I will be interviewed or will be recording a documentary or a video, and people will hear us responding to what we would consider to be distortions. We'll respond to narratives that we feel have been negative and destructive. Yeah. And so I think sometimes people read into that, oh, okay, Paul's clearly anti-Jesus. He's clearly lost his faith. And they'll say similar things about you. Billy's obviously an anti-Jesus person. But for myself, my view of Jesus has simply evolved. And I often tell people who give me a bit of pushback, let me just start by saying I have been a follower of Jesus for 43 years, and I would still consider myself a follower of Jesus's teachings. It's just that my understanding of Jesus has evolved. I no longer see Jesus through the lens of a lot of the dogma and doctrines that I lived with for decades. I, for instance, was saying earlier that the doctrine of hell, I believe, is ill-founded. And once you've dismantled that, then your understanding of Jesus as a savior completely changes, because he's no longer saving you from an angry God. He's waiting to consign you to hell for eternity. So if he's not doing that, then what is he doing? And if that wasn't what the cross was about, then what are those stories about? So I believe my story of Jesus has expanded, has enriched. I have always, all through my life as an evangelical, charismatic Christian, I've always looked to Jesus as a model, as an example, as someone showing me what's possible. But when I get into the history of how we have looked at Jesus, I find it very interesting. Again, in the beginning, there were a kaleidoscope of views about Jesus and a whole spectrum of ways of seeing and talking about Jesus. And the early controversies in Christianity were all around, so was he divine, and how do we express that? And so when you get into the councils and the production of the creeds, that's what they're talking about. And so in the Nicene Creed, for instance, which came together through a council in 325 AD, it says this. I've just got the section about Jesus here. We believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ. Christ means the chosen one, the special one, the anointed one. We believe in one Lord, Jesus Christ, the only Son of God, eternally begotten of the Father, God from God, light from light, true God from true God, begotten, not made, of one being with the Father. Through him all things were made. So we've got all those lines. That's 8 lines, really emphasizing we see Jesus as divine. Not just the chosen one, not just the Messiah, but divine. And then it says, for us and for our salvation, he came down from heaven. By the power of the Holy Spirit, he became incarnate from the Virgin Mary and was made man. And that last phrase, and was made man, is all they've got on the human side of the equation. Now, this is unfortunate because, of course, the Gospels introduce Jesus to us as a human being, as a man who did and said these things. And bit by bit, the reader of the Gospels thinks, oh, this is interesting. There's something a bit more to him here. And we work out, oh, he is the chosen one. That's what these Gospels are really about.
Mm-hmm.
But where does that go? When we get into later Christianity, we've codified what that divinity means, that Jesus is now of one being with the Father. He's got the same authority as the Father. He's God, God from God, etc. And he becomes this impossibly removed figure who we can only relate to by venerating and worshiping him.
Right.
But that's a little distance from the Gospels, where Jesus is saying, now that you've seen me do these things, do the same. Or when he says, anyone who believes in me will do the kind of things I've been doing, these and even greater things will he do. So Jesus in the Gospels is sort of shoulder to shoulder with us. And what didn't happen so much in the creeds and councils was to talk about his humanity and to what extent is he the same as us? To what extent is he different? Because my view today is Jesus was definitely a human being. I believe he was a historic figure, and I've made the case for that in other places. I think the way the Roman Empire distorted the Jesus story proves there was an original, authentic Jesus story that was inconvenient. Mm-hmm. So I'm very comfortable with Jesus, the human being. It's how he's introduced to us. I'm comfortable with saying he's divine, but the question is he divine in the same way that you are, Billy, in the same way that I am, or in a different way? And there are other portions of scripture that emphasize Jesus's sameness to us, not his difference. So if I go to Hebrews 2 and 4, I've got these verses. Hebrews 2 says, but the one who makes people holy and those who are made holy are of the same family. It actually says of the same stock, made of the same stuff, has the same DNA, to use modern language. Mm-hmm. And for that reason, Jesus is not ashamed to call us brothers and sisters. Since children have flesh and blood, he too shared in our humanity. So those verses are emphasizing he's the same as us. And it goes on to say, for this reason, he had to be made like us, like them, it says, fully human in every way, says the text, in order that he might become a merciful and faithful high priest in service to God, and that he might make atonement for the sins of the people. That's their interpretation. For we do not have a high priest who's unable to empathize with our weakness, but we have one who's been tempted in every way just as we are. And so those verses are emphasizing he's the same as us. He's made of the same stuff. Mm-hmm. And that's why he can be a model. That's why Jesus can say, now you've seen me do these things, do the same. Anyone who believes in me will do the same kind of things I've been doing. These and even greater things will he do. Mm-hmm. So I have no problem with seeing Jesus as divine, but I think he's showing us what divine humanity looks like, because he's human in exactly the same way as us. And I think he's pointing to what Paul said in that quote I mentioned before, that we are all emanations of the source. Mm-hmm. We're all expressions of cosmic consciousness. We're all expressions of cosmic intelligence. Yeah. And so my view of Jesus now is one where I identify with him far more closely. And I see him not as an object to be worshipped. I mean, after all, he said, I did not come to be served, but rather someone to learn from, someone who's trying to help me with how I live this life, and someone to emulate. And that's my take on Jesus.
Yeah. Now that's amazing, because it really aligns with a lot of what I believe. You know, I believe that Jesus was a template, basically, a template for us to live. So we find that there are other similar stories about Jesus in the ancient past. So through the ancient lens, when I look into it, I realized there were stories of Christ or Christos that had appeared that had very similar stories. If you look into Egypt, you have Osiris, right? Killed, dismembered, resurrected, became the ruler of the afterlife. His death and resurrection were celebrated yearly. We have Attis in Anatolia, born a virgin from Nana, died and was resurrected. His death and rebirth were celebrated in spring rites, coinciding with Easter. Then you have the Buddhist version, born a virgin in some traditions, performed miracles, taught compassion, detachment, and enlightenment. And so there's, the Zoroaster, the Quetzalcoatl. I mean, I can just keep going. There are these ancient accounts of a figure arising and showing up and having extremely similar stories to the Jesus that we know in the biblical text. It doesn't take anything away from him. It just shows me that maybe, just maybe, this has happened many times to help bring mankind back to our true selves, to make us remember who we truly are, to bring us back to our divinity, to realign us with the universe and God and everything else, and to let us know, like, hey, you're slipping, you're backsliding, you have to get back on track. So this template, if you follow it, you can bring mankind back to a golden age. When I research the places, so that's what I feel, about Jesus in terms of that. You want to say something?
Yeah, I think it's very interesting you make that point, Billy, because I think what's different in the way Christianity formed was how, as Christianity became the imperial department of religion, and by 381, you really had to be a Christian to be a good citizen in the Roman Empire. The stories about Jesus were treated differently. They were all about his uniqueness and why this is the religion you must follow and no other. Yeah. And it meant that people went back to the stories of, for instance, Jesus's virgin birth and started treating it differently to how they treated all the other virgin birth stories that were out there, because Greco-Roman literature was full of virgin births. I mean, an example would be Alexander the Great, whose mother was human and whose father was a god. Mm-hmm. That's a trope in ancient story. It's a way of explaining why the hero is a hero, why the great emperor was a great emperor. Mm-hmm. This story of human mum, divine dad, and now we've got the amazing Alexander. You could see that as a template for the Jesus story, but you don't see people in the Alexandrian Empire going back and treating that story as if it's science, or if it's sort of journalistic entries about what happened. That is just the story. That's the mythos around the great figure. Whereas in Christianity, believers started going back and treating that same kind of story as if, but this one's real, this one's history. Yeah. All the other stories of human mothers, divine fathers are clearly just myths and pagan stories, but ours is true. Mm-hmm. And that then, I think, distorts how we read all these stories. And I think through that process of turning Christianity into an exclusive claim that you have to be a Christian, you have to follow this religion, it then distorts a lot of these stories. And I think that's what's pushed us into a place where we're very uncomfortable with even using the word story around something like the virgin birth or the crucifixion or the ascension. Mm-hmm. Whereas if we come at these stories through the lens of Greco-Roman story, because that's the context in which they were written, we will recognize these as tropes. Mm-hmm. We will recognize the virgin birth story and say, oh, I know what the author's saying here. We'll recognize the story of the empty tomb at the end of Mark and say, oh, I know what he's saying here. Jesus is now to be found among the gods. Mm-hmm. And so I think we went down a bit of a false path in trying to nail down all the precise language and mathematics and science of incarnation and soteriology and how do we define exactly how he was divine, instead of saying these are the stories around Jesus that tell us to take him seriously. Mm-hmm. And I think we've pushed ourselves into a corner where if we don't take that very fundamentalist view, there's the notion you're somehow dishonoring the scriptures. Whereas I feel if you read it through the Greco-Roman lens, recognize the tropes, see it as part of a family of very similar stories, I think that's the only way you're going to get out of the texts what the writers put in.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Because when you go from that perspective, I feel like you can actually make some real progress with humanity. You know, the other
Yes.
way is still based on this. It's still kind of really based on fear. It's really based on fear, and it's based on an ideology. But the other way, it gives everyone hope and the ability to feel like they can contribute to civilization and society and be a good person and be a great person and contribute and do greater things and help change the world, to actually manifest heaven on earth, which I believe is the real test. Not to wait to
Yes.
die so that you can live. The test is, can you get this right here? And let's see if y'all could come together and fix this and make it a heaven right now. And if you can't, then maybe you guys get another chance. But I think that's what it's really all about. And this notion that, you know, if you don't repent and call on the name of Jesus, then you can't make it into heaven, and you're going to be damned, damned into hell for the rest of your life or all eternity. To me, just is illogical, because if I'm a person that's a great human being that has never seen or heard anything about this Jesus, and I'm just helping people in my tribe, so to speak, and I'm taking care of the family in the city, the civilization, and I'm hunting and protecting, and I'm giving back to nature and praising nature and saying, you know, thank you for giving me this, our family, this food today, and being worthy of being a great captain or leader or chief. And then somebody halfway around the world can actually be a rapist or a serial killer or a crook, and they can do this their entire life. If they say, call on the name of Jesus and repent right at the very last second before their heart stops, they can go to heaven. But the person that's been a great human being for their society their entire life is not going to get in. Something doesn't add up there. It just doesn't make any sense. And I think that that's real ideology and dogma versus looking at it from a perspective as we are all God walking in the flesh. We're an emanation of God walking in the flesh. Jesus came to those who have the blessing to hear the word and to see the teachings and to understand and discern them, is to say, yes, that's a template. I'm going to follow that. If my life is over here and it's incorrect, I want to move and shift into this frequency and vibration so that I can be a blessing to others and a blessing to the world and help heal people and bring this world to the next level. And I think when we take that mindset, we can really see real, true change on the planet versus a bunch of people kind of sitting back, kicking their feet up, watching the world burn, saying, hey, I got my go to heaven card. I'm okay. So I'm just waiting to get swept off of my feet into this magical heaven while everyone else is, out here doing whatever they do. I think it just puts us back into a situation, or puts a person in a situation where they don't take accountability for their own actions. They're always saying, well, I have an out card. I just got to call on the name of Jesus and I'll be good to go. So, and I don't think that's fair. Yeah.
No, and I think a lot of those beliefs they're really built on the doctrines of the church rather than built on what Jesus actually taught and modeled. There's a moment I really love in the Gospels where the sons of thunder, James and John, two of Jesus's apostles, come to him, and they've been out on their missionary tour, and they say to Jesus, oh, we found someone else, someone we didn't know, not one of us, who was out there healing people and doing entity removal. And because he wasn't one of us, we stopped him. And Jesus says, what on earth did you do that for? And so clearly he says, anyone who's not against us is with us. Jesus is not into that kind of tribalism. Not into it at all. If someone's out there doing good things, why on earth would you stop them? And another saying he has, which speaks to what you were just saying, Billy, and it will segue us into the teaching through fiction section. There's a parable that comes in Matthew's gospel, the parable of the two sons. And I'll just read it to you from Matthew 21. There was a man who had two sons. He went to the first and said, son, go and work today in the vineyard. I will not, he answered. But later he changed his mind and went. Then the father went to another son and said the same thing. He answered, I will, sir. But he did not go.
Then Jesus asked, which of the two did what his father wanted? The first, they answered. So it's a very simple story, but it's got very far-reaching implications, because in that story, the father represents God. And the one who actually did the will of the father was the one who said no to him. So we've got a scenario in which the person who said no to God actually ends up doing the work of God and being the one who's doing the right thing. And the one who said yes to God and said all the right things and said all the nice things, all innocent, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, didn't do anything. And so we've got a picture there that subverts the idea of the tribalism that religion often pushes us into. And what's interesting about that story, first of all, it suggests there are people all around the world who may have said no to God. And as far as Jesus is concerned, that's not a problem. So that's a train of thought worth following.
Yeah.
But now I'm going to ask this question. Were there really two sons, or did Jesus make that up? Well, most Bible readers would say, well, he made it up. It's what we call a parable. Jesus has created a fiction in order to make a point, in order to teach something. And it's one of many, many examples in which we see Jesus using fiction to teach something. And I think that, again, is something worth sitting with for a long time, because once you've processed that, you will begin to read the Gospels and the New Testament differently, and it begins to break us out of this fundamentalist way of going at things. But I want to see where this idea leads us, because teaching through fiction is not exclusive to Christianity. It's there in the Hebrew scriptures, it's there in Greco-Roman culture, it's all around the world. We've always had stories to teach us stuff. I mean, one of the best examples I can think of is the Emperor's New Clothes. Every child learns the story of the Emperor's New Clothes. It teaches something really quite important and quite significant. It teaches that anyone whose wealth or importance depends on a person of power will not critique that person of power. That person of power can be as absurd as anything. But if that person's position depends on them or their wealth or their standing, they won't critique them. They will pretend they're not seeing what they're seeing. Now, this is a perpetually relevant teaching for anyone trying to understand politics around the world in any age, but it's told in a children's story. You've only got to say, case of the Emperor's New Clothes, and immediately we know what's being said. The Emperor's New Clothes is fiction. It is a made-up story, but it tells us something true about the world. So since time immemorial, we've used stories like that to teach stuff. Jesus did the same. He made up those two sons, and he told that story to teach us stuff. Now here's another saying, and I want to show you how our thinking begins to slip, and certainly speaking as a recovering conservative Christian, how my thinking slipped. This is the story of the rich man and Lazarus. It's in Luke 16. Jesus said, there was a rich man who was dressed in purple and fine linen and lived in luxury every day. At his gate was laid a beggar named Lazarus, covered with sores and longing to eat what fell from the rich man's table. Even the dogs came and licked his sores. The time came when the beggar died, and the angels carried him to Abraham's side. The rich man also died and was buried. In Hades, where the rich man was in torment, he looked up and saw Abraham far away with Lazarus by his side. So he called to him, Father Abraham, have pity on me and send Lazarus to dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, because I'm in agony in this fire. But Abraham replied, Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, while Lazarus received bad things. But now he's comforted here and you're in agony. And besides all this, between us and you, a great chasm has been set in place, so that those who want to go from here to you cannot, nor can anyone cross over from there to us.
The rich man answered, "Then I beg you, Father, send Lazarus to my family, for I have 5 brothers. Let him warn them so that they will not also come to this place of torment." Abraham replied, "They have Moses and the prophets. Let them listen to them." "No, Father Abraham," he said, "but if someone from the dead goes to them, they will repent." He said to him, "If they do not listen to Moses and the prophets, they will not be convinced even if someone rises from the dead." So there's a story. Was there really a rich man who had a guy called Lazarus who lived at the end of his driveway? Well, again, most Bible readers would say, no, probably not. I think he's made this story up again to make a point. All right, then. So was there really a tormenting fire from which the dead can shout and ask for special exceptions so someone can go and warn their family? Yes, I think there is a fire. And is there really a gulf that's been set to ensure that that should never happen? Oh, I think so. So all of a sudden, it's not fiction anymore. It is fiction. And it's appealing to other fiction, the fiction of the underworld, Hades, the place of fire, the place of the whole thing is a story. Yeah. And yet we start off saying, yes, this is a story. This is a story. Oh, no, actually, this bit, I think I want to say that's true. And we begin to see that it's actually a little bit arbitrary where we're drawing that line. Why have we slipped into telling the truth? And the answer will be because of beliefs we already hold, because of doctrine that's already been set. So I share that as an example of how the idea can slip around of whether it's okay to say this is fiction. Here's another. Take it to the next level. We'll go to the book of Acts, the story of the ascension. After he said this, so this is Luke writing in Acts. After Jesus said this, he was taken up before their very eyes, and a cloud hid him from their sight. They were looking intently up into the sky as he was going, when suddenly 2 men dressed in white stood beside them. "Men of Galilee," they said, "why do you stand here looking into the sky? This same Jesus who's been taken from you into heaven will come back in the same way you have seen him go into heaven." Did that really happen? Or is that a story because it's in the same pattern we mentioned earlier of Greco-Roman tropes, which tell that the hero is now vindicated, has now been taken up into the heavens, is now among the gods? Is it not one of those stories? It's a divinization story, isn't it? The hero has received the ultimate vindication. Isn't that what we're looking at? Isn't this fiction? And there are plenty of believers who would say, yes, actually, probably that is a trope. That is a fiction. Great. So the next chapter as well, is that fiction? And again, it begins to slip and people want to say, oh, no, I take that as fact. So I think I'll come to one more example, because I think this is where the rubber really hits the road. The story of Jesus calming the storm in Mark 4. So the writer says this: "That day when evening came, Jesus said to his disciples, 'Let us go over to the other side.' Leaving the crowd behind, they took him along just as he was in the boat. There were also other boats with him. A furious squall came up, and the waves broke over the boat so that it was nearly swamped. Jesus was in the stern, sleeping on a cushion. The disciples woke him and said to him, 'Teacher, don't you care if we drown?' He got up, rebuked the wind, and said to the waves, 'Be quiet, be still.' And the wind died down, and it was completely calm. He said to his disciples, 'Why are you so afraid? Do you still have no faith?' They were terrified and asked each other, 'Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him.' And there's an overlapping story in which Jesus walks over the waters to them in the boat, of course. So again, did this really happen? We've accepted that Jesus makes up stories and teaches through fiction. We've accepted that maybe Luke, writing the book of Acts, has done the same. He's teaching through fiction. What about the writer of Mark? Is he teaching through fiction?
Where do we draw the line and say, oh, I don't accept teaching through fiction at this point? And especially if we're finding the gospel writers using tropes, isn't the fact that we recognize this from Osiris, or we recognize this from Alexander the Great, or from Asclepius or Dionysus, isn't the fact we recognize it a trope, a clue that we're being taught something through fiction? And if we don't recognize it as a trope, we won't know what the point is that's being made. And so I think once you realize teaching through fiction has a great pedigree, Jesus did it, Luke does it in Acts, and possibly the gospel writers do it too, because why wouldn't the followers of Jesus teach in the same way that he taught?
Exactly.
How is it all right for Jesus to do it, but not all right for his followers to do it? And I think once you've realized, oh, that's the space we're in, then I think we can go back and look at things in a way that isn't a fundamentalist view, that is going to say, so what is the point of the story? What is the moral of the story? What is the takeaway? And I think all these stories are there in that kind of a way, rather than here's the history, here's the journalism, here's the science.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, even in the case, like you say, Luke, I mean, he taught through the same exact system. He mimicked and copied Jesus's version or teaching technique, right, through these same stories. Even with the prodigal son, you know, it's a fiction. It's not a true story, but it can be represented or thought of as a true story. It's been preached directly as an actual true story, but it's designed to teach a lesson. It's a story to teach a lesson. If you take it, you know, that kind of story, if you take it as fact or fiction, it doesn't really matter, you know, but because it's not really dogma, it's a really good teaching lesson, but it gives you things. There's several things that you get out of this. You get engagement of the imagination, number one. So the storytelling, the reason why it was so powerful to do this, to do these parables and so forth and teach that way, because, well, there wasn't an internet, there wasn't tablets and satellites and, you know, all this entertainment. And so people really did gather around and listen to stories. And if you were a great storyteller, you can capture the air and the mind of someone in those times. And so you get this engagement because it's like they're really tapping into the mental. And then you get the emotional resonance by telling these stories. And so you can see, like with Job, it really it teaches somebody about the consequences of a situation. What can happen to you if you go this way or that way, right? And if you come back and you can get back on good terms, you know, you can be reconciled. And then also, I think, you know, cultural adaptability is another key factor in the reason why they utilize this technique to teach. And so fictional forms, it says, can be retold, dramatized, and appropriated across different contexts. So they really had mastered this whole technique of utilizing this teaching style, which Jesus was a master at, and they copied it from Jesus. And it really did a phenomenal job in capturing the mind and to get the people to listen deeply to every single word and to then visualize it in their mind and then to get the point that was trying to be made, the lesson that was needing to be taught. It was really a very, very great way. It still is a very great way of teaching. And they definitely utilized, of course, fictional stories a lot of the times to get these points across and teach people things that they had never even thought about or perceived in the past. And now they're like, oh, wow, my mind has been opened. My eyes have been opened. Now I have this new information. I have another perspective on reality or on this type of situation. So in a way, that just that recognition or that discernment of the story means they were kind of born again in the conscious plane. Now they can look back on their previous self who didn't really understand that concept before and see that they're now risen a little bit higher. This is how you become an ascended master. You gradually grow in consciousness and spirituality and knowledge and wisdom and understanding. And before you know it, you look back on your previous selves and you can see all the levels you've made it to. It's really a great way of teaching.
Yes. And I think it's important to apply that even to the stories about Jesus, because a lot of believers are very comfortable with everything you just said in every context other than that one. So they're happy to find poetry over here, an analogy over here, an analogy in this biblical story,
a metaphor in this biblical story. But then when they come to the stories about Jesus, it's, no, we're back locked into this is history, this is science.
Yeah.
But I actually think, no, we need to do our interpretation in all these places. And the richest place to do our interpretation is the stories about Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. A recent post I had just made the other day on social media, it was a parable, or not a parable, really like a quote, really is what it was. And it was saying that the kingdom of heaven is within us, or within you. And that is actually very ancient. It goes all the way back to the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Yes.
And I posted that. It actually did very well. I got very little negativity out of it, but I posted some information as I summarized a little bit of what the ancient Egyptians were talking about. The ancient Egyptians believed that the human soul, or the Ba, Ka, and Ankh, were a divine spark from Ra or Atum, and thus each person was a vessel for divinity. Several passages reference the idea that the soul is eternal and already in harmony with the gods, indicating that divinity is already present within. And so the kingdom of heaven is within you, and whosoever shall know himself shall find it. And so this is an ancient concept, and we see a lot of this ancient information. It makes it into the mouths of the people speaking within the Gospels. Why do you think that is?
Yes, it does. Well, it's fascinating. You're absolutely right. It's there in Egyptian wisdom. It's there in Buddhism as well. And now we find it in the Gospels, the canonical and extra canonical. So it's in the Gospel of Luke, the kingdom of heaven is within you. And it's in the Gospel of Thomas, the kingdom of heaven is within you. And I like to go to the root meanings of those words and realize that kingdom can equally be translated as realm, and heaven, well, that's the skies, that's space, that's the cosmos. We're talking about the whole cosmic realm. Now it becomes an even more enormous saying in the Gospels, the whole cosmic realm is within you. And then there's another similar saying in Matthew's Gospel, Matthew 4:17, I think it is, summarizes the message that Jesus toured with in his first year of ministry, where he says, metanoiete, go beyond the mind, because the realm of the cosmos is at hand, has come close. You can reach out and take hold of it. And so these are interesting sayings, because apparently the realm of the cosmos is something we can engage, we can play with, we can learn the principles of it and start doing things with them. And then that idea that if we look inside ourselves, we'll find the whole cosmos. And if we peer deep into the cosmos, we find ourselves. This is where the Christian tradition and the Hermetic tradition completely overlap. And in fact, as Hermeticism developed at the beginning of the Common Era, it's very difficult to see which is the real engine room, whether Christianity is informing Hermeticism or if it's the other way around. It would be, I think, simply, the air that was breathed at that time. These were the things that people were hearing and thinking, and probably they were on their own learning journeys as to what it meant. But fundamentally, it's a call to explore.
Absolutely.
Explore what's possible.
Yeah, and really even science now backs it up. If you want to look at mainstream, astrophysics, where a star, expands into a red giant, then shrinks down. But those stars don't go into a supernova. But the stars that are supermassive and actually explode in supernovae, that happens. The interior of those stars are fused into heavier elements and then spewed out throughout the universe. And then they end up in these gas clouds that then recoalesce and create accretion disks, and then create brand new solar systems, which create planets and moons and so forth. And the next thing you know, we pop up. And then when we analyze the elements inside of our body, we realize that they're heavier elements made from exploded stars. So we literally are stardust. So the universe is within us. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's a beautiful way to see it. That's exactly right. So it is true in a very nuts and bolts kind of way, also in a very mind-bending way when we get into the quantum realm.
Mhm.
And what we're learning is that when we look at the very, very tiny, we are learning about the cosmos and how the cosmos works. And again, that's unpacking a Hermetic idea that if you study the very small, you'll understand the very large. If you go within, you'll understand the universe. And it's now being backed up by empirical research and experiments. So it's not just ideas. This is something very profound about the nature of reality.
Yeah. No, it's so cool and incredible. I mean, some people tend to feel like they're just a small speck of, worthless nothing. But I feel like the more I learn about this, the more I feel connected to everything, the more I feel that I'm part of everything. And it just makes me feel grand. It makes me feel like I have a true purpose. And it makes me, I get excited because there's so much wonder and information that's available to learn and to research. It's never ending, and for me, doing that for me is like I made my life. This is it for me. And just researching, digging into information, trying to gain, higher perspectives on information, changing previous understandings and learning from new data, and just learning more really about myself, which has helped me learn more about the universe as a whole and everyone within it and everything within it. It's just a great experience, just to be here at this time, to be able to do this, because there have been times on this planet where we didn't have access to research like this and to ponder like this and to try to discern like this, because you were just trying to survive the night, like the
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So,
And then there were times where you'd be punished for saying things like this, put under house arrest, or like Giordano Bruno burnt at the stake for saying these kinds of things. So
very true.
I think I am very excited I'm alive now when we actually have the freedom to explore these things and share these thoughts publicly.
Absolutely. Yeah, this has been beautiful. Is there anything else you wanted to get into?
Well, I think we should just note that our great mutual friend Eric von Daniken has turned 90. Yes. I know that he's a significant person in both our journeys. Certainly for me, I discovered Eric von Daniken when I was 11 years old, when my mum and dad introduced me to his work. And he changed my life because he got me asking the big questions. He helped me to see that there was a gap in our ability to explain ourselves as an intelligent technological species. He suggested the idea we might understand ourselves better if we allow for the possibility there were external interventions. So all these thoughts were sown into my mind when I was 11 years old. But it's only much later, when I came back to his work, that I was able to see where he started, because his journey into paleo contact was very similar to mine, that it began in the world of theology and Bible translation. And for Eric, it was when he was still at high school in Switzerland, and he went to a Jesuit school where they were very strong on teaching languages. And part of the language exercises at that school was to translate passages of scripture from one language to another. And it was as he did that that he began thinking, wait a minute, when I look at what these words actually mean, some of these don't look like stories of a god. They look like stories of ancient ET contact. And that was the beginning of his thought process that led to Chariots of the Gods and the 49 books that he's written through his lifetime. So I feel a great sense of he's always been my Uncle Eric, really. He's been that important to my journey. I relate to his route into the topic as well. And we've got two names in common as well. Paul, Anton are his middle names. So I've always, all through my life, had an eye on Eric, but latterly, as I've come back to his work, I've realized he really got some major points right in a spectacular way, because he was ahead of the curve. He really was the person who made conversation about previous civilizations and the possibility of ET contact in the deep past He made that the stuff of public conversation in a way that really nobody had done before. And so I really want to honor him for that.
Oh, absolutely. For me, Eric Von Daniken is just an incredible giant. I came across his work first in the 1990s, so a lot later than you. But in the 90s, I came across his work. I came across Chariots of the Gods. It was actually made into like a show or like a documentary, basically.
Yep, he did a movie.
Yeah, movie. Right, correct. That's what I saw. And I was like, wow, these are some great questions, because everything within that movie was a question, right? They never made a hard statement, but they asked questions, and those questions made me think. And I was like, this is incredible, because some of the stuff that I'm hearing is aligning with some of my own personal beliefs or understandings. And then I found out there was a book behind this. And I went and got the book, and I was able to find an original 1968 copy of Chariots of the Gods, one of the very first ones that ever came out. And I put it in a plastic sheath and kept it all those years. I finally had a chance to meet Eric Von Daniken several times, but I didn't have the book on me. But the time that I met him in Blackpool in the UK, I made sure I had that with me, and he signed it for me live on stage. And so I really cherished that book. We were honoring him there because he had sold, now at that time, 80 million copies of Chariots of the Gods worldwide. 80 million.
Wow.
What an influence. That's just like, right? It had been translated into every language on the planet pretty much. And just being able to sit with him and talk with him and ask him questions about his travels and his experiences. I've had the pleasure of being able to actually interview him several times, not only on my own podcast, but even for TV shows and for stage shows. And then more recently, I invited him to be a guest, an expert on my TV series, Anunnaki Ancient Secrets Revealed. So he appears in, I believe, episodes 6 and 7. And he was, man, a pleasure to work with once again. And in that episode, the final episode, he literally lights a torch and hands the torch to me. So, wow.
He is so gracious, I think, towards the generations since who, I mean, we're able to do our work in part because of the trail that he blazed, and he's so gracious about it. I was very fortunate. He endorsed my book, The Scars of Eden. He wrote the foreword to my first book in German, Flucht aus Eden. And I think he's been so encouraging to our generation. He's not been someone who has been proprietorial and said, hey, this is my topic, clear off, and been critical of everybody else. He's totally the opposite. He is so encouraging and so affirming. And for him, what matters is getting these ideas out there, is promoting this conversation of a topic that might otherwise be taboo. And I take my hat off him because he's taken a lot of flack through the years for doing that. And the thing, I think that one of the most important things Eric has taught me, and I've been very fortunate to be interviewed by him for his channel, and then we interviewed him for The Fifth Kind. And the thing that he said to me that has really impacted me is to understand the role of the writer, that the role of the writer and the tenured academic are two quite different things. So from time to time, you or I probably both have people saying, you don't have enough degrees to be saying these things. And I'm always very diligent to quote the people with degrees in my books. But Eric says it's not your role to have the degrees. It's not your role to have all the PhDs. It's your role to know what the PhDs are saying, and then to be able to connect the dots and say, wait a minute, you said this, this, and this. Doesn't that mean this?
Yes.
You're going to push the conversation forward. You'll take flack for it. But the academics can then come to the table. They can then say, oh, what's this crazy Billy Carson said now? Or what's this crazy Paul Wallis said now? And look at it and say, well, he may have a point here. He may be mistaken here, but he may have a point here. And in that way, the conversation gets moved forward. But unless you're willing to be the writer, to stick his neck out
and go further than has been gone before and pioneer the new view, that's not going to happen. But you, the writer, have to do that, and then the academics will come to the table and begin to play ball. And I have really taken that from him. I can see that's exactly what Eric has done. And through the years, he has been entrusted with a lot of privileged information from academics who back Eric von Daniken's views, but they won't do it in public.
Yeah, I know.
Because they don't want to damage their reputation. And I said, Eric, doesn't that drive you mad? And he says, no, it doesn't. Because if I broke the trust and if I blew their cover, I wouldn't get the information that they're giving me. But the information I'm getting is so valuable and shows me I'm on the right track. So they are giving me something when they do that. And I don't resent it if they say, just don't quote me.
Right. Man, you're right about everything. Just an incredible individual. One of the things that impressed me the most, coming from the era that he comes from and the country that he comes from, he displays zero racism. He sees me as a brother. He sees me as a friend. He doesn't see me as a black guy talking paleo contact or aliens or Anunnaki. He sees me as an actual brother. He sees me as also a peer in this field. And I respect him for that.
Yeah, he's a very gracious guy, and I like to celebrate him at every opportunity, but certainly as he's just turned 90. And I note, by the way, that His late Holiness, the Pope Francis, who has also just passed away, I'm not a follower of popes or a fan of popes, but I happen to think he was a good one. And he honored Eric von Daniken too. When Eric turned 85, Pope Francis sent Eric a beautiful, it was like this huge item with the papal seal on it and beautiful calligraphy, expressing his thanks to Eric for Eric's contribution to society. So when people want to be sniffy about Eric von Daniken, I say, if the Pope can honor him, I think you can.
Yes.
Who am I to disagree?
Right. Exactly. Wow, this was an amazing Bible study. I mean, we can talk for hours. We'll have to do another episode again.
Sure.
Again, Paul, your style, your teaching style is just mesmerizing and incredible. Thank you for coming on again. I really, really appreciate it.
Oh, it's been a pleasure, and I will look forward to the next time.
All right, man. Thank you.
All the best.
All right, everyone.
Bye.
That's it.
I knew a man from Golgotha. He was a giving man, He promised he would break my every day. In every way I use the word. Though all the water and the world. And I'm curious who I'll meet next. Who among them I will love best. That depends upon the context, doesn't it?